Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Penguins don't play again until the 22nd. But there is the Four Nations face-off this week, and Sidney Crosby said that he is going to play for Team Canada despite his injury that was sustained last week. Also, Pitt men's basketball will play tonight at 9 o'clock on the road against the SMU Mustangs. Pitt is on a 3-game losing streak coming into this game. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, that's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My name is Paul. I'm 58 years old. I lost 45 pounds thanks to the Awaken 180 program. Before Awaken 180, I was drinking Pepto out of the bottle at night to go to sleep from heartburn. I was struggling getting up and down the stairs, like tired all the time. And I didn't know that's how it wasn't supposed to be. I just accepted that's how my life is. And then one day I said, it doesn't have to be this way. I made a decision to change my life, and I chose Awaken 180, and that was the best choice I ever made. I needed support. I'm a person who needed support. Awaken 180 provided that support for me. They changed my relationship with food. I changed it with their guidance. That was the whole thing. I had to change my relationship with food. And I learned how to eat. I learned healthy fats. I learned all about sugar and what it does to me. And I just learned a new way to live.
A change Paul and I both needed and we received with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is Covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tucking Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It is cold, but it's Tuesday. It's not Monday, so that's great. One day closer to what could be a 3-day weekend for you. President's Day is on Monday, so maybe you're going to get an extra day off here. It'd be fun. But hey, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is what you're listening to right now. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show. Starting your sports talk day off, your sports opinions at the earliest possible time that I can wake up. I could probably wake up sooner. I'm trying to think, what would the earliest time be? I know they used to have a 2 to 6 overnight slot. That's how Chris Muller got his start. Wonder how early I'd get up for this. 5 o'clock's right. Like, when I think about this show and I think about talking, I think 5 o'clock's right. Like, I'm not always excited to get out of bed at 4:30, but at the same time, I mean, it's all right. I mean, it's okay. Like, it's fine. I mean, 5 o'clock's perfect, though. I'm thinking of, like, an early morning show. Like, that makes sense. I mean, 6 to 10's your traditional slot, your 4-hour slot for the morning. So nice little tack on at the beginning. Yeah, 5's all right. 5's all right. And for 40 minutes-ish, a little less than 40 minutes to talk. Yeah, it's all right. 5 o'clock's perfect. All right. We agree. Very good. 27 degrees, though, outside is what I saw it at. So just look out. I'm wearing long sleeves. I mean, I knew this week was going to be cold. Originally, forecast said it would snow this week. That's not quite the case. It's just going to rain. And it's going to be kind of cold. Anywhere between the mid-20s and the high 30s. For a high temperature throughout the week, so it's going to be cold. Not as cold as that 1 week, though, a couple weeks back, where it was close to 0. That was brutal. This will not be brutal, but I'd still wear a jacket if I were you, and I'm wearing long sleeves today. So how about that? If I'm wearing long sleeves, that's your indicator. So yeah, it could be a thing. What's Callis wearing? Because I know I usually don't wear long clothes all the time or warm clothes, but I guess I'm like the barometer. I'm your barometer. If I'm wearing long sleeves or long pants, that's just your sign of how cold is it actually outside. How cold does it feel? All right, very good. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Again, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, you know the drill. Easing your way into the sports talk day, right? So we're doing, I don't usually yell. Now, the last time I said this, though, I did end up yelling. But we don't usually yell. We're calm, right? We're all just waking up. We're all just trying to be peacefully moving throughout our day. And I want to start your day off right, especially if you're up this early, because It's not always pleasant to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, I get that. I do it every day. I know if you're out there, you may be in a situation where, you got to go to work early. You got some obligation early on in the morning, and life may seem tough. We don't need to make it any tougher. All the rest of the shows throughout the day, they give you an opportunity to really fuel up your rage or your passion and speak your mind. This show, not quite like that. We're easing. We're being peaceful. We're doing the smooth transition into the sunrise and into the start of the day. So, with that being said, 412-928-9370, go ahead and give me a call, and we'll chat. The big story, big headline, 937thefan.com. I always look at the headlines on the website because I like to know what's going on throughout the day and relay that to you from our pretty good writers for the website. They give us all the stories. Jeff Hathorn, Andy Limberg. So, but the big headline I see, and this is something I think all the big shows on the Fan talked about yesterday, was in sports, right up there, right? Of course, sports, 937thefan.com. Duh. Steelers want to be the Eagles. Are they even close? What a question. And that story, big story right above, Dave Parker will be immortalized in the Hall of Fame as a Pittsburgh Pirate. Love to hear that. But big story, big question. Steelers want to be the Eagles. Are they even close? And I'm not writing an objective story here. I give my opinions on this show. No, they're not close. They're really not. The Eagles are a nice lesson in resilience based on taking risks while not being too patient, because patience is okay. I think waiting things out is okay. You don't want to be somebody who make people upset or make people resent you for having a quick hook. Things need time to develop. The Eagles have just done something, though, that, they've just done something that you don't do very, very often. The teams don't really do very often, and that's, they've won a Super Bowl with two different head coaches, two different quarterbacks, and two different foundations of teams. And they've been to 3 Super Bowls, but they've done that all in a stretch where the Steelers have not even been able to win a playoff game. And we keep beating that point up. We keep beating that point in to conversation, but really it is something to reflect on. Like, truly, like, anybody who defends Tomlin or the way the Steelers are doing things. And again, you got to be a good team to be able to put yourself in this position to win, and not everybody can do it. But at the same time, when you look at what the Steelers have done, they're not trying anything new. And the Eagles tried some new things and won twice, went to 3 Super Bowls, all in the stretch where the Steelers haven't even been able to win a playoff game, while making the playoffs all but 2 years in that stretch. Or 3 years, whatever it was. They didn't make it in 18, 19, or 22. So yeah, they missed playoffs 3 times in that stretch. And every time they made the playoffs, they lost in the first round. So why I mention that is just to say the Steelers aren't close. The Eagles' the big emphasis I want to put here is like the Eagles decided to part ways with their head coach, Doug Peterson, even though he won them a Super Bowl and they weren't overly loyal. He went on and has had some success with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They haven't done well as of recent, but he gave them some hope. It was a good fit for him there. And Nick Sirianni gets hired by the Eagles, and the Eagles are winning. And they just won a Super Bowl. So for that story written by Jeff Hathorn, posted 18 hours ago on 937thefan.com, Steelers want to be the Eagles. Are they even close? The clear answer is no. Because the Steelers keep peddling the idea and the strategy of let's just be good enough. And it is infuriating even more. Like, I'm not mad at the Eagles. I'm glad they won. And if I didn't have a bet on it, I'd be happy that they dethroned the Chiefs and derailed their chance at Super Bowl history. Like, I'm not mad at the Eagles. Like, they're doing the thing. There should be some model after what they're doing. Howie Roseman's pushing the right buttons as general manager. The Steelers are not. Now, the Steelers, in good faith, like I think that there's good faith in their efforts most of the time. They want to keep the head coach around, and they don't develop well. And that's pretty evident. That was a good question too yesterday. Like, I'm almost upset I didn't think of this question. Like, well, the Steelers drafted Chase Claypool instead of Jalen Hurts. But would Jalen Hurts have led the Steelers to a Super Bowl if he were on the Steelers right now? And it doesn't feel like it. Because the Steelers haven't been good at developing either. Well, the Eagles have seemed to very well develop a lot of their players. They gave Jalen Hurts the right amount of patience, the right amount of confidence to get the job done. He had a lot of critics. Those critics are gone now. He's been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and beat the Chiefs in the rematch 2 years after they lost. The dude's legit. The dude's talented, and paired with a running back. That's like Howie Roseman taking Saquon Barkley, too. Solid move there, right? Because you complement your running quarterback with a solid running back. And you get an offense that's hard to stop, hard to predict. And you know what the Steelers' offense is? Relatively easy to predict, says everybody in the league every time. 412-928-9370. Got some callers on the line now, so we'll get to them right now. But you can get a phone line, too, if you're out there. 412-928-9370. Dial that number. Get on the line. Talk to me this morning. Are the Steelers even close to the Philadelphia Eagles? Do the Steelers want to be the Eagles? Or do the Steelers want to be the Steelers? And can the Steelers be the Steelers and ever win again? A lot of questions. So talk to me. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. This is GP. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm feeling great. A little fired up this morning. What's up?
Not much. Hey, Harry. Remember we touched base last week about this Super Bowl?
Yes.
And I told you that
you said the Eagles were going to win, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And I said
I remember.
The Philadelphia defense is way better than Kansas City. Their D-backs are way better. Remember, and I said they're gonna bring Pickett in. Hurts gets hurt, but he didn't get hurt. But they did bring him in to mop up.
Yes, you did. You did. I do remember. I vouched for you.
Okay, but just getting what you're talking about today, they're not even close. The Steelers are not even close to Philadelphia. No way. They don't. They signed free agents, good free agents. They can develop. I mean, we ruined Pickett. They didn't have a proper coach. They didn't have a quarterback coach. The offensive coordinator was pathetic. Mm-hmm. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. And thank you for the call. 412-928-9370. Now, let's not get this mistaken either. Kenny Pickett got into the game because the Eagles were blowing out the Chiefs. So, now, I don't want to say the word ruin because I don't know if Kenny Pickett was that good. Like, we may never know until he gets a chance to start again, and he may very well get a chance to start if he goes on to a team that that needs him as a starter or would be interested in him as a starter. Is he that good? We'll only be able to tell when he goes to another team, and we'll see how good the fit is. Jason Mackey lightly proposed on X yesterday the idea of Kenny Pickett coming back to the Steelers. If he'd be interested, I don't think he would, but if the price was right, what an interesting proposal there. No, I think that ship has sailed. I don't think they're interested in a new contract or another chance. I don't think the Steelers are interested in giving him another chance. I don't think Kenny Pickett needs or wants another chance with the Steelers. But just because he got it in garbage time does not make him a good quarterback. So we need to keep that in mind, too. Now, did the Steelers ruin him from his ultimate potential? They could have. We may never know the definitive answer to that question, though. Like, if you believe that, I mean, yeah, there are indications out there that, yeah, they didn't give him the best chance to succeed, and I admit that. And they tried to, I think, admit fault by bringing in new quarterbacks and shipping him off to the Eagles. It's just pretty hilarious. And the ultimate irony that you trade him to the Eagles, are all making fun of him for being a backup, and he takes the final snap for the Eagles in their second Super Bowl championship win in history. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good question to ask. Did they ruin Pickett? I mean, you can only speculate on that. There's no definitive answer there. You'll never really know. Is it just because he wasn't good enough? Now, I will say this about him. He won when he was here, and he struggled, and it looked ugly at times, but I do remember a lot of comeback wins for the Steelers when he was on the team, when they were being hasty and when they were rushing in the fourth quarter and they were desperate to get yards. They moved the ball, and he was a part of those wins. Staying healthy was a little bit of an issue for him too, but I don't knock him though. I mean, he's a Super Bowl champion. We may never know what his future would have been like with better development, but that's my overarching point too, is that the Steelers struggle with developing players. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Anthony here in Oakland.
Hi, what's up?
Well, the disappointing thing about the Pittsburgh Steelers is, and Art obviously goes into a cocoon in the offseason because, I mean, the Steelers are being criticized by ex-players for the vanilla defense and offense, current players, I mean, players that are facing them criticize them, and ex-Steeler players have lambasted them. Yeah. And nothing seems to change over there. I mean, look, if I'm Tomlin, I try to take some of the responsibility that I have and give to others. Hey, Gerard Mayo is sitting out there. Bring him in as a defensive consultant. Bring in or go get Larry Foote, who's been with a Super Bowl winning on Tampa's been here. Bring him in as linebackers coach and head coach. Go out and get Doug Peterson or Frank Reich to bring in as an offensive overseer. Do something different, for goodness sakes. Yeah, I mean, you talk about drafting and developing. Doesn't that sound familiar now? That's been the Pittsburgh Pirates for the past 35 years.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you, Anthony. Thank you for the call. Call back anytime. Love hearing from you. 412-928-9370. Yeah, drafting and developing, not great. Well, the Penguins drafted and developed a bunch of players before. They haven't really done anything since. Goaltender's been a big struggle for them, and they did hire a director of hockey operations that struggled when he was in Toronto with getting goaltenders. So, and that's kind of moving through this season now with the Penguins, especially because they had to demote Tristan Jarry in the second year of his 5-year big millions contract. Yeah, I get you. I hear you. Gerard Mayo, I'm not really interested in him. I mean, he was the Patriots' succession plan that I don't know if it was their intention to just do terrible and have him take the brunt of that and then move on, or whether they actually thought he could do the job as head coach and he just didn't do the job well. Defensively, I'm not really for that. There's no name right now that really sticks out to me. Mike McCarthy would have been a good one. But no Mike McCarthy. I don't even blame Arthur Smith. When I think about offensive coordinators, like, I don't blame Arthur Smith either for anything that's gone on here. The culture just seems like it's stuck. That's all. I mean, I don't. How do you fix that? Who do you bring in to fix the culture? I don't know exactly right now. I mean, there's nobody left. There's no big names left where I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, that's the person. Just among available options, I don't know. I think the Steelers didn't act quickly enough to make improvements or offer anybody from the outside to help. And when you don't do that, yeah, I mean, you're gonna get where they're at right now, which is just being stuck in the middle. I see their Super Bowl odds for 2025 have already been released, and they're not good. I think there are only 10 teams that have worse odds to win the Super Bowl than the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they are now worse. They're on the worst half of teams in the NFL. Go Steelers. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line hangout. Got a quick break coming up here, and then I'm going to come back. We'll do more sports talk coming up next. Talking about the Steelers. How close? I guess that's the question now. So we've identified that they're clearly not close. But how close are they? How long do you expect before the Steelers, we'll say, win a playoff game? How long before the Steelers get to another Super Bowl? I get that it can't happen every year, but how much longer are we going to wait here in Pittsburgh for a serious team in the playoffs? Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Sarri-Callis. You're listening to the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Jalen Hurts went from being benched in the national championship game to named Super Bowl MVP. He says his journey is unprecedented, saying he didn't dream of these moments, but it was more so the work and determination to be the best he can be. Hurts went on to say it means everything to be able to bring a championship back to Philly. The Eagles are planning to celebrate their Super Bowl victory with a parade this Friday. As for the Chiefs, tight end Travis Kelce only had 4 catches on 6 targets for less than 40 yards in the Super Bowl loss. According to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport, Kelce's undecided about returning for the 2025 season. Patrick Mahomes, who suffered his first postseason loss since the AFC Championship game in 2021, took a career-high 6 sacks and had 3 giveaways in the Super Bowl loss. Mahomes says his 2 Super Bowl losses will affect him the rest of his life and career. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday morning rush starting out relatively dry and accident-free. This report brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. Right now on the 3 parkways, no problems to report there. Traffic is moving at the posted speed limit. Same story for Route 28. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, crews wrapping up overnight work on the McKees Rocks Bridge. Watch for possible closures and lane restrictions across the span till about 6 o'clock this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Right now, during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic. Plus, get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour. February 27th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful.
Tickets are on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour, another Drusky Entertainment event.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Let me give you a story as to what happened recently in our house. So my wife, her car from Schultz Ford, right, needed state inspection. You know what they did? Sent somebody out. They grabbed her car. They left the loaner there. And they took her car, got it inspected at the shop, and brought it back. Yep, pickup and delivery service. That's just one of the perks. Schultz Ford. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, something small to come out and get it done right in your driveway. Like I told you about, pickup and delivery service. All those great locations, got the city surrounded, and the people are just fantastic. So much going on at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Everything I just told you about, you just can't go wrong. So if you need a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, any vehicle, get to Schultz Ford or check them out. Always online, schultzford.com.
Staying warm this winter isn't easy. You've used blankets, space heaters, even some wishful thinking. To make it through the final stretch, use a little heat from fine wine and good spirits. Jack Daniel's Fire Whiskey brings a flair of cinnamon spice, while Kahlua Rum and Coffee Liqueur is rich, sweet, and melts the cold away. Both are $2 off and ready to fight the ice with heat and flavor. Shop in-store and online at FWGS.com. 750-milliliter bottles. Offers on March 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. I have a little poem for you. Roses are red, Blue Chew is blue. Order today. Your partner will thank you. It can be hard to get a good Valentine's Day gift idea every year, candy, flowers, etc. But if you go to BlueChew.com and talk to one of their licensed medical providers, then the hardest part of your Valentine's Day won't be picking out jewelry. And if you didn't know about Blue Chew by now, well, it's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra in chewable form, and better yet, at a fraction of the cost. And because Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you've got no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations or waiting in line at the pharmacy. It just ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. And again, it's chewable, so if you don't like swallowing pills, no problems here. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's Dan Zangerly for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garba, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it. Whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Fan Early Morning Show, and just as quick as I come back, I got to run, so I apologize. Just out of time. So we'll get moving to the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. They'll be on, and that comes up next, so stay tuned for that. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
This is Ron Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour. February 27th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful.
Tickets are on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour, another Drusty Entertainment event.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves. Tee off on a PGA course and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitspc.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of trouble early in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Parkways east and west mainly up to speed heading into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28. Parkway North's HOV lanes are open, and you can use them with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. Also in Jefferson Hills Borough, a vehicle fire crews on the scene on Foster Avenue near Maple Alley, and an accident near Mount Washington on Boggs Avenue at Midsiger Street. As well, watch for delays around that. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenderovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. How is everybody? How you doing, Crowley?
I'm good, pal.
Yeah, good. Good.
You're
Callis,
good?
I'm great. Yeah, I'm great. Got to get some good sleep. Went to bed early. Callis, how you doing?
I'm all right. I've been feeling a little antsy lately, though.
Any particular reason?
I think it's all the weight loss. It's just making me... I've been telling I was telling Crowley about this the other day. Everything now in my life feels magnified. Like,
except for
now,
your
like,
waistline. I mean, that's shrinking.
Well, that's true, but I mean, like, mentally. It's like, one of the things is I would cope with food, and I'm glad that got targeted and eliminated, and now I'm losing weight, and I feel better. But, like, everything's also, like, I don't know, I just feel a lot more pressure all the way around, like, because now I'm conscious of more things.
Is this good pressure or is it bad pressure?
Some of it's good, some of it's bad. Like, the van I was starting to talk to Crowley about is getting a little... Owning 3 cars was getting a little... a lot. How about that, right?
How about that?
I'm starting to think that was an impulsive decision.
Oh.
He said that to me walking down the stairs yesterday, Doran, and my reaction was the same. Burning hair.
Oh.
So my first thought was look under the hood, make sure there's not a family of cats or squirrels living in there. That's a
mice.
thing. Mice, that happens.
No, the radiator might have some issues, though, cooling down the vehicle whenever it's not in motion. Like, it's safe. It's just, it's got some quirks.
Yeah, that's a quirk. Good for you, man, that a year into this thing, you're having squirrel issues in your hood.
No. There's no squirrel in the hood. I looked. Everything's
Rats.
fine. No rats.
Maybe.
I looked under the hood. I checked.
Do you leave the car parked outside?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Now, this isn't... When I bought my SUV a couple years ago, the transmission was shredded and tailpipe had holes in it, and I didn't figure that out. So my track record with used cars isn't great, but this is not as bad as that. But I will tell you this, too, as a fun story. My mechanic told me after I had problems with the SUV, he said, hey, if you're ever going to buy a car again, you can bring it down and we'll look at it for you and make sure it's all good. And I didn't do that with the van. And now I feel like the mechanic's going to be pissed at me, rightfully so. But they're going to get my business. I like these guys.
You are an impulsive guy.
Yep. Yes.
I think sometimes you need to just take a beat, breathe. A texter, like we said, take advice from your smart friends. Our texters are our friends. This is sound advice right here at 412-928-9370. Cocaine will help you cope and keep the weight off. There you go, dude. It's simple as that. Just
Very
a little bit of cocaine, and you'll be fine.
Yep.
I am selling a vehicle, though. I'm in the process of that, so you guys can...
Which one?
The SUV. I talked to my family, and they said there is no way. The van's familiar. It could take a lot of people. It's practical. It'll help you better with your productions at work when you do them. The SUV's just... It was there to have
what kind?
Strange vehicle.
The Honda, right?
Yeah, the Element is what it's called.
Honda Element, what year?
2006.
If you want to buy Harry Callis's vehicle, 412-928-9370.
Are we allowed to do that? I didn't think we were allowed to do that.
Hit us up on the text line. I don't know.
I don't think we're allowed to.
Well, it's
Well, now it's out
547.
there. I mean, who's going to stop us? We want to sell a Honda Element from 2006. We will do just that on this here radio program. First time in the history of radio, producer sells his car live on the air.
Right.
412-928-9370. It was 76 degrees when we came in this morning, which is too hot.
In the studio.
In the studio. Way too hot. And then Callis, on the other side, it was like 30 degrees. Climate control in here all screwed up. What's up with Mackie?
I don't know.
Mackie was logged into your computer. He's logged into my computer. So what do we figure? He just jumps between computers every other segment and jacks the heat up as high as possible.
It's the same thing every time.
It needs it to be 76 degrees in here. That is obnoxious.
That's a lot. That's hot.
Even if it's negative 10 outside, you ain't going up to 76.
Right.
In here?
Why is he always... This is every time he's on. He's logged into my computer and logged into your computer.
Just bouncing back and forth.
Yes.
Is it usually cold where you sit, Doran, by the window?
No.
You don't feel that draft at all coming from there? No.
There's 6 windows.
Yeah, it's big.
No, I figure, but I was just asking because maybe
There's multiple panes.
Thick.
That's why I'm asking. I don't sit over there, but my first theory would have been maybe he got cold sitting by the window. And
he was clearly cold. I'm hoping he was not ill. He's supposed to join us today at 8 a.m. Texter, much like your doctor, you should probably listen to your mechanic as they are your car's doctor.
No, I trust my mechanic. I'm just...
Clearly you didn't listen to him.
So much so that you don't go to him.
Just because I didn't listen to him doesn't mean that I don't trust him.
Nobody said that anything about trust. They said listen.
It's exactly what that means. If somebody you trust gives you advice, you heed the advice. If you don't, then really do you trust them? I would argue no.
Right.
Texter, Tradio. Yeah, it's probably illegal. That's probably illegal.
Tradio.
I don't know why it would be illegal. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with selling Harry's car on the air? Because everyone doesn't have that ability to do so, well, be a radio producer.
Right.
Work your ass off like Harry. Go to Waynesburg. Befriend Lanny Terry. Get a job here.
I think it's more because other people are nice enough to pay for advertising, and this is just
Texter, hey, it's Rock, the geologist again. Do we remember?
Rock the geologist.
Do we remember Rock the geologist? I feel like we would.
I feel like it's a fake thing. Go ahead.
I'm looking for an SUV, and my wife and I are expecting our first child in April. How many miles and what are we talking? We're not doing that. We are.
This is not a vehicle for your family. No.
It's not a vehicle. Okay, you trust us. You like us. We're on the radio. You're listening to the show. Here would be my advice to you. Don't buy a 2006 Harry Callis pre-owned vehicle. Put your baby in it.
Right.
No, don't do that. But it has a new transmission and a new tailpipe.
When's the last time you cleaned that thing?
No, I clean it all the time.
Do you really?
Real nice, yeah. I loved that car, and then I got another car. And then I got another car.
Texter, Callis, get a woman. You won't be impulsive anymore. That's true.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, because then I can...
Because they'll tell you, hey, this is dumb, and you'll be like, I'm doing it anyway, and then they'll say, bye-bye sex, and then you'll say, you know what, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do it.
I just had a change of heart. Amazing how that works.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they affected, well.
My wife keeps me from doing all kind of stupid stuff all the time. It's my favorite thing about her.
I think it'd be more calm in the presence of a lady in that nature, though, the relations.
He says things in a way that I want to punch him because I have no idea what he's talking about.
I have no idea what he's saying.
It's a calm way, the thing, ladies, relations.
Yes. What, in your car?
He's like low IQ Yoda.
Like, yeah, like, where's the, like, what are we talking about? Like, are we talking about, like,
it's
I don't
calming
know.
Their presence, the ladies' relations.
No, all right, I didn't want to flat out say it like this. But this is great. I'll be uncomfortable. If I had more sex, perhaps I'd be more calm.
That's
also the idea, not just the holding of it, but it's like, oh yeah, maybe if I had that and got that out, that'd be better.
Got that out.
Get it out of your system.
That's what I'm saying.
Dorn and I were talking about this before we got on the air. Like, I remember like 10 years ago, my wife, she asked, hey, you want to go to the farmer's market today? And I did not, because it's a farmer's market and there was basketball on a Saturday. And I said, no, I'd rather just sit here and eat and watch the ball games. And she said, okay. And it hit me. Wow. I was probably 25, 26. We had just been married. I'm never going to have to do anything that I don't want to ever again.
You're an adult.
I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. There's nothing I'm ever going to have to do that I don't want to do. God, was that stupid.
Yep.
Then you have kids, and they got this, and they got that, and they got this, and they got that, and everyone's got this, and someone's got that. And really, being an adult is basically just a series of doing things you don't want to do.
Yeah, that's the definition of being an adult. That was our conversation, is always having to do something you don't want to do. Like I never want to do the things that I have to do all the time.
Right.
And I have to do them. And it's just
obligation after obligation after obligation.
Yep. It's every day. Every single day. Some things I like to do. But a lot of things it's like, like I'd rather spend my energy doing something else, but I can't.
Right.
Yep.
Like, I don't want to take them to this practice today. I'm a good dad. I'm going to. Yep. I'm not going to complain to them, but like it'd be nice to not have to sit here for 2 hours while they're shooting basketball or going to theater class or whatever.
And you're always tired.
Oh, yeah. That's another part of adulthood is that you are just constantly tired. 95% of the time you're tired. The other 5% you're sleeping.
Yep.
Texter, sounds like Harry needs a trip to the bunny ranch.
No, I think I should be able to control my impulses without the aid of any of that stuff.
Again with
the bunny ranch would be fun. It'd be fine. All right,
I
fine.
need to see that phone number.
All right, fine.
It's probably my wife trying to mess around.
I need to see that phone number.
Speaking of which, you want a chance to win a trip to Vegas and stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim for you and 3 guests, plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Where are the commas?
I mean, what the hell is that? That doesn't even count as me reading that. I'm going to have to do this later on in the show. That is insane.
Mm-hmm.
I am out of breath. I am winded now. It's like I was doing suicides in the basketball court. What the hell? I'm going to read that again just for effect. Want a chance to win a trip to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim for you and 3 guests, plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the 2 first rounds of the college basketball championship?
Jeez.
I mean, we trying to kill me?
Jeez.
Seriously, Cows, are we trying to kill me here?
The Cows write
No, he didn't write it.
Well, it is funny, though. That is good.
I mean, that is a sentence.
That's long.
That is a really long sentence.
It's not hard to put you through pain, is it? It's just, you have
I have a very low threshold.
Just limit the commas in a I'll remember that.
That's all it takes. Just no commas, and I'll bitch.
Yeah, you're done.
We're good. But seriously, if you want to win that mega package, all you got to do is download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. This national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd, so get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day. Well, we got 4 hours coming your way, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack.
That's a great prize pack.
Oh, my God.
We talked about it last week.
$20K, go watch the college basketball championship first couple of games.
In Vegas?
In Vegas?
What?
Let's go.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
I, anymore, don't get a chance to go out to the bar and watch as many sporting events as I'd like to. I like to be around people sometimes for a game, and people are excited. NCAA basketball tournament, I like being out in public.
Yeah, you like being around the people.
Yeah. People got different bets going on in different corner of the bar, and you got every game on. Because I don't have the cable. So now I go on the NCAA, the tournament app, which is good on the phone. It's trash on the TV. It pixelates.
Oh.
It freezes. It takes too long to load. And you might be saying to yourself, Crowley, your Wi-Fi sucks. That might be true, but I don't have that problem with other things.
Mm-hmm.
So I like going to the bar.
It's a good weekend.
Noon to
That's
2
your favorite
a.m.
thing, right?
It's my favorite sporting event. It's my favorite thing. I used to take off every Friday of the NCAA tournament. Sometimes I would take off Thursday and Friday. Now I don't have to because we're done.
Yeah.
In time to, I got a couple hours after the show, go post up at a bar. Texter. Sorry. Word of advice. Treasure all the times you spend with your kids because one day they'll be off to college and you'll be like, where did all the time go? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But if I drop her off at theater but have to sit in the lobby, I'm not really hanging out with her.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's all. Oh, drop my pen.
Callis, I feel like you have thoughts about something. You have that look on your face that you want to get something off your chest.
I'm just thinking. What do I do?
With the car?
How do I talk to my mechanic? How do I find a woman? This is what I'm talking about. I just have an enhanced perception of reality now. I'm just thinking about everything.
Make them a priority.
I gotta get 10 signatures too for this council thing that's coming up. The process starts on the 18th. If I get 10 signatures, I'm on the ballot.
Just go and put the piece of paper in the kitchen here, and you'll get 10 signatures by the time you walk in here tomorrow.
They have to be Granger residents.
They're not. I guarantee you they ain't cross-checking.
They do.
No way.
You have to turn in your list to the office, and then they check. They reference. It's legit. So I'm thinking about that, too. And now I'm thinking,
it can't be Green Tree employees?
No. You have to be a resident here.
So you have to go door to door, basically?
No, I know people that live in Green Tree. It's actually not going to be that hard now that I think of it.
Of course it's not going to be hard. It's 10 signatures.
But I'm scared. I know, but then I'm scared. I'm like, am I going to be popular enough to do this? Am I going to persuade people that I'm the best of...
I don't mean to be insensitive, but I feel like Attila the Hun could go around and knock on doors and get 10 signatures.
You guys asked me what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm thinking about.
But you don't know 10 people that live, you don't know, personally know 10 people that live in Green Tree?
No, I do, but
it's just knock on doors.
It's just one thought to the next. All right, then I get the signatures. Can I persuade people that I'm the best leader for them?
I hate to say this, but if you're really concerned about getting the 10 signatures, perhaps you shouldn't be on the council.
I'm not concerned about getting the signatures. I'm concerned about what's going to happen after the signatures. It's just the process. Okay, can I win the vote? Can I do this? Can I persuade people?
You should think about that before you even approach doing this.
I feel like Benito Mussolini could walk around
knocking on doors.
Okay, here's the thing.
And get 10 signatures.
When you ask me what my thoughts are and I give them to you honestly, it's just a thought. I mean, I think if I get a little extra sleep and I figure this out and I'm in a more calm state, yeah, I'll be okay. But I'm just antsy right now. That's all I told you.
Joseph Stalin could go door to door and get 10 signatures.
You're just having fun with this, I see.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to diffuse your anxiety.
That doesn't help, though. That makes me worse.
All right, let's talk about sports. Entire pre-show wasted with Callus's trivial musings.
Oh, I know. When we talk about me, it's just the worst.
That's right.
When I hear about your farting and bathroom habits and your taco spicy stomach, yeah, all the time. That's what Pittsburgh wants to hear.
Taco spicy stomach. Buffalo chicken dip stomach.
Daisy Ranch dip. You guys ever make at-home garlic bread?
Yeah.
They just take a piece of bread, throw some butter on there, a little garlic butter.
Yep.
And just pop it right in the oven.
Yep.
Did that last night.
How was it?
Next level.
Did you eat pasta with it?
No, I just made a piece of garlic bread.
One piece of garlic bread?
I did, yeah.
What?
I had a hankering for garlic bread.
One piece? Though.
One.
Did you want another piece after you ate that piece?
Of course I did.
Well, why did you make 2 pieces?
Because I said I was only going to have one. I'm on a fitness kick.
1 piece of garlic bread.
1 piece. The Tuscan Pane or whatever from Trader Joe's. A little butter, a little garlic.
1 piece.
A little bit of Parmesan on top of that.
What kind of bread?
Tuscan Pane.
Man.
Texter. All right, last one, then we'll talk sports. You will never get a modern-day independent woman if you don't get your grown ass out of your parents' house. You got 4 cars. Get your own house. That's true. If you can
I only have 3 cars.
Oh, that changes everything.
Yep.
We're talking about sports in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Kick it again to an E, and that's it. The clock will continue to go down from 20 seconds. So if Super Bowl 52 was framed as the Philly special, this has got to be Eagle Voodoo here in New Orleans as they found the magic spell on the 2-time defending champion Chiefs, stopping them with an incredible performance. The bench is empty, the teams converge, and this one is over. And the Eagles have beaten the Chiefs convincingly in Super Bowl 59, 40-22.
Wasn't even that close. Not really. Patrick Mahomes kind of with the FU touchdown, that long toss there at the end. But how about Kenny Pickett forever being cemented in history? You see the TV final call, it's going to be Kenny Pickett kneeling down. You hear Kevin Harlan there, it's Kenny Pickett kneeling down. It's wild to me.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to start the show with Kenny Pickett. We might needle Mackey about Kenny Pickett things at 8 o'clock. Because Mackey threw out a Kenny Pickett-related topic for his evening show last night. People destroyed him for it, and then he sent out like 3 or 4 other tweets trying to rationalize it.
Yeah.
Mackey, just set it and forget it, buddy. Don't you worry about your hot takes. You don't got to worry about the takes. Throw the takes out there. Bang.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter, let's mute that now. But more on that later on in the show. I heard the beginning of Pony and Muller yesterday. I heard a lot of other people trying to rationalize the same way. Pony said because the Eagles won, he actually feels better about the Steelers' lot in the NFL. I heard somebody else on a prominent podcast yesterday say it was refreshing to see a team win the Super Bowl without one of those elite megastar alien quarterbacks. And I can see that point of view. Like, hey, you don't need to have one to win a Super Bowl. I do think Jalen Hurts has proved his worth over the last 2 games. He looked pretty elite to me, but you get what I'm saying. And I get what they're saying to a point. But here's the thing. If the Steelers are the Eagles light, light. There's probably not enough time in the show to throw that many lights out there. How many teams have actually done that? Like, how many teams have actually said, damn it, we're going to run the ball, we're going to play defense, we'll throw it when necessary, and we'll win the whole damn thing? And recently, when have we seen it? Because the two teams that come to mind that really want to play that way are the Titans back when Arthur Smith was doing it with Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill. They hit their head on the AFC Championship game. And I think about the Baltimore Ravens, who they do it unconventionally. They've got Derrick Henry now, but they've been a great rushing team since Lamar entered the league. They've hit their head on the AFC Championship game. That doesn't make me feel better at all, Doran. Because if you find a quarterback that's one piece, and it's super hard to do, don't get me wrong. Philly was able to do it because they built the damn near perfect roster. So if you want to take comfort, anybody out there who is, in, oh, you can win that way, you have to be pretty much flawless. They've been flawless at drafting since pretty much 2018, Doran.
Yeah.
So I don't feel any better.
In order to win that way, you have to have a flawless roster, as you just said. You have to have a really good defense. You have to have a really good offensive line. But you also have to have the guy at running back. Like, you can't just do it with, a running back. You have to have the guy. They have the best running back in the NFL. The best. That's why. If you have the best running back in the NFL, yeah, you could do it. I feel like the teams that win Super Bowls, that can win Super Bowls without that star quarterback, have to have a star somewhere else.
Yes.
There's a star somewhere else that wins them the Super Bowl or elevates them to win the Super Bowl. And that's what we saw at Philly. Like, let's not like really, make this rocket science. They had the best running back, probably the best player in the NFL. Should have won the MVP, really, in my opinion.
He was head and shoulders better than the next closest running back, whereas you could put Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen in a bucket and say, all right, one of those three guys was the best quarterback this year.
Yes.
But it was clearly Saquon at running back.
Yes.
I'm with you on that. And I hate to do this to this guy because, hey, look, Philly's roster is really good. But if Najee Harris is their running back, they're not winning the Super Bowl. You need that guy who's going to take it 60 yards. And who, in the playoffs before this game, was averaging 35 yards a touchdown, for God's sakes. Like, he was that special, is that special.
Do you know why that the San Francisco 49ers had that nice little run or the last time that they made it to a Super Bowl? You know why? It wasn't the quarterback, right? They could be in this conversation. It was Christian McCaffrey.
Yep. And what do they keep doing? Hitting their heads on the Chiefs.
Yes.
But they thought that was the last piece. The running backs had been falling out of favor. They turned it on its head. They're the team of all the teams in the NFL where you go, oh, they don't need a running back. They don't need a star running back. They're the 49ers. They're plug and play. They're Shanahan's offense. And they said, nah, we need one.
Yep.
And they went and got one.
Yep.
And that's the closest, really, they've been. They went to overtime with the Kansas City Chiefs. So running back is important. Your roster from top to bottom, if you want to unseat these superhuman quarterbacks, it's got to be perfect. And so that's why I don't feel better about the Steelers today than I did before the Super Bowl. I understand where people are coming from. The Steelers are trying to do it the same way. The Steelers want to rush 4 and drop 7. And they've got the personnel to be able to do that fairly effectively. The Steelers want to run the ball. They ran the ball as much as any team in the NFL, including the Eagles. They just didn't run it effectively. They want to be Philly. That's why Andy Weidl's here.
Yep.
Problem is, it takes a damn long time to get there, man. And that's okay. I get that. But you can't draft bums. Like, you can't miss on a Broderick Jones. And I'm not calling him a bust yet, but if he ain't it this year, he's a bust.
Right.
Like, you can't have that miss. You need Troy Faltanu to be healthy. You need that to work out. You need Keanu Benton to be a hell of a lot better than he was this year. And I don't think he was bad, but I think he's miscast in the role that they have him.
He didn't make a step. He didn't take a step.
Correct. Joey Porter Jr., he's similar to Quinyon Mitchell in terms of their size, their athleticism, but he also didn't take a step. You need to be perfect if you want to be Philadelphia.
Yep.
And they're not perfect. No one is. Philly and the 49ers the last few years pretty close. I look at the Lions, and I think ultimately their injuries on defense and the attrition, that wound up catching up to them. that's as close to a perfect roster as you're going to get this side of Philadelphia. It takes time, man. And Aiden Hutchinson, their premier pass rusher, he got hurt. So I don't feel better. Like, oh, okay. Oh, it's pretty simple, Dorm. Just do what the Eagles did. They don't miss.
No.
We went over their drafts the last, 6 years yesterday. They do not miss. And then when they need to fill a hole, they make the right deal for an A.J. Brown. And then they'll make these in-the-margins deals and go out and get a Zach Bond because they're spending so much money on offense. Let's get young players on defense. Nakobe Dean, a young guy. Cooper DeJean, Quinion Mitchell. And then we'll spend $3 and change on Zach Bond, who is an outside backer, special teams guy in New Orleans, and all of a sudden he becomes maybe the premier inside backer in the sport this season?
Yes.
So,
I mean, that's not literally, they did their scouting, and they're like, okay, he was a special teams guy, but we think that this guy could be a linebacker. This guy has great instincts. That's legit scouting and actually hitting.
Yes.
That's scouting within the NFL and saying that we're going to pay this guy a little bit of money to come in and be our linebacker because we've watched so much tape on him to think that he can be a linebacker, starting linebacker for us, and we can fill all the holes around him, and he's going to be a good player. Like that, they didn't miss on anything.
Correct. And they are the perfect meld of we'll spend a lot of money on premium positions. We will scout and develop guys like Bond. We will allow young players to come in and flourish. You've got great coordinators. They're going to lose Kellen Moore, but Vic Fangio among the, if not the best in the sport. And then there are guys who they just hit on in the draft, and it's not even a developmental thing. They'll take risks on athletes.
Yep.
Like Jordan Davis, we're just going to take him. Everyone's scared. Everyone's scared of this guy. No, we'll just take him. We'll just take him, and it'll work out. And when we can't develop on the defensive line, and we feel like we're coming up a little short, we'll just go spend money on a guy like Javon Hargrave. They've got it figured out on every single level. And you know what? Same administration was in place when they lost a couple of years ago. So they had a damn near perfect roster then. And Howie Roseman pushed all the right buttons then. And they came up short. They didn't come up short, not by a long shot in this game. It felt like for a minute or two there, maybe the whole thing, that Kansas City didn't even believe that they should be on the field with him.
Right.
But that's what it takes, is being perfect. And the Steelers are nowhere close to that. I think their front four is really good. Pittsburgh's. Okay. They got Joey Porter Jr. If you go position grouping by position grouping, and you compare the Steelers to the Eagles, it's not even close. And then you look at what the Chiefs did to Pittsburgh at home, at Acrisure Stadium, compared to what the Eagles just did to Kansas City, you're not playing in the same league.
Nope.
Not at all. So, feel like we've nudged you in a certain direction. Do you feel any better knowing that you don't need a superstar quarterback to win the Super Bowl? 412-928-9370. A couple other questions we'll get into here, Doran. What do the Steelers need to do? How should they build to get there? At 412-928-9370. And then I actually pulled a list of teams that won the Super Bowl kind of in the same way. And I think some of them are stretches, and you can tell me.
Going back how far?
I only went back to 2000.
Okay.
The ones I remember.
Right.
I ain't no historian sitting here.
It was different football back then, too.
Different football.
Back then.
It was different football.
Before 2000, it was different. I mean, it was,
Right, we started throwing the ball more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the average size of this starting offensive line for the first Super Bowl compared to now?
No. What is it?
Now it's 325 is the average weight. Might even have been more than that.
What was it, 240 back?
It was 240.
240? I didn't see it.
Callis, and I mean this with all due respect, would have been, he'd been pushing people around.
I'd be an offensive lineman.
Oh.
240, yeah.
You'd be throwing dudes out of the club, man.
Yeah. I'd be a center. Wow.
Can you imagine that, popping in a time machine? We'd make a couple of stops first. You would go back and you'd be like, hey, Harry, probably don't buy that van.
Right.
Then the next stop, I don't know, hey, Crowley, don't do the long hair phase. You'd really help me out. And then you go all the way back. Hey, I'm just going to be the best center who ever lived. Who is this guy?
No. I would go in, and they'd be like, oh, okay, you're 240 pounds. We're going to put you in offensive line. I'd be like, no, wait. Give me the ball. How about that?
They'd be like, dude, you're huge. You're like, yeah, but wait, watch this.
Watch this.
Watch this. Run.
Watch this sprint.
Wow.
Watch this sprint. Give me the ball.
You wouldn't have been Jim Brown, but you'd have been like one standard deviation away from Jim Brown. Like, I don't want to take anything away from Jim Brown, but you could have been like kind of Jim Brown.
That's what they did with Jim Brown.
That dude can block. No. Watch him run.
Watch him run.
Watch this.
Let's give him the football.
Do you think they even stiff-armed back then? Like, did they know what that was?
Jim Brown was definitely stiff-arming
Jim Brown was stiff-arming dudes.
But back, no. There's no face mask. You're just breaking noses.
I love watching the old-timey highlights where you feel like it's going to cut into, like, Looney Tunes in the middle of it, and the quarterback's, like, 7-step drop. They're running backwards.
Yeah. Their pants are all high.
Oh, my God.
And
all the way up to their nipples. Yeah. And then at the quarter break, they're smoking cigs. I want to go back. What a time. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Just how far are the Steelers away from the Philadelphia Eagles? That's what an old-timey broadcaster would sound like. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby is going to represent Canada in the Four Nations face-off. This comes after he's recovered from an injury that he sustained on Tuesday of last week when they played the New Jersey Devils, when the Penguins played the New Jersey Devils. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks? With Choice Cabinet, you can have cabinets delivered to your house or apartment in as little as 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 Amish-made all-wood cabinets in stock. Whether you're a contractor or doing a DIY remodel, check out Choice Cabinet, choicecabinet.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Cloudy with snow today, the high 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk.
Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Friday is Valentine's Day, so if you still have shopping to do, then it's time to get to Macy's, because we make finding the perfect gift so easy. How easy? We have last-minute gifts that feel truly thoughtful, like fragrance gift sets from Yves Saint Laurent, Carolina Herrera, and Marc Jacobs, boxed and ready to give. Yeah, it doesn't get much easier than that. So head to Macy's and make their Valentine's Day a little more special, and your life a little bit easier. But hurry in, because you're almost out of time. These deals end Friday at Macy's.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. It does appear Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will part ways finally. This seemed inevitable once Woody Johnson reportedly wanted to bench the four-time NFL MVP before the feckless and impetuous owner decided to clean house in mid-season. Besides the money, having Rodgers hanging around would be a lot for a rookie head coach and GM to handle. For the Jets, I'm Boomer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday morning rush off to a little bit of a rough start. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. In Harbor Township, crews on the scene of an accident. This is on Height Road, the 500 block near the ramps to and from Route 28. Also a vehicle fire in Jefferson Hills Borough on Foster Road near Maple Alley. Parkway West, you are a little bit heavy past Parkway Center and then again at the Banksville Merge Point. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. And on the Parkway North main line up to speed, HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just seeing some numbers here on the ratings for the Super Bowl, Doran. Fox projects that Super Bowl 59 averaged a record 126 million viewers, peaking at 135.7 million in the second quarter. The number blows past last season's 123.7 million average. That's nuts to me.
Yeah.
Last year's game was a classic. This year's game was ass. But I think it's because people were hate watching it.
Yeah, like Starkey.
I was shocked to hear him say, and he does not lie, like he's not a fake radio host. None of our guys are fake like that. Starkey said that it was a top 5 sporting event for him all time because he just took so much pleasure in the Chiefs getting run.
Yep.
Now, I'm not against the hate watch. I love the hate watch, but that many more people watched it and were doing so to hate watch it? It's interesting to me.
Very, very. I thought it would be way lower.
Me too.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be the ratings are really bad, and then people on both sides of the aisle were going to try to politicize it.
Yep.
Like, well, it's because of this. Oh, it's because they took and racism off the field. Oh no, it's because Kendrick Lamar was doing the halftime show. I'm happy it was high. And then no one's going to say crap.
Yep.
Yes, they will. Just not in our corner of the internet, Doran. Who doesn't watch the Super Bowl? My wife and I were talking about that. What's the population of the United States? It's up over 350 million. I'm Googling now.
It's got to be a small percentage.
334.9 million. So, okay, I was wrong. My bad. 335 million people live in the United States, and 126 million on average were watching it. That means 200 million people weren't watching the Super Bowl? Who are these people?
Right. Well,
Where do they lie?
I saw somebody that I follow on Instagram put out on their story, like, I don't watch the Super Bowl. I think football's dumb or whatever, like trying to make fun of it. I was like, I'm immediately unfollowing you. Like, I have nothing in common. Like if you don't watch the Super Bowl, like we have nothing in common, and I don't want no parts of your life.
I am curious, and that was a good move on your part. Like, I don't need that in my life. People are going to work. Like a lot of people work, and so they're not going to watch it. Okay, I understand that. 200 million people be working, and I know we're going to get inundated with text right now. Not everybody likes football. Everyone in my life, even those whom I know who don't like football, still go to Super Bowl parties.
Right, because it's a party.
Yes.
Time to hang out.
I'm going to eat guacamole.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch commercials.
Yep.
I'm going to get some Daisy Ranch dip. I'm going to get some Daisy Sour Cream French onion dip.
Mm-hmm.
How are the viewers tallied?
Nielsen.
Right, but I mean, if you have a Super Bowl party and you're watching on the same screen, does that count as one person with one encoder?
That's a good question. I'm not going to pretend like I understand all that. 200 million people just be walking around like, oh, did you catch the big game yesterday? No.
No.
Like, what?
I was at the zoo. What? What?
My daughter woke up. She was 6, so she didn't see any of the game. She was bummed because she was going to get to stay up late. She asked me the next morning, who won the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
She's 5.
Right. I saw an interview with Elijah Wood a couple of years ago, and I've always liked Elijah Wood ever since he was younger and is an actor. And
Rudy,
all kinds of different. No, that's Sean Astin. Elijah Wood was in like Lord of the Rings or whatever, right?
So was Sean Astin.
Was he?
Yeah, but I confused them. I know who you're talking about.
No.
Elijah Wood was Frodo, and Sean Astin was Samwise Gamgee. Sorry.
He said he's never watched a football game in his life, and they asked him who was in the Super Bowl. He's like, I have no idea. I don't watch football. I don't like football. And it changed my whole perception of him.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man. I've always
So you
liked
didn't
this
like
guy.
him anymore?
No, I don't like him anymore.
Meanwhile, guys like Bradley Cooper, they're like, E-A-G-L-E-S Eagles. You're like, oh, Bradley Cooper's kind of cool.
Yep. Anne Hathaway.
And, God.
Yeah.
She would be on my laminated list.
Laminated list?
Yeah.
Your call sheet?
Yes. Yes.
Your coach's call sheet? Your play call list? X-rate.
Ben McAdoo's got that Cheesecake Factory play sheet. Mine's really long. I just keep adding people like Anne Hathaway. She's 42, man. I did not know that.
Well, how old did you think she was?
I don't know. I always feel like they're actors are the age of the first thing I saw them in. Like Anne Hathaway will always be the chick from Princess Diaries. Where, oh my God, her hair's curly and she's wearing glasses. God, is she ugly? Straightens her hair, takes the glasses off, a little blush. Wow, she's a total 10. Stupid.
I mean, that's not that far away from you. I always forget that too. I'm like, oh, this person's 40-some years old. I'm like, oh, well, I'm like almost 37.
Yeah, that's true. I think of myself as like 25.
Right.
Texter, probably the 100 million plus devices watching multiple people, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, I think they factor all that in, too. Unless that was only Fox and they have to include streaming. Texter, many diehard Steelers fans won't watch if the Steelers aren't in it. I used to do this. I just don't buy that.
I don't either.
I don't buy that. Like they'll do the market by market breakdown, and it'll be 40% of people in Pittsburgh were watching the damn Super Bowl. And then I wonder, if that accounts for like 30 people in a household. Callis might be onto something there.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what people do if they don't like sports. Honestly, I just don't know. And they ain't listening to this show. I don't know what they do.
Right.
All right. Well, that's not what we were supposed to talk about, but that is what we wound up talking about. So 412-928-9370. How far are the Steelers away from the Eagles? What steps can they take to build out like the Eagles? And how many teams have won championships out of the 59 we've handed out the same way as the Eagles? That's all on the way. If you've got a theory on why people don't like the Super Bowl, 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight at 9 o'clock against SMU. Pitt has lost 3 games in a row, and if you want to listen to tonight's game against SMU, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Again, game time is at 9 o'clock. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. Pull up a seat at our hospitality bar for an unparalleled shopping experience in a relaxed, comfortable environment. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met yet?
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Text Us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Somebody sent us a tweet during the break, Norm. Some guy named Nick Huber on Twitter has a bunch of followers. He tweeted this during the Super Bowl. You guys are spending your Sunday nights watching grown men fight over a ball. I'm making cold calls and catching up on emails. We'll work on my business plan in a few minutes. How to win, zig when everyone else zags. You are a dork. Dork. First of all, hey, why don't I interrupt everybody's Super Bowl party? Hey, you want to buy my crap? Yeah, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of people who are thrilled to answer their phones during their Super Bowl party. Second of all, you ever heard of work-life balance? Hey, it's a Sunday night. A huge chunk of the country's watching this game, and you're going to be sitting there working? You're not cool. You're not successful. Like, you might think you are from a business standpoint. That's no way to live life.
No.
You can't live to work, man. You got to work to live.
You're not well-rounded either.
Correct.
Like, I mean, to be successful, I think you should try to be as well-rounded as possible and not to close your mind off of other things and learning other things and being a part and catching up on current affairs and current events of other things, like what's going on. That creates conversation in the office. That creates conversation with a client. Oh, did you watch the Super Bowl? That's a nice icebreaker whenever you're going to meet a client to try to sell your product.
Right.
So, and it's like, oh, who won? Oh, you know what? The Philadelphia Eagles won. Oh, really? Did you see Jalen Hurts? He won the MVP. Oh, you know what? Hey, you know, this product is great. Here, you should check this out.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, we're relating. This is
and he's
wonderful.
coming at our job. So we're working during
Right.
the Super Bowl.
That's true.
You're coming at our job. So you're zagging whenever everybody else is zigging. Well, why are we zigging and zagging?
You can zig all you want, you big tool. You're going to wake up one day and think, my God, what was I doing with my life?
Right.
Not to be overly critical of that guy. So we were talking about teams that won the Super Bowl in a similar way to these Philadelphia Eagles, because there seems to be this growing sentiment, well, if the Eagles did it that way, the Steelers can do it that way, because you don't necessarily need a superstar quarterback. Okay, so I went back in time, and I started looking at Super Bowls that were won like the Eagles. 2000 Ravens, they would count.
Yep.
2002 Bucks. So for the 2000 Ravens, they had Trent Dilfer.
Yes.
2002 Bucks had Brad Johnson.
Yes.
The Giants in 07, their pass rush destroyed Brady. I mean, it was 17-14 was the final score. But Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer, so I don't know what to do with that one.
Not yet.
Not yet, but he will be. Good point. He's not. I can't say that.
Right.
2011, same kind of deal, because they would hit you with Jacobs and they would hit you with Bradshaw. I mean, those teams could run. Good offensive lines, good defensive fronts. Seahawks 2014, was it 43-8 the final score? They bludgeoned Denver. Broncos in 2015, Peyton had, I think, 9 touchdowns and 13 picks. Eagles in 2017 with Nick Foles, but they threw the thing all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, he outdueled Brady. And then, of course, the Eagles in 2024. Some of those I think you can scratch off, though. Like, okay, Peyton wasn't Peyton when the no-fly zone Broncos won in 2015, but I'll remember the final drive against the Steelers that put them ahead for good. I mean, he's checking into the right play at the line of scrimmage. He made the throw on third down. Miles Boykin fell down. Like, he picked them apart and got them into the right running plays. And you can't discount his mastery in what he was able to do for that team. He didn't have the arm. My God, he didn't have the arm. But he was still in there as Peyton. Peyton's biggest weapon was always his brain.
Right.
I mean, Peyton, a Hall of Famer. So, like, I don't know. Seahawks in 2014, yeah, it was the defense, but Russell Wilson is a 10-time Pro Bowl quarterback. Like, a lot of these you could pick apart and say, I mean, how many without Hall of Fame quarterbacks? 2000 Ravens, 2002 Bucks.
In the Eagles.
In both these Eagles teams, yeah. That's it. So it does not make me feel better. All you got to do is build the perfect roster, and you can beat Patrick Mahomes. Great. Awesome. Super easy.
Yeah, it's not as easy. And, I mean, you have to have, like I said before, like, you look around, and the other players have to, you know, uphold the process of being very good. Like, you look around the 2002 Bucks or 2003 Bucks. Like, look around. Look what they had. I mean, didn't they have, like, Wark Dunn? I think that was Wark Dunn's year. I mean, but look at their defense. They had Warren Sapp. You know, you had...
Oh, my God. Simeon Rice.
You had...
John Lynch. Rondé Barber.
I mean, and then the coaching staffs. So, like, if you're feeling good about the Steelers in comparison, like, I mean, they're so far away on the field and they're far away off the field.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I mean, look at the coaching staffs. Wasn't Mike Tomlin on that coaching staff for the Bucs?
Yes.
I mean, they were growing young coaches. I think he was a defensive backs coach.
Yeah.
He wasn't even a D coordinator, and now he's a head coach. You don't have anybody on the Steelers staff that is going to take that path and become the next head coach in the NFL. Who's going to be the next head coach in the NFL that's on the Steelers staff that is a younger coach outside of Arthur Smith?
Doesn't exist.
He came in as a head coach.
Right, not gonna be one. No, when they've had head coaches, they've been guys who were head coaches and then came in, which ain't the worst thing in the world, but to your point, you're not developing young coaching talent. And you think about those 02 Buccaneers, that defense was coached by Tony Dungy, and then he left, and they still had all those great players who had been, they had been taught by him. And I think Monty Kiffin was the defensive coordinator, legendary, pretty damn good at it. And then you hand the offense over to John Gruden, for all his faults, hell of an offensive coach. So you take his offensive mastery, you mix that with the defense, which was already good. There you go, Super Bowl champs. And they kicked the hell out of the Raiders.
What year was that again?
02. Yeah. You had the 2000 Ravens and the 01 Patriots, first to Tom Brady's, then you had the 02 Bucks. So really, if you take the teams that won with Hall of Fame quarterbacks out of it, like, you got 3 in the last 25 years that fit this bill. More often than not, you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback, and that's why you're winning a Super Bowl. And even Flacco's Ravens, he ain't going to be in the Hall of Fame. But Joe Flacco played like a Hall of Fame quarterback in that run.
Mm-hmm.
He had 10, 11 touchdowns, no interceptions. He was masterful.
But you don't think he'll be in the Hall of Fame?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Why?
Because he isn't good enough.
I mean, is he as good as Eli?
He only won 1. If you won 2, I think it'd be different. If you're kind of mid but you win 2, it's hard to keep you out.
Mm-hmm. So Breeze only won 1.
Yeah, but he has all kind of records. Threw for 5,000 yards in a season. Flacco just doesn't stand up statistically.
I mean, if he keeps playing, how many passing yards is he going to have all time?
He sucks.
Okay.
He ain't going to be in. You think he's going to be in?
I don't know. I think he has a case.
He was a Super Bowl MVP.
He has a case. How many AFC Championship games did he go to?
A few.
He's still playing.
What does that matter?
I mean, you talked about longevity the other day.
Derek Carr's still playing. Who cares?
Joe Flacco came out like 07.
Quarterback. He'd been a backup quarterback for the last, oh my God, how old is this man? He'd been a backup quarterback now for 6 years. God bless him. His quarterback rating is 84.4. Get the hell out of here, Joe Flacco.
I mean, I'm just saying.
People are texting, Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl. I know he won a Super Bowl, but he played like a Hall of Famer in that run. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from him. And then you had the defensive back for Denver who hit the Y button too early in the AFC Championship game. He jumped, and the ball perfectly in the receiver's hands. Joe Flacco. Remember that? It used to be his Joe Flacco Elite. That was like the biggest sports talk radio debate of all time.
I think he has a chance.
He has zero chance.
Zero chance?
Zero chance. No chance.
Does Cam Newton have a chance?
He won an MVP.
Okay. He didn't win a Super Bowl.
I don't think he gets in either, no.
Man.
Joe Flacco.
I mean, I'm just saying.
When I think of Joe Flacco, I think unibrow before I think Hall of Fame. He actually cleaned that up, though.
He did.
He's a swell-looking guy, that Flacco, these days. No pressure, backup quarterback. That could be Kenny's life. We were talking about that off air. Like, if Kenny Pickett winds up being Charlie Batch, that's a hell of a career.
Hell of a career.
And he would be around longer, you would have to think.
Yep.
Kenny than Charlie.
Goes in and wins maybe, a couple games, like a game a season.
Yeah.
He'll be around until he's a 15-year quarterback.
Oh, my God.
Uh-huh.
You're never going to get hurt.
Nope.
I mean.
You already won a Super Bowl.
You already won one? Hell. Texter, this is it. If Kenny Stabler is in the Hall of Fame, Flacco has a chance. Wait a second. Wait.
Yep, see?
I'm
telling you, he has a chance.
Dynastic.
What is his all-time passing yards? You're going to make me look this
I'm going to look it up during the break. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I have to rip Callis a little bit when we come back, but not in a mean way, in a way where we're all laughing together. We've got Jeff Hathorn at 7. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby going to play in the Four Nation face-off for Canada. Penguins don't play again until Saturday the 22nd, so they've got a couple weeks off. Crosby's also seemed to recover enough to play for Canada. He sustained an injury last week against the New Jersey Devils, but seems to have gotten through that and is healthy now. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush taking another rough turn. This report brought to you by New Flow Men's Health. Crews are checking reports of an accident in West Mifflin. This is on Lebanon Road between Lebanon Church Road and Noble Drive, so watch for some slowdowns and lane restrictions there. Earlier accident cleared in Harmer Township, reopening Height Road near the Route 28 ramps. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, the Parkway North remain pretty much up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Men with ED, if you think chewing gum or calling an 800 number for pills will fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Oh, this is bad. Top Dog just bit him. Told that insurance company to give him what he wants. They ain't listening. Now Top Dog's not letting him go. Keep biting him. Telling Top Dog you gonna kill him. Let him go. You gonna kill him. Talking to the insurance company like, listen, this dog is not playing with you. Your safe word is settled. That's your safe word. Say it. That's your safe word. You want to settle? All right, Top Dog, he said it. Let him go. He said it. Let him go. Look at that Top Dog client like, you a rich man. You're a rich man. This is Top Dollar. This is Top Dog. Medical malpractice called Top Dog. Car accident, you call Top Dog. Law.
Chris Muller here with Paul, who dropped 45 pounds thanks to Awaken 180. Was losing weight hard with Awaken 180?
Program at the beginning, like anything else, is tricky because, you live a certain way and then you change it. But again, the support they gave me, the way it was explained to me, it was doable. It was amazing. Anybody can do this if you set your mind to it, but with the help you receive from the folks at Awaken 180, you can do this. My mental health is better. My energy is better. My relationship with my coworkers is better. My relationship with my wife and my family, my driving. There's not anything in my life that isn't better. Everything was affected by what I was eating. Awaken 180 gave me the ability to see life through a whole different lens.
Thanks, Paul. Awaken 180 isn't hard. It's an adjustment with how you approach foods. It sounds simple because it is, with the solution for weight loss. See for yourself online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management, but you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah, if you put Flacco in the Hall of Fame, I'm anti-Hall of Fame. Hey, Joe Flacco.
He has a chance.
He has zero chance.
He has a chance.
Zero chance. 0.0. Blutarski level chance. Joe Flacco. People get on us for, as they say, glazing Lamar Jackson. And now here we are on a random Tuesday after the Super Bowl talking about Joe Flacco's Hall of Fame candidacy. I love this job, man. Texter, how is Russ in but Flacco not? Well, Russ is a top 5 quarterback in terms of passer rating all time. Flacco is behind Gardner Minshew. Put Minshew in. Put Foles in. Give me some Foles. I don't like Nick Foles anymore, by the way.
Why?
Because he was talking mad smack on the internet.
Did you see the commercial, like the no bull,
I
whenever
did.
he was like FaceTiming Brady? Yeah.
Guys like that, like he wants to talk junk on Brady because he beat him in a Super Bowl. Hey, look.
I mean,
one of the all-time moments.
Yeah.
One of the all-time moments.
Yeah.
But like, you're Nick Foles.
Yeah, but you're one of the only, and there's only like one other quarterback that's ever done that. You knocked off the GOAT.
Eli Manning.
Yeah.
Man, Matt Ryan's got to be kicking himself.
Yeah, 24-3.
Matt Ryan would have a chance at the Hall of Fame if they won that Super Bowl.
He's getting a Hall of Fame.
He won an MVP. He ain't getting a Hall of Fame.
Matt Ryan?
He ain't a Hall of Famer, man. He didn't have a ring.
He was MVP.
He was, yeah.
He's definitely getting in. Definitely.
Better player than Flacco.
Matt Ryan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Yeah, definitely.
Same with Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, definitely.
Who doesn't have one.
And he will get in.
Texter, Hall of Fames are a joke. They kind of are.
They're
now.
starting to become a joke, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that they were, there was a period of time where they weren't. It was like legitimized where it wasn't Hall of Good. Now it's mostly Hall of Good.
You put Flacco in the Hall, I will go and I will pick it. Like, I will keep people from going in. You know how some environmentalists will like chain themselves to a tree so that they don't cut the tree down? I will block the entrance into the hall. Will not let Ravens fans in.
You will get trampled.
That's right. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We've talked about how the Steelers are the Eagles' light. I'd like to see them allow Justin Fields to have some Jalen Hurts-esque freedom. Like, bring back Fields, design an offense around him, get a couple of wide receivers you can chuck the ball up to. So, like, if you would go out and get Deebo Samuel and you've got George Pickens and you draft a guy, now you got 3 good wide receivers. Get a speedy running back. I know it's a lot. I'm saying a lot because and 1 off season, 2 off seasons ain't going to be enough to catch Philadelphia. But you can, instead of being the Eagles light, you could be the Eagles make ultra. Like, you could.
I see. That's how I watched the Super Bowl. And a lot of people, I saw people tweeting like, "Oh, you see now, you need defensive line, you need rushers, you need to get after the quarterback. That's where it starts. It starts on defense. You need to build your defense up." And making that case, and I see that case, but that's not how I watch the Super Bowl. I watch the Super Bowl saying, "Why can't Justin Fields be like that? Why can't Justin Fields be not even a light version of Jalen Hurts?" I think Justin Fields has a lot of talent, and clearly it was. A lot of people thought that he had a lot of talent, a lot of pedigree whenever he was drafted. Why can't Justin Fields, if I'm the Steelers, I watch that and like, we can make Justin Fields Jalen Hurts. Even though that Jalen Hurts, I'm not taking anything away from him.
Right.
But I'm watching that game thinking, there's Justin Fields. Let's surround him.
From a talent standpoint, Justin Fields is more talented than Jalen Hurts. I don't think he's as accurate, but from a talent standpoint, Jalen Hurts is an effective runner. Justin Fields is a dynamic runner. Dynamic runner. So from an emulating the Eagles standpoint, I think you and I are on the same page. That's why we want to see Justin Fields come back. Take a shot, build it around him, add talent, and then just see where he can go. Mm-hmm. And if it doesn't work out, okay, you're back to square one, but you're at square one right this hot second. So why not? Mm-hmm. I'm starting to come around to paying him 2 years, $15 a year.
30, yeah.
30 overall. Worst case scenario is he's a really high-paid backup next year, or the year following this upcoming one, and you can live with that because at least you took a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, why can't the Steelers' offensive line be like the Eagles' offensive line? I'll say this. They have tried. And nobody wants to hear that because trying, it weren't all that much. But they have tried. I mean, I think they've taken 4 offensive linemen in the last couple of drafts.
Yeah.
I mean, he took...
Yeah, Frazier, McCormick, Faltano, and Broderick.
Yeah, you took 3 this year. In Broderick the year before, you traded up for Broderick Jones. They're trying. And I'm with you on looking at the defensive line aspect. I just saw Daniel Jeremiah yesterday tweeted out, and he's a big draft guy from NFL Network, the big draft guy from NFL Network. He said 24 defensive linemen in this draft he could see being starters in the NFL at some point. So you don't got to take one in the first round. Also, I look at the Steelers, and I think they're closer there than they are at other positions to the Eagles. You've got Watt, you've got Highsmith, you've got Hayward. That's a pretty damn good start. You don't have the depth that they do, but you do have Herbig. I mean, you're in a pretty good spot with your front 4.
Yeah.
So start adding to the damn offense and let Justin Fields be the guy. 412-928-9370. I'm going to throw this up kind of as a write-in Twitter poll, Doran. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. If you didn't watch the Super Bowl, what the hell did you do? You're probably not following me on Twitter, but we'll figure that out. Jeff Hathorn going to join us next. We'll knock around a lot. You might want to clip that one, Callis. Jeff Hathorn joins us next on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We got a lot to kick around with Jeff Hathorn next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
This morning, mostly cloudy. Then we'll see snow moving in for areas south of Pittsburgh. High temperatures in the mid-30s. Chance for a few snow showers tonight with overnight lows in the mid to upper 20s. Wednesday, a wintry mix with high temperatures around 40 degrees. And rain Wednesday night into Thursday with overnight lows in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. March is right around the corner, and college basketball is really heating up right now. New customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference classes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets, you name it. Pitt is a game at Miami coming up this weekend, against Miami, Very important game. Got to win every game against bad teams when you are on the bubble. Miami is horrible. Their coach retired. And so Pitt's absolutely got to win this game. You bet on them to win it, and you get $150 in bonus bets coming your way. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
Now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
So close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer and select markets.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems out on the roadways for you. This report brought to you by the Good Feet stores. We have an accident now in West Mifflin. Crews on the scene on Lebanon Road between Noble Drive and Lebanon Church Road. That is near the county airport area. We also have an accident now in Harrison Township, 200 block of Ultra Road. This is just off of Route 908 and the ramps to Route 28. Meanwhile, the Parkway West that's jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Man, I blew off a tease. I said we were going to laugh not at Callis, but with Callis. So we have noted this on the show before, that Callis will put out the show notes for everyone within our company to be able to read. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times, they don't really capture the spirit of what we were talking about. On Friday, he wrote for one of our segments, Adam didn't know what a Super Bowl party was, so Doran informed him.
A Super Bowl party?
I meant block party.
If we know what you meant.
It wasn't a block party, it's a block pool. Block party's a different thing. You have your street, you have all your neighbors. Right. You put up the cones at each end. Everyone hangs out, makes small talk. You kind of wish you weren't there, but at the end, you're like, oh, this was nice. Let's do it again, but you don't for another year. That's a block party.
Right.
Whoops.
Also, someone texted in that they don't watch the Super Bowl because of CTE, and all that makes me feel is like you're not gonna watch porn because the actors and actresses might get STDs. Like, what are we doing there?
I mean, what?
They're a doctor, they send.
Yeah, the road runner doesn't give CTE to the coyote or whatever it is.
Seriously.
Like what? So you don't watch cartoons?
He paints a tunnel in the side of a mountain. Bang!
Bang!
Road runner.
Bang!
CTE. He wasn't wearing no Guardian helmet back then.
No.
All right, we're off the beaten path. Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, joins us right now. Jeff, good morning to you. How are you?
Morning, guys. How are you?
We're slappy today. Yep. It's that time of year.
Yes.
I have a couple of pitchers and catchers-related questions to get to in a little bit with you, Jeff. But before we get to that, do you feel better, worse, or the same about the Steelers after watching Super Bowl 59?
Well, excuse me. I feel better to watch a defensive team win the Super Bowl, but then I also don't feel good because the Steelers are nowhere near the Eagles. I mean, that's a ways to go. Defensive line, offensive line, running back, quarterback, wide receivers. Other than that, they're the same team.
Jeff, can you squint and watch that game on Sunday, the Super Bowl, and see Justin Fields becoming possibly a version of Jalen Hurts?
I mean, yes, the running part, absolutely. Could I see Tomlin allowing him to throw the ball downfield and take chances? Not until I see it. I mean, other than in third and longs and opportunities where you have to, I mean, I don't see him trusting Justin Fields on a 4th and short and throwing a one-on-one fade route. I don't see it, and maybe for good reason. But, I mean, I think as much as maybe their skill sets are the same, it's would he be given the same freedom that Kellen Moore gives Hurts? I don't think. And obviously he doesn't have the same type of receivers, at least not right now, that Philly's lucky enough to have. And even though Saquon didn't have a game, they worried so much about him that allowed him opportunities, and he made the plays. I think Justin can make those type of plays. That's why if you're going to take a chance on somebody, take a chance on a 26-year-old who's only a couple years older than these draft guys.
Some guy, really smart dude named Jeff Hathorn on 937thefan.com. Here's the headline. Don't even think about it. Thoughts on wanting Aaron Rodgers as the Steelers quarterback. Really smart guy. Jeff, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. You don't need a 42-year-old who loves drama, who is about himself, walking into that room, and I don't know if you can make it worse, but I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I know he had a couple of good games with the Jets, and it wasn't all his fault, but even the receiver core with the Jets is better. I mean, that's not the answer for them. They need to find a long-term quarterback, and if you can't find it in this draft, build up in other areas. So if you find it the next year, you've got a more established team, not waste time and money on Aaron Rodgers.
Jeff, do you want Deebo Samuel from the 49ers?
Deebo and George? I mean, he is a playmaker. Listen, I get the fact that you want players more so than you want necessarily potential attitudes. I mean, give me guys who can play more so than guys that are happy all the time. But, yeah, that's a tough one for me because I don't know if they're Deebo away and what does Deebo, excuse me, what does Deebo give you? Yeah, on the surface, yes. I mean, you can tell I'm wrestling with this. On the surface, yes, because he improves the room. But all the other stuff, I don't know if I want that.
Let your mind wander just for a second here. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, Deebo Samuel and George Pickens as wide receivers. I don't know, Jeff. I mean, that make for some pretty good talk radio around these parts.
Tell you what, those handoffs are going to look great. Those little, flare passes are going to look awesome. No, I don't. I don't think Aaron has the type. Listen, are you trying to win a playoff game and get into the playoffs and maybe magically win a game? Or are you trying to win a championship? Aaron Rodgers doesn't get you closer to a championship. It might make you feel about this year, but as an Aaron Rodgers-led team, even with a couple of additions to this roster, going to beat Baltimore, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Chargers, surging Denver team, Houston, and Kansas City in the playoffs. I'd rather build towards something than worry about trying some kind of quick fix for next year.
Okay, then two-part question. one, does that mean even for you guys like Stafford you wouldn't be interested in? And then B, what do you do if Justin Fields says, I'm testing free agency, and then he's not a Pittsburgh Steeler?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Kyle Allen as coordinator. No. I mean, obviously you got it. Then maybe you go in the draft. Maybe you try Trey Lance. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but at least it's a younger guy. I'm just saying, I don't think – I know there's the thought of you got to be fair to TJ and Cam, and those guys are late in their careers, but they've tried the stopgap. They've tried other things. Just build a team. And if that means you're getting younger players or signing guys to extensions or making trades for younger guys where you trade off an asset, that's what you need to do to win a championship, not throw a couple of quick fixes in there because they're not good enough with a couple of quick fixes to win a championship.
Jeff, talking about quick fixes, Pitt basketball, Damian Dunn's probably out for the season. I mean, what's your temperature around this team right now? I mean, after these brutal losses that we saw in the last week.
I mean, the Virginia loss is just unacceptable. That was a no effort, no show, which that was a shame. Out of all the losses, I mean, you're in a game at Wake, who can't hit threes, all of a sudden hits threes. You're in the game at Carolina, and you just don't make a play at the end. You don't get yourself a good shot at the end of that game. But you're right there. Obviously, it's a 1-point game. Now without Dunn, SMU is going to be a tough one. Then there's a road game down the road at Louisville. Other than that, I mean, the schedule, it's winnable, so you could be optimistic. But, man, without Dunn, you would need Brandon Cummings or somebody to really step up and fill a role. And maybe that'll be the silver lining for this year. But, damn, like you felt good, and it was rolling a little bit. And it just, a couple of tough losses, and then the one they're going to look back on, because as much as they only have one quad one win, and the stain of that Virginia loss is going to be huge for them come tournament time.
Jeff, pitchers and catchers report tomorrow for the Bucks in Bradenton. What would the optimistic view be for this year? How they can get to playoff contention despite not adding a ton in the offseason?
That their starting staff is top 5 in the league. I mean, top 5 in the league. And that some of these guys, as Sawinski comes back, O'Neal Cruz reaches his potential. Cabrian Hayes is that guy we saw for 2 months in 2023. That IKF helped, shore up the infield. That Spencer Horwitz at least provides some kind of pop and consistent play at first base. That Joey Bart is the same player that we saw last year. And he and Andy Rodriguez become this really good couple, platoon. And that David Bednar is back to David Bednar, and some of these reclamation projects are good. If all of that happens, then I feel good, but they've left themselves no margin because they haven't added anything. I mean, Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier aren't answers. They're veteran guys you can bring off the bench, or a guy you would start on a Sunday because you're resting your regular guy.
Yeah, I can paint a picture of them winning 82 games, 81 games. I mean, they won 76 last year. Even if you get a full season out of Skeens and Jones, you think it would bump them up. But, man, a lot needs to go right.
And, guys, I would say this. If they're in contention in July, please, there's your second chance to go for it.
Yeah.
Go there and make a move. You don't hold on to every prospect. That's why you grow them, so you can trade a lot of them. Only a couple are going to make it into your system. Go for it then. If you're fortunate enough that some of these things happen, then show that aggression in July. And then maybe I'd feel differently about the commitment to winning.
Jeff, good stuff as always, man. We appreciate the time, and we will talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff's the man, sports director. Read his piece on Rodgers on 937thefan.com. Because if it were Rodgers or Russ, we talked about this yesterday, we would go Rodgers. It did give me second thoughts after reading what Jeff wrote on 937thefan.com. So check it out. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Maybe a little bit more on the Bucks with Jason Mackey coming up at 8 o'clock. I have an NFL question for you, Doran.
Okay.
When we come back, and we're going to go back to the future. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Headlines. Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against SMU at 9 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pitt has lost 3 games in a row coming into this game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
93.7 The Fan is celebrating 15 years as the voice of Pittsburgh sports talk. You can join us for the celebration at Rivers Casino on February 26th, but you'll need a ticket to get in. Stop by Save on Beer in Cranberry, Sheridan Drive this Saturday from 2 to 3 p.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of free tickets. For additional details on the Fan's 15th anniversary party, go to 937thefan.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Not only has general manager Howie Roseman led Philadelphia to 3 Super Bowls and won 2 of those, with 2 different head coaches, 2 different quarterbacks, and 2 different rosters, he also moved into legitimate Hall of Fame discussion now. Twice voted NFL Executive of the Year, Roseman's resume stacks up with other Canton and Trine GMs, including Jim Finks, Tex Schramm, Bill Polian, Bobby Beathard, and of course George Young. I'm Boomer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And yet another accident to the list. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. This one is on Route 28 in the area between Shaler Waterworks and Millvale. Watch for lane restrictions there, backing traffic up before the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Also an earlier accident being cleared on Alta Road in Harrison Township in the 200 block near the intersection with Route 908. And an accident in West Mifflin on Lebanon Road is in the county airport area between Noble Drive and Lebanon Church Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So we came up with a screenplay because we found out that the initial starting offensive line in the first ever Super Bowl weighed on average 245 pounds. What do you weigh right now?
243.
So Doran's 243. They said, what if Doran got in a time machine and went back to Super Bowl I? Make a comedy out of it?
Yes.
And you said it would be called?
Black to the Future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, am I allowed to say that?
You already did earlier.
I know that I did, but people on the text line didn't like that I said that.
Well,
we came up with a movie title.
Yes, we're gonna write this script.
And by we, I mean you. I mean you came up with the title.
And
I'm just latching on.
Right. You teased it. What's that?
He's taking credit.
He's allowed.
We're sussing the thing out.
Right. I think it could be like a comedy spoof where you send me back in time and they try to make me an offensive lineman and I'm like, no, how about this? How about you let me run the ball? They're like, oh, no, you can't run the ball. You're not allowed.
Why is Morgan Freeman there?
Oh, well, we cast Shane Gillis to be the broadcaster of the Super Bowl. You know, he does that little
He's
bit.
the size of every starting center in the league. And he's running with the football down the sideline. Oh, my God, nobody can catch him. We've never seen anybody this fast.
Yes. Perfect.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You'd want to play yourself, though. That'd be the problem. Because I'd want, like, Michael B. Jordan, and you'd want to play yourself.
You'd want Michael B. Jordan to be me?
Yeah.
Why? Give me a good reason why.
Hot. Actor. There you go.
Wow.
Kick, save, and a beaut.
Wow. All right.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. How has this movie never been made? And why would we not drop everything we're doing now to try to make that movie?
We should. There's so many legs to it. It could be, it'd be unbelievable. A lot of reasons and things that we can't say live on the radio that we've talked about off air.
Well, we don't want people to steal them either.
That too.
Yeah.
I think it could be really good. It'd be really funny. Nice lighthearted comedy.
Kevin Hart?
Yeah.
No,
Kevin Hart could be the water boy.
Yeah, because we need someone who's 245 pounds.
Right.
50-minute mark on the fan. That's not what I meant to read. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. See, I got nervous there.
I know.
Is what happened.
What's the time travel method? You find a magic football and a holy grail?
Don't.
No, you would need some sort of DeLorean adjacent vehicle, right?
Right.
Because it would be we would want it to be a total spoof off of Back to the Future.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe like an Escalade or something. Yeah. Send me back an Escalade with some rims on it. Tinted out. Yeah. That's perfect.
It could be a van.
No.
It's not going to be a van. He doesn't get the concept.
No. Of course not.
No.
Making it about himself.
It's not Fat to the Future. All right. Starkey was talking about this yesterday on the show, and I have no problem stealing topics from Starkey, and this was a topic that was kicked around nationally as well. You think the Chiefs dynasty is over, Doran?
Maybe this one. Maybe this one. This one that has won the Super Bowls in this era of Patrick Mahomes, but I think that there's another one coming right around the corner. I think somebody like Travis Kelce will retire. I think he should retire. I mean, what else does he need to do? And just go live life with Taylor. And, you're not going to have DeAndre Hopkins, some of the older guys. And I think that there will be another era of Patrick Mahomes with a lot of younger players that get drafted and sign with the Chiefs, and he'll win with other guys. I think this dynasty is done. I think he has another one.
I'm with you. As long as you've got Reed and as long as you've got Mahomes, you can never rule them out.
Right.
Like I have the Super Bowl odds here, Doran, and the Kansas City Chiefs are second next year behind, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles. As long as they have Reed, as long as they have Mahomes, they're going to be in the top 5 every year.
Yeah.
They're going to have a shot every year. Brady did it. He was 3-2 in his first 5 Super Bowls. And then they took a little hiatus. Then he just kept winning Super Bowls.
Yep.
Then he goes to Tampa, wins another Super Bowl. Why? Because he's great. So I'm not sitting here telling everyone that Patrick Mahomes is going to win 7 rings. He's going to win 6 rings. But I do think he's going to win a couple more.
For sure.
He's 29 years old.
Yes.
29 years old. Now, Starkey made a good point that the entire time that the Patriots had that run of dominance, even if you split it up into multiple dynasties, that division sucked. It was awful.
Mm-hmm.
And this division is better than that division.
Is it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, is it a lot better?
Oh, yeah. Those teams sucked.
Well, the Chargers, what do you have? The Broncos, and you have the Raiders.
Yeah, well, the Raiders. But pretty much the Patriots were dealing with 3 Raiders back then.
True.
Like, they had no competition.
That's true.
None,
Yeah.
except for briefly when the Jets had Mark Sanchez.
Right.
Now, what Joe would say is the Jets with Mark Sanchez beat the Patriots in the playoffs. It's what helped the Steelers get to the Super Bowl in 2010. Okay, but you just need to make it. You just need to make it. And they're going to make it every single year. Now, playing at home matters. There's no question about it. But lest we forget, they won 15 games this year.
Right.
And they were great. You don't win 15 games if you're not. But they were far from a perfect football team. People were knocking them all year. Oh, smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. Well, they smoke and mirrors their way all the way to the Super Bowl. The question is now, how many can Philadelphia win? Like, can they go on a little mini dynasty here? I mean, they went in 2022. They won in 2017. Now they've done it in 2024. I mean, as long as Howie Roseman's around, you might think that they've got a shot.
Well, it all depends on what the other NFC teams that are up and coming have to say about it, right? I mean, you have Jaden Daniels, who's going to have something to say about it. You're going to have the Lions, who have something to say about it. They're going to be healthy, obviously, next year. They weren't as healthy this year. You're going to have that whole division. You're going to have Ben Johnson in the Bears. You're going to have Minnesota. You're going to have even Green Bay. I mean, there's going to be some team, and San Francisco's probably going to re-up. You know, Kyle Shanahan's not going to slip that much.
Yeah, the NFC is
it's
getting better.
Yes,
it's on the come up, as they say.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I see Jalen Hurts winning another one.
If he does, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Which is crazy to wrap my head around. I mean, they're this close to him having 2. And if he had 2,
quick too, like in 5 years.
Yes. If he had 2 championships, Mahomes would have 2 championships. Because that one would have been against Mahomes. Like there's a world where if that penalty's not called, at the end of the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Hurts has as many as Mahomes right now.
Over Mahomes.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Over Mahomes.
He's Eli Manning, but better. Someone texted in that Terry Crews should play you, Doran.
That's a good one.
He's funny.
He is. He's a little bit older now, but.
Someone says Chris Farley would be a good Callus in Fat to the Future.
For the love of God.
He's dead.
Yep.
Would make it tough. AI?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm not going to read this one.
No.
I have to. This is great.
Oh, no.
Instead of a DeLorean, it could be a white Ford Bronco. We'll get back into Dynasty talk later on in the hour. Up next, are you smarter than a plumber?
But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against SMU at 9 o'clock. Pitt's lost 3 games in a row. Coming into this one, you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. I have a little poem for you. Roses are red, Blue Chew is blue. Order today. Your partner will thank you. It can be hard to get a good Valentine's Day gift idea every year, candy, flowers, etc. But if you go to BlueChew.com and talk to one of their licensed medical providers, then the hardest part of your Valentine's Day won't be picking out jewelry. And if you didn't know about Blue Chew by now, well, it's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra in chewable form, and better yet, at a fraction of the cost. And because Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you've got no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations or waiting in line at the pharmacy. It just ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. And again, it's chewable, so if you don't like swallowing pills, no problems here. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to protecting my family's future, I want a life insurance company that's at the top of their game. That's why I got same-day coverage through Ethos. There was no paperwork, no waiting around, and no medical exam. I just answered a few health questions online, and Ethos set me up with a $3 million policy for about $2 a day. Go to checkethos.com and get it done today. That's CHECKETHOS.com. Checkethos.com. Sample rates as a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating joins us now for another soon-to-be award-winning edition of Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Jake brought us breakfast pizza last week. We like Jake. We want to kick his ass, but we'll like him no matter how this goes. Good morning, Jake. Let's do this thing, baby.
Good morning, boys. How are you today?
Wonderful. Great. Coming up with screenplays. We're talking about dynasties. It's been a great show.
Yep.
Don't ruin it.
I hear that. I'm riding high from the Super Bowl still, boys. I mean,
that's right. That's right.
Big pull by me.
You're like the anti-Callis. Callis lost basically money for his fourth vehicle by betting on the Kansas City Chiefs. All right. Hit us with what you got trivia-wise.
All right. Just last week, we're going heavy with the NFL. Last week. All good things must come to an end, unfortunately. All right, this player, 3-time NFL MVP. Second most receiving yards in NFL history after the age of 40. 2009, comeback player of the year.
It's got to be Jerry. It's got to be Jerry Rice, right? Yeah, got to be Rice. Got to be Rice. Of course it's
locking
Rice.
it in. Are you locking it in?
Oh, it's so locked in.
All right, you're wrong. It's Tom Brady.
What?
Yeah.
Didn't you say?
Look it up.
You said receiving yards.
After 40. After the age of 40.
Wow.
He had a total of 6.
Wow. All right.
I thought Jerry Rice played till he was 40-something.
Well played.
Yeah, he was second. This player was second.
Damn.
Oh, man, you got to say.
He really got us
Maybe you guys didn't hear it right. I don't know, but, you know.
Always possible you didn't say it right, but you can take that dub. All right, let's go.
All right, name this franchise. It's the NFL franchise. This franchise was relocated in the 90s with 2 total Super Bowl wins. Tied most in the NFL history. A team in 2019 with the most Pro Bowlers on it. Only franchise with an active marching band.
It's the Ravens.
Boom, you got it. Nice job. What gave it away?
They have a band?
They have a band. Actually, I have a friend. His name is Josh Cooper, who up until recently was part of the Ravens marching band.
Really?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, how about that?
It's interesting.
Great. Nice job, Crowley. Nice job. Good job. I thought I was going 2-0.
All right, Moneyball.
Rubber match. All right, here we go. 1983 Super Bowl champion with the Washington Redskins. 1983 NFL scoring leader. And he was voted the 1982 NFL MVP.
It's the kicker.
And
It's the kicker, and I don't remember his name.
You're on to something.
Yeah, it's because it's the kicker, and I don't remember his name.
Mm-hmm. No, you should.
I know I should, but I don't remember his name.
All right.
Damn it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mark Mosley.
Yep.
Then no clue.
Get out of here.
Kicker winning the NFL MVP. Isn't that wild?
Boswell could have won it this year. He was that good. Dragged the Steelers kicking and screaming to the playoffs. Get the hell out of here, Jake.
But he's not a quarterback.
Jake, I'm really mad at you for this one.
Yep.
That first one, you jackass. Get out of here. Appreciate your time, as always. Southside
Thanks, Jake.
Southside Plumbing.
All right, buddies. I'll talk to you later.
See you.
I mean, even if we I would have never known that about Brady. Like, I mean, he could have given us a clue of, like, it was a quarterback, and I still wouldn't have got Brady. Still wouldn't have. I had no idea. Oh, well.
Someone just texted in and said, I'm going to pretend like my favorite sports talk radio show didn't just say that Jerry Rice was playing in 2009. Well, he ended in 2004, but it was the framing of the question that was very confusing.
Yes.
Because I was thinking of wide receivers who played in their 40s. You were too. It was the whole design of the thing. He screwed with us.
Mm-hmm.
Also, someone texted in and said, change the name of the segment to Are You Smarter Than Adam Crowley? It's basically the same thing as a fifth grader after Adam says Hurts is a Hall of Famer. I mean, does anybody really disagree with me that if Jalen Hurts wins a second Super Bowl, that he's going to get into the Hall of Fame? Like, that's the way this thing works.
Yeah, I don't.
You win multiple championships as a quarterback. He'll have been to at least 3 then at that point. That's what Ben did. Ben won 2 out of 3. Went 3 times, won 2. Jalen Hurts, unless he gets hurt, going to be around for a little while. So he's going to be able to accumulate a whole bunch of rushing and passing and touchdowns and all that fun stuff. You win 2, starting quarterback, you're going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Probably, yeah.
And maybe not first ballot. Eli wasn't first ballot. But I'll tell you this. Like, if he keeps playing, he passes the eye test as a quarterback to me more than Eli Manning.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's a better player than Eli Manning. Now, it doesn't mean he's had a better career. I'm not saying he's definitely going to have a better career. But if Jalen Hurts wins a second Super Bowl, he will be ahead of Eli Manning, to me, in my record book.
Mm-hmm. I think that's that. You can see that. I don't know why that's so.
That's not controversial.
No.
You win 2, you got a pretty doggone good chance of getting into the Hall of Fame. 412-928-9370. That is the phone number. Jason Mackey going to join us at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, Black to the Future?
You still want to add to the script?
I don't want to add to the script. Mark Mosley. People are texting in now. Yeah, thank you for the help.
I had no idea.
I'm just good enough to know almost the right answer. Right now, it's time for a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby playing for Team Canada in the Four Nations face-off. He has recovered from his injury he sustained last week, and he's going to play for them. Penguins don't play again until February 22nd, so they've got a bunch of time off. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents continuing to plague the morning rush. This report brought to you by Gingerbread Man Running Company. Parkway West, delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Delays on inbound Route 28 just past the Highland Park Bridge and all the way past the Route 8 at the bypass heading toward Millvale. This is due to an earlier accident reported in that area. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi Blaney is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. The sound of sizzle. The sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items. Deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store. Plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business. Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Louis Anthony Jewelers, have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. With Valentine's Day right around the corner, now is the perfect time to visit our newly renovated showroom in the South Hills. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? Yet?
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jason Mackey in 10 minutes. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Mackey liked the Tommy Pham signing. We'll get into why he liked that coming up at the top of the hour. Also, he had Kenny Pickett discourse for over an hour on his show last night, and I'm interested to hear how that went because Mackey, I think, was pretty self-conscious about the topic he threw out there, and we want to help walk him through it.
Yeah.
Here's a text, because I said if Jalen Hurts wins another Super Bowl, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. And people rightfully pointed out that guys like Phil Simms have multiple rings at quarterback and didn't get in. Here's the thing. Phil Simms played 14 years, was a two-time Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champ, and a Super Bowl MVP. Jalen Hurts has played 5 years, is a two-time Pro Bowler, one-time Super Bowl champ, and a Super Bowl MVP. So we're saying if he gets another ring, I mean, he's already done what Phil Simms had done then in a lot less time.
Yes.
Phil Simms also, not to like tear Phil down or anything, but he had at most 22 passing touchdowns in a season. And it's not like he didn't play into the 90s or around Don Coryell and all that time. Like, you were allowed to throw the football then. So please don't tell me that you think Phil Simms belongs and Jalen Hurts wouldn't if he got 2 championships. 412-928-9370. Big one for Pitt Hoops tonight, Doran. They're taking on SMU. It's not a quad 1 opportunity. It would be a quad 2 opportunity, but it's only 5 points off being a quad 1 opportunity. So let's say Pitt loses to SMU, right? It'll probably wind up being a quad 1 loss.
Yes.
Because SMU would beat Pitt and then jump into the top 35, so thus it would be a quad 1 loss. Or wait a second, no, because Pitt's on the... No, this would be a quad 1 win. I did bad net math, because it's stupid. No, this is a quad 1 win for Pitt if they go on the road and win this game. Because you got to be in the top 75 for a team if you play them on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be a quad 1 win. Point being, Pitt is in a really bad spot right now because you can now beat all the crap teams on the schedule, and it's not going to matter. That's what it would have taken had they beat Virginia, is just beat the crap teams. You wouldn't have any bad losses. You could even afford to lose a quad 1 game here and there down the stretch. Now, you need to win. You got 2 big-time games. This one and against Louisville. You got to win them both if you want to get back in. Because if you don't, there's just no resume-boosting opportunities the rest of the way. And it sucks that they played themselves into this position. Sucks even more that they lost Dunn now for the season.
Yeah, whenever you're grasping right now and trying to figure out ways that you can justify your season to trying to justify to get into the tournament, you're in a tough spot. If you're like, okay, this is a quad 1 win, this is going to be a quad 1 loss. If you start looking at that, then you're in a tough spot. And they have regressed this year. They've regressed in the last 2 months. Now they lost Dunn. So, it's one of your integral parts of your team and players of your team. Jalen Lowe doesn't look the same. A lot of the players on the team don't look the same. And you have to do some soul searching. And, you got to make this season and end the season on a positive note from here on out. So I don't have a lot of confidence right now, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't have just by watching how they play right now. They're just not a team right now. So that takes a lot of soul searching, and we'll see if they're capable of doing that. But we're going to look back on a lot of these losses and be like, well, that's the reason why clearly that you possibly aren't in the tournament.
People can point to the Virginia loss, and I get it because Virginia's no good, and you had them at home, and it was just a total no-show. But you are a hoop away from beating Wake Forest on the road. You're a bucket away from beating North Carolina on the road. You had a close game at home against Clemson. They were right there in a ton of those ball games, too. I'm not going to say it's all luck, but you are a missed shot by them away from winning. Or at the end of the game against North Carolina on Saturday, that's a good shot. That's a good look. I think he's making that shot 50% of the time. Doesn't go your way.
Yep. And they didn't. So,
right.
Good teams, they make those. So, that's kind of just where it is sometimes. Usually the good teams are on the other end of it. And the other end of it was Clemson, was Wake Forest, was North Carolina, and you needed those wins. So you just got to figure out a way to be on the other end. And sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way, but sometimes you have to create the ball to bounce your way.
And, even if they can't fight their way back into it based on what's left in their schedule, you can play good ball leading into the ACC tournament, and then you see what happens. I mean, North Carolina State, they were going to fire their coach last year.
Yep.
And then they get hot, they win the ACC tournament, go all the way to the damn Final Four. So, reason to watch, reason to listen tonight, 9 p.m., right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 8:30. You can listen on your Odyssey app. We're going to mess with Jason Mackey from the Post-Gazette coming up next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management, but you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 60% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 24 months. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2024 Jeep Wrangler payment starting at $315 for 42 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet, and the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come Come in and take a free test walk today.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to get heavy for you. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Heading northbound on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Delays at the intersection with Route 88. Then again at Maytide Street all the way down toward Bousman Street as you make your way toward the Liberty Tubes. Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass down into the north side. And the Parkway North stacking around the bend at Bellevue Westview toward Perry's Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
8 o'clock on a Tuesday. That means it's time to talk to our buddy from the Post-Gazette and 93.7 The Fan. That is Jason Mackey. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Good morning to you, Mackey. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Good morning, guys. Great to see you.
Great to see you too, Jason. You put out a Twitter poll last night prior to your the mustache is gone.
Yeah, the goatee's gone.
Goatee's not there anymore.
It's all well. You were giving me crap about it last week, Adam, and it banged me up so bad I couldn't continue. I had to shave. I was self-conscious.
You care what he has to say?
You said your wife liked it.
Well, I mean, your opinion matters more.
This is what he does to people, Jason.
It got in my head. I couldn't continue.
I said I liked it.
I
liked it
know,
too.
And I appreciate that, Dorian. But you know what a negative comment does to people? I mean, it just you can't shake that.
It sits there. It
really hurt my
festers.
feelings.
I think Jason looks a lot better clean shaven, actually.
I like the goatee.
I mean, I think you got the jawline for it. I don't. That's why I grow a beard. All right, you talk about negative comments, Jason. So you put out this Twitter poll last night, and you're right. Something I've been thinking about. If the Steelers could work out a trade, assuming minimal cost, and he agreed, would you take Kenny Pickett over Russell Wilson, Justin Fields in 2025? Now, reasonable people see that, and they say, Jason's not advocating this. Jason's just curious where people come down on Kenny Pickett. Well, then you talked about it on your radio show. How did people come down on that? How much Kenny hate is there? How much Kenny support is there? I'm curious.
Yeah, so I put that out there. Again, not advocating that the Steelers do it. I'm very much in the camp of signing Justin Fields. I don't want Kenny Pickett back. I wanted to see what the reaction would be. I didn't expect the reaction to be, you're an idiot. How could you say that? You suck at your job. You know, that sort of thing. Like, people disliking Kenny, I understand that. And that's a lot of what I got in the show. That's a lot. We talked about, why does Kenny Pickett rub people so wrong? Like, what did he do? What was the flashpoint for people turning on him? And I do think it was the report out there that he wanted traded or he kind of quit on his team, whatever you want to say that reputation was. But no, I mean, it was about 85% said absolutely no way. I'd be curious to hear what the 15% said, honestly, guys. Like, what are you thinking that you would want him back? I thought it would lead to a little bit more of a back and forth, a little bit more of a discussion. I was wrong. I didn't expect to get roasted that much. But, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Like, what athlete has been this controversial or tweaked people as much as Kenny Pickett seems to do?
Especially one who's as, I think, benign as Kenny Pickett. Like, I know those reports and what happened in Seattle. I don't as much blame him. Like, the Seattle one irks me. But you bring in Russell Wilson, and so I demand a trade, and now people hate the guy. And I realize he has not achieved what the person I'm about to bring up has achieved, Myles Garrett. But Myles Garrett asks out of Cleveland, and Cleveland fans have that guy's back. Meanwhile, you bring in a quarterback to start over your first-round pick, Kenny Pickett, and he's not allowed to request a trade. That one never bothered me.
I know. And, I mean, let's just look at this from a human element, Adam. I mean, maybe he made a mistake. Maybe in the heat of a moment, like, he didn't agree with it. No, again, I'm of the belief that he didn't play well enough to retain his job in professional sports, and he should have to compete for it, and the Steelers did nothing wrong, and no issue there. But, like, let's just look at it. What if he did something that was immature and stupid? Maybe he'd want that back. I don't know. Can we move on? Can we admit that? It is weird. The Myles Garrett comparison is a good one. Honestly, I didn't think of that last night, but yeah, I mean, I think it is the cardinal sin of professional sports or something like that. Again, assuming all of it's true, that he did ask for a trade and ask out. Like, this was a guy that everybody kind of believed in. This is the heir to Ben. This is this wonderful story. This guy who produced at Pitt. And then he said, I don't want to be here. And everybody turned on him.
I think it's genius. It clearly benefited. It was a genius move. And I mean, okay,
really?
I think it's genius. I mean, you bring somebody in who's a veteran, who's a former Super Bowl winner, and it's like, okay, am I going to sit here and compete with this guy and get beat out and be a backup? No, I think I'm a starter. So let's see if I can go back to the team that I grew up with and you win a Super Bowl. I think it's a great business move.
Yeah, but what now? Like, what happens now to him, Doran? That's what I worry about, because now he's set up for what? He has one more year in Philly. He's obviously not going to play. He hasn't shown much. Like, he's not – I don't know. Do you think he gets bounced out of there and gets traded? So I guess that works, but then you don't have control over where you're going. Your resume doesn't look great.
Put it this way. I'd rather be a backup in Philly than a backup in Pittsburgh.
So that much I agree with.
True.
That much I 100% agree.
And I think he saw the writing on the wall, I guess. I guess he saw, like, okay, like, I'm probably not going to beat out Russell Wilson. They seem to want Russell Wilson. I'm going to be a backup here. I'd rather be a backup somewhere else.
No, and that is a human moment there.
Yeah.
I am clearly not the Pittsburgh Steelers franchise quarterback. Right. They just told me that. They brought in Russell Wilson. So maybe they'll move me to a place where somebody thinks I can be a stopgap guy and I can prove them wrong and I can go be the franchise quarterback there. Or, hey, guess what? I land in Philly. It's my hometown. I could take it easy here, see what happens. I mean, that's humanity there, because imagine sticking around in the place that drafted you to be the franchise guy. You're not. That hurts, man. Mm-hmm. Like, that's gotta suck.
But Adam, he had a passer rating under 80. He didn't deserve to, like, bring in somebody. They're not wrong for doing that.
No, and I don't think the Steelers wronged him then. If you want to make the argument, and I have, that the Steelers wronged him at all, and he does have to bear some of the responsibility, it's the way things started with Kenny Pickett, where he got 0 first-team reps in the offseason. They immediately cede the thing to Trubisky, and then when it doesn't work, shockingly, with Mitch Trubisky, he doesn't get any of the first-team reps. He's thrown into the fire in the middle of the Jets game, and then he's on the road at Buffalo, on the road at Philadelphia. Like, that ain't the way to do it.
I just don't understand the anger that surrounds this situation. Like, I understand what Doran is saying. Maybe it was a great business decision for Kenny. Whatever. Like, you do you, man. I maybe this is like being on this side of the fence for as long as I have. I can't muster the, like, that this guy did something so horribly wrong.
No,
Steelers made their play. He made his. Like, Godspeed in Philadelphia, man, or wherever you go. We're moving on. Like, whatever. It's not worth freaking out over.
I agree with you, but it's the whole Pitt thing. There's Penn State fan base is a big Steelers fan base. They kind of coexist, and I think it has to do.
Yeah.
I think it's as small as something like that. I think that it's the eyes were so much on them, and it just never was going to work.
Somebody tried to make that argument to me on the Fan Evening Show last night about the Penn State Pitt thing, which I get it. But, like, by that argument, are we going to be upset if Saquon Barkley comes in here and produces? Save me that. Save me that. No, nobody cares if you play well in the NFL.
I think it's super easy if you are more passionate about your college team than you are the pro team. And I think Penn State fans who are part of that Venn diagram, I think a lot of them like the college team more. It's just the state college way. And so then they look at, okay, well, now my second favorite football team, the Pitt guy, in their mind ruined it. And it's an easy thing to hold against him. Oh, I can't believe they just went next door and they got Kenny Pickett. I do think there's a substantial amount of nuance, though, in this whole thing. And I think we've all landed in the same place. Like, who cares?
Right.
Like,
right.
People can be happy about Kenny for kneeling out the Super Bowl, which was an awesome moment for him, or you cannot be. But if there's hate left anymore, like,
ridiculous.
I've always thought it's been misplaced. It should be more on the organization for. Frankly, they put the pressure on a third-round graded quarterback by taking him in the first round and making him be the heir apparent to maybe the greatest quarterback in the history of the franchise, at least top two. Like, that's tough. All right, can we move on? Let's move on. Unless you don't want to move on. Yeah, one more. One more. Go ahead.
Dude, you know what bothers me is Kenny Pickett is, 30 games into his NFL career? Something like that. We're sitting here talking about Justin Fields can improve and get better, and he deserves another opportunity. Why are we labeling Kenny Pickett as a career backup when he's played 30 games compared to 50 for Justin Fields? Like, he can still improve. I don't think we've seen the best football out of Kenny Pickett. That's not a statement relative to the Steelers. That's just the reality of being a young player in professional sports. Like, things can and will change. We don't need to be attached to anything. All right, I'm done. Move on.
People got mad at your Twitter poll. I thought about this one today. If Kenny Pickett started every Eagles playoff game, do they still win the Super Bowl?
No. No.
I mean, Saquon he was averaging over 100 yards.
Yeah, like, he hasn't done enough for me that any of the NFC teams they faced would have to respect the pass enough. You could probably load up just numbers-wise and stop Saquon. I really like Jalen Hurts, guys. This is sideways of Kenny Pickett, but I don't think they win it if Kenny's starting.
Jalen Hurts is a lot better than I thought. His last two games definitely showed me that. Jason, you were quite the lightning rod on social media yesterday because you had the gall, the stones, to say you liked the Tommy Fan move. Why?
Because it's a personality the Pirates need. They need somebody who's a bit of a word I can't say on a radio show. Somebody who's going to call out a teammate, somebody who, might go in the manager's office and say, look, we need to do this differently. It's a strong personality. And this might blow up in their face. I don't know. And I'm not saying I like their entire offseason. I don't think they've added enough. But I feel like if they would have gotten a couple bats or even a bat, people wouldn't be as angry about the Tommy Pham signing. This guy in that piece, you can read, has done some stuff that, again, it might rub some people the wrong way, but it's good for the leadership of a team. It is good for challenging guys, holding guys accountable. So I'm not saying I love this move. This is the greatest move ever. They're so smart. I can't wait to see them win, 102 games. No, I'm saying this is an element that the Pirates have missed, and I'm really looking forward to see it play out.
Jason, real quick back to the Steelers. If Justin Fields, he's going to have other suitors. He's probably going to explore those options. Russell Wilson may have maybe one or two suitors. What if he explores those options too, and both those guys don't sign back as the Steelers quarterback? Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, of course. I was going to make a joke. No, I don't want it, Doran. I don't, man. There has to be another option. I think there's so much baggage, other stuff associated there. I feel like that's going to turn this into a circus. I mean, the one upshot would be that I think it would position them for 2026. But, can you imagine Aaron Rodgers going on Pat McAfee saying who knows what and Mike Tomlin having to deal with that? I don't
that has never happened before. There's never been a quarterback going on the radio around town causing problems for Tomlin.
I don't think they're going to sign up for it. And the guy can't play well enough. You can find somebody else. I wouldn't be excited about it. I'm not excited about Aaron Rodgers. Absolutely not.
Jason, this was spirited. This was delightful. Are you on tonight?
No, I'm not. I'm in tomorrow.
Okay, very
Monday,
good.
Wednesday, Friday this week.
We look forward to hearing you. Jason, appreciate the time. Read his work in the Post-Gazette. See you, buddy.
Thanks, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning. Usually a beginning of the conversation.
Good morning.
Yeah, he gives a good morning at the end.
Good morning. I never heard that before.
No.
That's interesting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Fare thee well. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I understand what Jason's saying about Tommy Pham. I do. They need a jackass in there. Someone who's going to ruffle feathers. But, Jeff Kent did that and then would hit 30 bombs playing second base. I'll agree with his other point. If you brought in a bat, Christian Walker at first base, and you add Tommy Pham as your 26th dude,
yes,
sure.
Right.
But they didn't do the former, so the latter doesn't do anything for me. He played on 3 teams last year.
Yeah.
So he might be ruffling the feathers the wrong way. Not let me just call guys out to get the best out of them. Maybe call guys out because I think they're the problem and I ain't.
Mm-hmm.
3 teams 1 year? Come on now.
What was it? The Royals, it was the White Sox, and somebody else, right?
3rd team.
Yep.
Yep. Don't you think, though, out of one side of your mouth, if you say Tommy Pham would ruffle feathers, and then out of the other side of your mouth, you say I can't deal with Rogers Circus, don't you feel like those are kind of conflicting opinions? Like Rogers would absolutely come in here and ruffle feathers. Chief among them, perhaps Mike Tomlin. Oh, hey, Mike, you don't want me to throw over the middle of the field? Yeah, I'm going to. Good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to sling that thing.
Yeah, but Rogers is a different player than Tommy Pham.
Yeah, he's a much better player.
Right.
And he advocated for the jackass that sucks. I'm advocating for the jackass that doesn't quite suck.
Because there's no other jackasses that suck out there.
There's no options available. I still contend that if it's Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, I would rather take the flyer on Rodgers.
Same here.
But Justin Fields should be the quarterback next year. 412-928-9370. Tyler Kennedy going to join us at the bottom of the hour. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I want to put the Kenny Pickett thing to bed next and then never deal with it again until next time he kneels out a Super Bowl. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball has a game tonight against SMU on the road. It'll start at 9 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan, listen on the radio, or listen on the free Odyssey app. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kelly and Kevin recently worked with Gina because they had found a new home that they wanted to buy and needed to sell their home in Murraysville. They said that Gina was excellent to work with, and their experience was evident every step of the way. Gina was able to get some great results for Kelly and Kevin as well. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina. Will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo. Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois,
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. After Philadelphia exposed the weaknesses Kansas City had managed to camouflage, here's where the salary cap constrained Chiefs must focus this offseason. First and foremost, Kansas City must completely retool its offensive line. Mahomes had no chance in this game. Beyond Xavier Worthy and a healthy Rashee Rice, the other receivers are free agents, and Travis Kelce may retire. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same.
Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Another trouble spot to deal with. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. We have an accident blocking the center lane to the inbound Parkway East. This is near the Bates Street off-ramp and causing slowdowns getting around the scene. You do have delays on the suburban side, jamming all the way back to Greensburg Pike. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 jammed just past the Highland Park Bridge all the way to the north side. Parkway North delays at the bend at Bellevue Westview. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tyler Kennedy going to join us coming up in the next segment. Sidney Crosby off to play in the Four Nations Classic. They gave him full say in this, Doran. Hey, go test it out. See how you feel. If you feel good, you could play in this thing, even though you're not 100% healthy. If the Penguins were in the throngs of a playoff chase, I'd be irritated by that. If they were chasing down Lord Stanley's Cup, and Crosby's not 100%, and they said, hey, it's your decision whether to play or not, I would say, oh, F that. You tell his ass he can't go.
I think he'd make the right decision not play, though.
I don't know about that. He loves Canada so much.
Yeah, he does, but I think that, they haven't made the playoffs in, 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
I think that if they were, had a winning record and they were humming right now, he would know that this is probably his last opportunity to try to win a cup and win a couple playoff series maybe. I think that he'd make the decision if he wasn't healthy to be like, okay, I got to preserve myself for the real thing so I could close out my career by trying to win one more. I don't know. I see what you're saying, though. He loves...
Because he's the damn captain.
He loves it.
If he wasn't the captain, I think you might be right, but because he's the captain, I could see him saying, no, I'm healthy enough to play, though not 100%. I'm going to do both.
Yeah.
Because they're not in it, of course, you let him do what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Let him do what he wants. He has meant so much to this franchise, this city, the game of hockey in this city. They're not going anywhere this year. If he got hurt, it would actually help them tanking. Not, of course, that I want to see that. I have no problem with it now. But if the circumstances were a little bit different, I might be a little hot today.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk to TK about that coming up in about 8 or 9 minutes. One last bow to put on the Kenny Pickett thing. Can we all just move on? You have a lot of Kenny Pickett supporters online that are ripping the Steelers and saying, oh, he got one over on them. And I agree that they screwed up at the beginning of it. I articulated that in the previous segment. If you're a Pickett supporter, you don't got to lash out at the Steelers. If you're a Steelers supporter that is not happy with the way that it went with Kenny Pickett, you need not lash out at Kenny. If I was doing this show. I am. We're doing this show. And they came to me. Craig Riley comes in here and says, Crowley, we love you. You're going back to producing. Nicholas Harry Callis is going to be the host of the show. I don't think I'd be around here very long.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Kenny Pickett did.
Right.
Now, the Seattle thing irked me, and I understand why it would work other people up. But when Russell Wilson was brought in here, in a place where there were vicious rumors started about Kenny, because we're getting them on the text line right now that there is no truth to. Hell no, I don't want to be around here.
No.
Hell freaking no.
No.
I don't want to be around here. And I think if we could all just step back for a second and give less of a crap, let the guy go be happy. If he wants to be happy being a backup quarterback, and he is, and his wife is pregnant, and everything's lining up, and it's his hometown team, why the hell we got to hate on him for that? Like, I know a couple weeks ago I said, it's not that big of a deal. He knelt the game out. Okay, but I'm not hating on the guy. Why the hell would I hate on the guy? No one should hate on the guy.
Right.
I think it's despicable. I think it brings out an ugly color in us. Forget it. Forget it. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Get it off my chest.
I think Kenny made the right decision. I mean, and I'll stick to that. Like, I really do. He just didn't see there's no upside off the field, on the field by staying here, and especially whenever your team that drafted you first round to be the franchise quarterback goes and tries to find and signs another franchise quarterback that was a franchise quarterback that had won already, that they probably, you're thinking in your mind, have plans for him to start or at least compete with you, and probably will side with giving him the job because of his veteran presence, as they already done before with Mitch Trubisky. So it's like, it's a lose-lose situation. Like, let me start fresh. Let me get out of here. And I think it was a good decision. And also I think that there's a part of Kenny that would like to save face a little bit of the things he did prior to getting drafted to the Steelers, because that was always in jeopardy. And I said that, and I bring this up a lot. Like, I said that before he got drafted to the Steelers. I hope he doesn't get drafted I hope he doesn't get drafted to the Steelers, because that could tarnish his legacy as one of the best pick quarterbacks that we've ever seen. And it kind of did a little bit.
Yes.
And I think that he probably thought about that too. Like, I could actually save face for some of the good that I actually did do here and the happy times that I had here and go away and start and refresh my career somewhere else. And now he's going to come back as a Super Bowl champion in Pitt fans' eyes, rightfully so. Other people's eyes, he's not a Super Bowl champion because he was a backup, which I think is absolutely stupid. I mean, it's a team sport. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. You could tell the people that's never played sports that say that, because it's a team sport. So he is a Super Bowl champion. I'm going to say that. But in Pitt fans' eyes, he really is. And in other people's eyes that aren't Pitt fans, he probably isn't. But he's going to come back here a Super Bowl champion, and he's going to be revered as one of the best quarterbacks that ever played at the University of Pittsburgh. And I think he saved that by leaving.
that legacy.
Yes, that's what is most important, I think, to Kenny right now and before the Super Bowl and before leaving the Steelers.
And people don't understand that, as time moves on, goals change too. Maybe Kenny realized, I'm not a starting quarterback in the NFL.
That too.
That's a possibility. There's not always a bad guy either. Like, the Steelers weren't wrong to move on, and Kenny was not wrong to want to move on. There's not always a bad guy.
We all make mistakes.
Right.
Just like Mackey was saying. Like, whether the Steelers made a mistake, whether Kenny made a mistake, we're all human beings. It's okay to make mistakes. But you have to move on from your mistakes and admit your mistakes, and then try to revamp what you're there to do.
Yeah.
And that's what they both did. The Steelers were like, yeah, Kenny, okay, fine. We'll send you to a place that you want to go. So it was an amicable situation.
Got a third-round pick, too. It's not like they didn't get anything in return for Kenny Pickett.
They split ways. Kenny was like, I want to go somewhere. Okay, we'll send you a place that you want to go, and then we'll move on.
A mutual breakup, if you will.
Absolutely. Like, I just don't see the reason why that there has to be so much hate for a professional athlete that really has done nothing wrong in real life.
I do wish now, because we know the Steelers still wound up 10-7 and not winning anything. Russ got hurt at the beginning of the year. I would have liked to see Kenny with Arthur Smith. I mean, I'm not saying that they did anything wrong. I mean, the Steelers did what they should have done. Kenny landed in a place that was better position for him than here. But, like, curiosity, I do wonder what Kenny would have looked like without Matt Canada. He played one game without Matt Canada. One. That's it. Just want to see what it would have looked like.
Okay, let's play that game then.
Yeah.
If you want to see what it looks like, and then he goes 4-2 like Justin Fields, do you think they go back to Russell Wilson?
Probably not. Probably
Right?
not. Because they drafted him in the first round. If he goes 4-2 in that span, and it looks more aesthetically pleasing, because I do think Fields looked better than Pickett had.
Right. It looks like what Fields did.
Yeah. I think he continues to be the starting quarterback.
I agree.
Yeah. That's a great point by you, and I think that's exactly how it would play out. Good talk.
Yeah.
Let's never do it again.
Okay. We're good.
Tyler Kennedy coming up next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby is going to compete in the Four Nations face-off for Canada. He's healed from his injury that he sustained last week after the New Jersey Devils game. Penguins don't play again until February 22nd as well, so they've got a couple weeks off here More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
My name is Paul. I'm 58 years old. I lost 45 pounds thanks to the Awaken 180 program. Before Awaken 180, I was drinking Pepto out of the bottle at night to go to sleep from heartburn. I was struggling getting up and down the stairs, like tired all the time. And I didn't know that's how it wasn't supposed to be. I just accepted that's how my life is. And then one day I said, it doesn't have to be this way. I made a decision to change my life and I chose Awaken 180. And that was the best choice I ever made. I needed support. I'm a person who needed support. Awaken 180 provided that support for me. They changed my relationship with food. I changed it with their guidance. That was the whole thing. I had to change my relationship with food. And I learned how to eat. I learned healthy fats. I learned all about sugar and what it does to me. And I just learned a new way to live.
A change Paul and I both needed and we received with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms clean starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Chris Muller here. Love is in the air this February, but if you don't love your windows, fall in love with some new ones from Universal Windows Direct during their Love Your Windows sales event. Right now, you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, Universal Windows Direct is offering no interest financing for 3 years. And if you already have a price from another company, Universal Windows Direct will beat it. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And this February, like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. I have a little poem for you. Roses are red, Blue Chew is blue. Order today. Your partner will thank you. It can be hard to get a good Valentine's Day gift idea every year, candy, flowers, etc. But if you go to BlueChew.com and talk to one of their licensed medical providers, then the hardest part of your Valentine's Day won't be picking out jewelry. And if you didn't know about Blue Chew by now, well, it's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra in chewable form, and better yet, at a fraction of the cost. And because Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you've got no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations or waiting in line at the pharmacy. It just ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. And again, it's chewable, so if you don't like swallowing pills, no problems here. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. March is right around the corner, and college basketball is really heating up right now. New customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference classes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets, you name it. Pitt has a game at Miami coming up this weekend, against Miami, Very important game. Got to win every game against bad teams when you are on the bubble. Miami is horrible. Their coach retired. And so Pitt's absolutely got to win this game. You bet on them to win it, and you get $150 in bonus bets coming your way. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, baconate with a breakfast Baconator, roll with the sausage breakfast burrito, buddy it up with a honey buddy, or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes, and then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Joined now by our friend Tyler Kennedy, Penguins Stanley Cup champion. He's brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Also, Tyler Kennedy brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. Take steps to protect yourself and your family throughout the different stages of your life with Julian Gray Associates. Good morning to you, TK. How you doing?
I'm a little tired today, boys, but I'm doing great. I was a little late night last night.
What'd you go out drinking some pops, TK? What are you doing?
No, I went to RMU last night, and I watched Swickley Academy, their varsity team. They tied, went into OT, and they lost in a shootout. But what a game. So I was there all night. What a great game. Right now, the big news is I'm going to be the hockey director of Swickley Academy.
Oh, nice.
TK.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Let me be the golf director. They wouldn't let me be the golf director, so I have to be the hockey director.
That's
TK,
fantastic.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. I was thinking, man, this guy's so passionate about hockey. He's out there watching that, staying up late, but they're going to pay your ass?
Well, yeah. You know what? My thing is, obviously my kids are going to go there, and it's the academics there are, in my opinion, the best in the city. So, I definitely wanted my kids to be smart, and that's, giving them the best opportunity for the future. So we made a partnership.
That's awesome, TK. Congratulations on that. Hey, we did some math earlier. What was it? 200 million Americans didn't watch the Super Bowl or something like that. What percentage of NHL players do you think didn't watch the Super Bowl on Sunday?
Ooh, I'd say like 15%, 20%. I'd say 20%.
See, you've always been a big football guy, haven't you? Or at least since you've been here for a while?
Well, what I think is a little bit different this year for the NHL players is usually it's during the year. So everyone usually had a Super Bowl party at one of the teams, one of the players, houses. But this year with, the Four Nations, those guys are gone. They're sitting on a beach somewhere. I don't know. They probably got glimpses of it, but I don't think they're getting off the beach or wherever they are to go watch football, especially after how the first quarter went.
TK, you brought up Four Nations, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be super high-level hockey. Crosby obviously has been banged up, has missed the last few games for the Pens, but looks like he's good to go for Four Nations. Let's say the Penguins were contending for a Stanley Cup this year, and Crosby was like 85%. Do you think he'd still play for Canada?
Yes, I do. I just think when you put that jersey, it's such an honor. Like, being from Canada and understanding how much it means to put that jersey with that maple leaf on the front, that Canadian symbol, it's one of the biggest honors you can get as a Canadian. So I think he would have done it no matter what. And I think a lot of this was just precautionary, making sure he was ready to go. So,
did you ever play in the World Championships, Tyler?
No, I didn't. I can't believe I didn't. But I think I had close to 50 points. I had 21 goals one year, and I was all set to go. And I don't know, they picked a guy that had 18 goals. So I was like, what? But and in my prime, we were going to the Stanley Cup Finals a lot.
Right.
We were a team that were contending all the time, which kind of put me out of that contention for that team,
Yeah, 2011 was when you scored all those goals because they actually put you on the power play, TK, because you had Sid out, you had Gino out, but you guys unfortunately got knocked out by Tampa. That would have been the opportunity. What the hell were they thinking? That would have had to have been a great honor for you, I'm guessing.
Yes. Honestly, that would have been unbelievable because, at the end of your career, you always look at your accomplishments, and that would have been a really big one. But I never end up getting to wear that, jersey. But it's something that I wish I would have, because it is a big honor.
Yeah, for this Four Nations game, classic or whatever, Connor McDavid, first-line center, Sidney Crosby, second-line center. How do you think that camaraderie is going? And, are they picking each other's brains? Do you think they're asking each other a lot of questions? Do you think it's just one-sided? Maybe McDavid asking Crosby a lot of questions. I'd like to be a fly on that wall in that locker room of those two going back and forth.
Well, yeah, he's just the hockey IQ in that room. And I think as soon as you get in that room, as soon as they land in Montreal, those guys are teammates. They're opening up about certain things. They're opening up about everything, and what makes those guys so elite and the best in the world, they learn, they're willing to learn from other guys, and the one thing I always thought Sid was every summer he'd work on something different and come back a better player, whether it was his shot, his face-offs. And what he would do is he would either ask guys around the league, hey, what do you do off your face-off? Or, look at this guy's release, study his release. So, when they're practicing and when they're in the dressing room talking, they're learning off each other. And, you want to talk about high IQ conversations of what's going on, it would be unbelievable. And at the end of the day, all those guys are great guys. They're all good guys. They're hockey guys that just want to win, and whatever they have to do to win, they're going to do.
TK, you rooting for the United States or you rooting for Canada?
I'm rooting for players, not countries.
Rooting for 87?
What? Yeah, 100. I love Sid. Sid's the man. Obviously, I'd love to see Canada win just because of Sid, and what he's done for hockey, what he's done for his country. That's so huge. The United States obviously living here. I think if they would win, I think it would change the mentality of how people thought in our country, in Canada, because right now, no matter what, everyone says hockey is a Canadian sport, but after you watch the World Juniors and, the U.S. wins, and if they lose this and U.S. wins, no, this is just as much of a U.S. sport than it is a Canadian sport. So there's a lot of things. There is some stuff that's riding on this Four Nations for bragging rights, for that kind of stuff. So I am on the fence of who I'm rooting for, but I obviously want Sidney Crosby because of how good of a guy, how much of a leader he is for the Penguins, for my time with them. So I'm rooting for Sid.
TK, you're the man. This was a lot of fun. Congratulations on the new gig, and we'll be talking to you next week. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy. TK. See, we're nowhere near as good as Canada in hockey, so we're just going to buy Canada, is what I've heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard, too.
That's my understanding of the news. I haven't really looked into it any further than that, but I think we're trying to make Canada the 51st state so that we can have Austin Matthews be on the same team as Crosby and Connor McDavid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all hockey motivated.
Yes.
That's my understanding. Don't blow up the text line. We haven't done any reading into this, but we're trying to buy Canada to get better at hockey. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Russia not in the thing, which kind of waters it down for me.
What's the four?
It is Finland,
Sweden,
United States, Canada. So really, no offense, United States and Canada. And really, no offense, Canada. I know the United States team's good. I get it. But, Crosby's our second-line center. Oh, okay. All right. All right, coming up next, multiple reports indicate that a wide receiver who's available wants to come to Pittsburgh, Doran. Wants to be here. I don't know why, but they want to be here. We'll tell you who that is, who said it when we come back. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against SMU at 9 o'clock. Pitt comes into this game having lost 3 games in a row. You can listen to the game live right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Scrally.
Thank you so much, Callis. Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for the pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today or online at callthepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the center and left lanes of the inbound side of the Parkway East, approaching the Bates Street off-ramp. Traffic getting by in the right lane, but it's slow. In fact, it's backed all the way through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and on the suburban side back to Greensburg Pike. Route 28 jams before the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. Parkway West stacking inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway North is stacked around the bend at Bellevue Westview, and then again across the Veterans Bridge, solid past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Celebrate the 16th birthday of the Pine Community Center. The Pine Parks and Recreation Department offers summer camps, a state-of-the-art turf athletic complex, sports and enrichment programs for all ages, outdoor trails, and so much more. Explore at twp.pine.pa.us.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When he's good, he's thorough good. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Hi. I'm John Henney, 4th generation owner of Henney Jewelers in Shadyside. When it comes to shopping for a diamond engagement ring, be sure you're getting the very best value. Before you think about purchasing a ring anywhere else, please stop into Henney Jewelers to compare. Our friendly team will make you comfortable and never pressure you. We are confident we'll help you find or create your dream ring at the absolute best value. Stop into Henney today or go to HenneyJewelers.com to make an appointment. Henney Jewelers. We're your jewelers for life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll tell you which wide receiver wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler coming up at the top of the hour. 93.7 The Fan. Doran is celebrating our 15th year anniversary. We want you to join us for our celebration at Rivers Casino. February 26th. The party is free, but you still need a ticket to get in. Stop by Bowser Chevrolet today, Tuesday, February 11th from 4 until 6 to get 2 free tickets, and you can check out Pony and Muller from Studio B. For more details, go to 937thefan.com. So we'll get into the wide receiver deal coming up at the top of the hour. It has been brought to my attention that there is a new billboard that has been put up, Doran. And this was brought to my attention by you during the break. And the billboard says, "The standard is mediocrity. Trade Tomlin or sell the team, Rooney!" ! We've had enough, underlined. Couldn't afford the extra exclamation point there. Paid for by the guy from the terrible tailgate, Kevin Adams. All right. Okay.
Does that mean, what is that? Is that going to do anything?
They're going to sell the team now.
Right.
Is how that's going to go. I'm never going to rip somebody for being passionate, and Steelers fans are super passionate. You know a lot of passionate Pitt fans. I, myself, am a very passionate West Virginia fan. We wear our fandom on our sleeve. I just am not in the business of spending money on things that ain't going to do jack.
Right.
And putting up a billboard below another billboard that is smaller than the one on top of it that says the standard is mediocrity, trade Tomlin or sell the team, Rooney, just ain't going to do it. I don't know what that kind of thing costs. Maybe it's not that expensive. If it's not that expensive, we're going to put billboards up for us.
I think it's like $5,000.
That's not bad. We'll put them all around the city. The 5th best mid-market morning show in the country. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley with Nicholas Harry Callis. Please listen to the Fan Morning Show.
I was going to say that the billboard would cost as much as a bus would, so why don't we invest the money in that? There you go.
Invest your money.
Are you going to do that now? We're going to put up our own billboards? Because now all of a sudden billboard doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Nope.
It was a bad idea when he did it. Not a bad idea when we do it. You going to do that? You got the discretionary income?
Let me get a
You got
car
2
sold.
jobs?
Let me get a car sold first, and we'll see.
Sell that car, put up a billboard.
There
Where
we go.
would we put it?
Right after this exit.
There's that big gold building right around the corner from here.
Yep.
May or may not have something on the side of it. I think we just put a billboard right over top of that.
Yes.
Listen to the Fan Morning Show.
Or we'll just pick a better side. It actually really isn't a better side, though. Cause
I mean, it's either the back or the front.
If it's only $5,000, we should have been doing billboards for a long time.
I think it's right around there. Depends, I think.
Again, not going to fault anybody for their passion. I get it. You're mad about your team.
Yeah.
But you think Art Rooney II gives a rat's ass that there's a billboard up?
No.
Or that it drives any kind of decision-making?
No. People are still going to show up to the games.
What's more impactful, seriously? Local fan reaction or national media reaction? It's national media reaction. It's not even close, and they don't care about that. I think Tomlin got dragged in a Super Bowl commercial. They don't care. He got a lifetime contract. He got no trade clause. He's never going anywhere. It's not going to happen. Save your money.
Yep.
Except for us, it's a good idea. Yeah. All right, coming up next, there's a wide receiver who wants to come to Pittsburgh. Yes. Yes! We got one, Doran. Just got to cross some T's, dot some I's, bring his ass on in here. Who is it? Who said he's coming? Potentially? That's next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Let me give you a story as to what happened recently in our house. So my wife, her car from Schultz Ford, right? Needed state inspection. You know what they did? Sent somebody out. They grabbed her car. They left the loaner there. And they took her car, got it inspected at the shop, and brought it back. Yep. Pickup and delivery service. That's just one of the perks. Schultz Ford. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, something small to come out and get it done right in your driveway. Like I told you about, pickup and delivery service. All those great locations, got the city surrounded, and the people are just fantastic. So much going on at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Everything I just told you about, you just can't go wrong. So if you need a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, any vehicle, get to Schultz Ford or check them out. Always online, SchultzFord.com.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of good news finally on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. All travel lanes back open after crews moved the earlier vehicle that was blocking the center lane to the side of the roadway. In fact, it's right at the Bates Straight Off ramp. Traffic, however, remains slow back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and on the suburban side back toward Greensburg Pike. On the Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound delays just past I-79 to Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 stacked from the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We didn't go over the teams just yet. I would think that there'd be a lot of teams that could use a player like Debo. Obviously, I think the 49ers did a tremendous job at maximizing his talents, but think of all the teams that need wide receivers. There's so many of them.
Yeah, Schefter would go on to say in that clip that the Pittsburgh Steelers would be interested in Debo Samuel's services. Also, Noah Strackbean of Sports Illustrated says that he talked to his agent, Debo Samuel's agent, Torrey Dandy, and they plan to engage the Steelers in discussion about a trade that could bring the star wide receiver to Pittsburgh.
Wow.
So not only were the Steelers the betting favorite, which that's led to things in the past. They were the betting favorite for Fields. They were the betting favorite for Russell Wilson. But now you've got some substantiated reports there from Noah Strackbean and then at least Adam Schefter, the grand poobah of all things NFL information, alluding to it on the Pat McAfee show. I think it's going to happen. I think he's a perfect fit.
Me too. Will it happen? I'm not 100% sure. I think that there's a high percentage of it happening, and I think that it's a perfect fit. I'm with you. I think that they could use him in multiple ways as he was used in San Francisco. He could be your third running back too. So I would love for this to happen. But if this happens, it doesn't mean that it should be done. I think there still needs to be more added.
Oh, you're 100% right about that.
And I hope they don't feel like, okay, we solved that issue. Now it's time to move on to a different position. Like, no, you still need another receiver at that position, even with George.
Look at you advancing the topic there, Doran, because I was just going to talk about all the reasons why Deebo Samuel would make sense. That's a great point. You can't just say, all right, we got George Pickens. Now we trade for Deebo Samuel, $17.5 million this year. Maybe you give him a contract extension, we'd see. And that's it. We got Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson, come back. See what he's got. Oh, we got Calvin Austin as a 3 or a 4. Oh, I feel pretty good about Calvin Austin when you're not throwing it to Van Jefferson as your number 2. No. That can't be it.
No. It has to be either Deebo or Deebo-esque, that type of receiver. George, draft, Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin.
Yes.
Has to be that way.
I still believe in Roman Wilson. I like where they took him last year. I think he's a ball player. He wasn't a huge volume guy at Michigan. They ran the ball a ton with J.J. McCarthy, and he would knock people on their ass. Like, I think he can be a good possession slot receiver in the NFL, and I think he's the kind of guy who you want to play in an Arthur Smith offense. But I'm not banking on him as my 3. He didn't play last year.
Right.
I like him just as much as I liked him when they took him, but I can't count on him.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Austin, decent little player, but you need to push guys like that down the depth chart.
Right.
If they get Deebo Samuel, you still draft a guy in the first round. And if you do, I think you're okay. Like, I would bring Ben Skoranek back in training camp. I know that's not sexy. That's not going to knock anybody's socks off, but he's a useful football player.
Special teams.
He's a great special teams guy.
Great 6th wide receiver, 5th wide receiver.
Yes, and people don't think about that kind of stuff, but it absolutely matters.
Yep.
And Calvin Austin could be my kick and punt returner. I want someone more dynamic back there than Cordero Patterson wound up being. That can be my room. But it can't be Deebo and then a third-round wide receiver, because then it becomes Deebo, who's a question mark in his own right because he's a guy who's been banged up and who's been somewhat mercurial. Then it's the other guy who's been big-time mercurial in George Pickens. So there's questions there with him. And then Calvin Austin, who hadn't played, Roman Wilson, who hadn't played, Calvin Austin, who's, a role player. That can't be it. That can't be it. You're guessing too much there. But there are a couple of mocks out there, a lot of mocks out there, in fact, that have Ibuka still around at 21, and a couple of other guys there around them at 21. I think it would be malpractice if they didn't take a wide receiver in the first round.
I do too. I even think, what do you think about this? Should they trade up if Ibuka is slotted a couple slots ahead and you know that the couple teams before you need a wide receiver? Would you trade up for Ibuka? I'm not saying trade up in to 10. I'm saying trade up maybe to
couple spots.
17, 18.
So you give up a late round pick or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that. I think the offseason MO for the Pittsburgh Steelers needs to be building out your foundation for Justin Fields, ideally, and the next quarterback who hopefully wins a Super Bowl for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's what it's got to be about. And Deebo's still young enough that I think he can fit that vision. That's why I like it more than Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is on the back 9 of his career. He might be on the final 4 holes of his career. Deebo, I feel like, has been around in the league forever. He's only 28 years old, man.
29.
Oh, damn it.
He just turned 29.
When?
Last month.
Oh, jeez. Happy birthday, Deebo.
So he's 2 years younger than Kupp.
I feel like there's less mileage on him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, playing running back, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Kupp been more banged up than him. I mean, Kupp the last 3 years, he's really missed a lot of time. And Deebo, while he's been nicked up, I guess I should put it, really hasn't missed substantial time for 4 years.
I feel like he's more on the durable side, even because of all the things they ask him to do for the amount of injuries that he has had to deal with. I think that that's a minimal amount for what he has been doing. Like, he's been doing a lot. Like, he doesn't just get toss plays. He runs in between the tackles.
Right.
He's motioning. He's doing all kinds of different things. I think that for the injury history that he does have, I think that that's pretty good for the things that he's asked to do.
He had 8 touchdowns in 2021 running the football.
Yeah.
He had 21 first downs running the football. He had a long run, Doran, of 49 yards. You know what the longest run in Najee Harris's career is?
37.
Damn right. He had a 51-yard run in 2022. We've talked about, people seem to think that running the ball is the devil. Oh, it's bad. Oh, I don't want to run. It's modern-day football. No, you have to be unique. You have to do it a little differently. Now, the Eagles, they have the best offensive line in football, and they have a running quarterback, and you have the best running back in football. The Steelers don't have those things. The Ravens have the best running quarterback of all time, and they do things in a funky way. They can run the read option, but because of the athletes they have in the backfield, it can work like it does in college. Steelers, if you have Justin Fields and some speedy back you take from the draft, and you mix in a little Deebo Samuel, okay, now you're getting funky with the thing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, even a jet sweep doesn't look that bad.
Nope.
When it's that guy running the football.
I wanted him last year over even Ayuk.
I remember you saying that.
Just thinks he can just offer a lot more. I mean, you think about Cordero Patterson, and this year, I mean, there's times where Cordero looked pretty good because, he was healthy, and then he got hurt, and he was used a lot. He was used as a receiver. In the one game, I forget what it was, he had like 40 yards receiving. Then he used it as a running back. Think about that, but times 20 because Deebo is younger, and he can do it better.
Yes.
And that's what I think Arthur Smith would like in his offense. I think he would fit perfectly.
People are texting in right now, 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. They're bringing up the veteran leader. You need a veteran leader in that room. Man, I don't know. Do the Eagles give a rat's ass about that? I mean, seriously. Like Jalen Carter, they take, 9th overall. The only reason he fell that far was because of the car crash. Like, that guy, his life could have gone a different direction. They didn't give it. Oh, I almost swore there. What? Of all the times for me to maybe swear, I'm not even all that worked up. Like, his life could have gone in a different direction. Like, he needed guidance. They just saw talent, and they brought him in.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the guy that we talked about yesterday from some college that we never even heard of that they brought in? Like, they just want guys who are talented. And then you figure out the rest. Is A.J. Brown going to walk the straight and narrow? Is he going to behave the way that you ideally would want a teammate to believe? Probably not. Him and Jalen Hurts got into it this year. He's kind of weird reading books on the sideline. Shoot, man, he was getting jacked up on the sideline during the Super Bowl. Is he good, though? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Does Deebo Samuel fit in an ideal world what they want to do? I think the answer to that is unequivocally yes. So bring him in.
Yeah.
And here's the kicker. He wants to be here, according to Noah Strackbean, according to the speculation by Adam Schefter. Like, that should not be a foregone conclusion for that position. Oh, a wide receiver wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? You should run to try to make that deal possible.
I think you make a great point.
Thank
I
you.
think that another point about the Eagles that has been overlooked, and especially in a Jalen Carter situation, is that the Eagles have drafted players that have maybe had issues in saying, okay, like, you have a lot of talent, go play, but they also drafted their teammates around them from college.
Yeah.
And I think that is important. I do. I think, having Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, having Nakobe Dean on the outside, like they're familiar with their guys. Put them in a situation where it's like, yeah, they need development. They need kind of brought along a little bit. Let them have their guys. And I thought that was very significant, even with Darnell Washington and Broderick Jones. I think that may be a way that could work out with Broderick on the left side and having Darnell as the tight end next to him. I think that they could work well together. I think that there's something to that. Whenever you do have a player that is, kind of off a little bit, to bring them and put them. I mean, look at Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts. I mean, little things like that I think do matter.
Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, not that either one of those guys, but I hear what you're saying.
And I think
make them comfortable.
And I think that George Pickens is comfortable with Fields because they did play together too at Georgia for a little bit. I do think that does matter. I think that George might be more comfortable with Fields as the quarterback because they are familiar with each other. I think that little stuff does matter. I know that was a little sidecar there, but I think that the Eagles have done a good job by doing that with some players that maybe would have an asterisk next to their name.
Javon Hargrave going to be a free agent. Steelers need help on the defensive line. I'm not sure at this point in his career just how much money he's worth, but, I mean, that would be a guy that would fit that. Not that they play on the same side of the ball, but a guy that he's familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
I just think you bring in good players and you figure out the rest. And here's a text. Building out the foundation for a team that doesn't have a quarterback is done in the trenches. Okay, they're not going to add another offensive lineman this year. They've spent too much in the draft on that. Not high. I mean, it's probably smart every year to take guys later on in the draft.
Depth pieces, yeah.
But you took you took Zach Frazier in the second round last year, Troy Faltano in the first round, you took Broderick Jones in the first round before
McCormick
that.
in the fourth.
McCormick last year, yeah. And then you spent a decent amount of money on Pro Bowler, Isaac Seumalo. Like, maybe you could go guard. Maybe. Because how long is he going to be around? But you're not going to do that in the first couple of rounds. Now, if you're talking trenches on the defensive side, fair enough. It's also a super deep defensive draft. You need a quarterback because they can't develop a quarterback. No faith in that. We talked about that yesterday with Jalen Hurts. What would Jalen Hurts be doing as a Steeler? Probably getting them to 10-7 and getting their butts whipped in the playoffs. You need it to be foolproof for a quarterback walking in here. You need to make it as easy on Justin as possible or the next guy as easy as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, I grew up a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I understand the trenches. We just saw what Philly did. I understand that. But you need a quarterback to come in here and not play scared and not need to develop a lot. Or make the development as easy as possible, and that's throwing the ball to Debo, throwing the ball to George Pickens, throwing the ball to Emmanuel Abuka. Emmanuel?
Emeka.
Damn it. That's what you need. Make it easy on that guy. I get the trenches. Give the guy skill position talent.
Yeah.
Running back included. Wait until people hear about this mock draft that went out. I think people will lose their minds if this mock draft that we're going to go over next actually comes to fruition. Also, your thoughts on bringing in Debo Samuel and more at the wide receiver position this offseason. 412-928-9370. This segment brought to you by Bet365. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby to play in the Four Nations face-off. He'll be playing for Canada. He's recovered from his injury enough to play that he sustained last week after the New Jersey Devils game. Penguins also have a couple weeks off now. They're not going to play again until the 22nd. That'll be a Saturday. Not this Saturday, but the following. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Doran.
It's chilly out, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15.
Happy birthday.
And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Light, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
With Target, checking off your Valentine's Day list has never been easier. First, surprise your favorite people with something extra thoughtful, like a soothing candle and a memorable scent, or a decorative picture frame to show off every moment. Both buy one, get one 50% off with Target Circle. And don't forget to treat yourself. Find the sweetest style for your special occasion with 20% off women's dresses now through Friday. This week, find Valentine's gifts for everyone you love, only at Target.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Loyal listeners will recall that last Friday at this time I listed Philadelphia's defensive line as my X factors for Super Bowl 59. Their performance was beyond defensive coordinator Vic Fangio's wildest hopes. But there's always a cost, isn't there, folks? Defensive end Josh Sweat and tackle Milton Williams are free agents, and Brandon Graham looks like he's going to retire. A Boomer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things still a little heavy on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by your local Parmar stores. If there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon. That earlier accident, everything off to the side at the Bates Street off-ramp on the inbound Parkway East. Still looking at delays, though, back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and on the suburban side where you're jammed back to Churchill. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, past Shaler Waterworks, Parkway West. That is stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill, and the crosstown remaining slow past 6th and 7th Avenues over toward 5th Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You just said during the break that the Steelers need to get in on Debo now. Why?
Check off a box. Get these things done earlier. Don't let any other thing outside of what you're doing entice a player, a situation from any other team, really. get in first, get it done, solidify a situation that was a big issue last year, and then move to the next one. Get on this, get on this train now and get it rolling. Can't wait around, as you saw what happened last year.
Right. They
just can't.
Beat around the bush last year, and it cost them dearly. Because they were interested in Ayuk, obviously. I mean, they thought at times that they were going to pull that off. But that was minutes, really, relatively speaking, before the start of the season. You cannot put yourself in that position again.
No.
And we have now had 2 wide receivers that have indicated that they would want to come here. Devontae Adams was asked by Kay Adams on Up and Adams. I've said Adams a lot. And he said he would want to play for Tomlin. And now you've got Deebo Samuel's camp, who has indicated to Noah Strackbean of Sports Illustrated that he would want to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not sure how many more guys are out there feeling that way. You don't know who the quarterback's going to be. Guys do love Tomlin around the league. They hold him in high regard, despite, my criticisms of Tomlin and others' criticisms of Tomlin. There are guys who want to play for him. But I don't look at the Steelers as an ideal landing spot for wide receivers. And I don't look at the Steelers as a team that overpays. Like, they went out and they got Patrick Queen last year, and that made me excited because it's the most average annual value money that they spent out on a wide receiver. They also had to pay the guy, $8 million last year? Like, it's not like they broke the bank for that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see them overspending on a wide receiver, and I think it might take overspending on a wide receiver to get one here. Not if you trade for him. And I don't know how big the market's going to be for Deebo, how much you'd have to pay in terms of, draft equity to get that guy in here. $17.5 million. I know he only had 200-yard games last year. I know that he's only been a 1,000-yard receiver once in his career, but he's unique. He's unique. Now, if you told me that they weren't going to draft a wide receiver in round 1, I do think I'd rather have Devontae Adams. But if they do both, I'd rather have Deebo. I want as many different bodies in that room as possible.
Yeah.
I look at it like a basketball team, Dorn. You want the 5, you want the 1, you want guys that look different skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
Slot guys, quick guy, jump ball guy. But if you're not going to... What, you didn't like that one?
The jump ball guy.
I didn't have much more to add there.
Jump ball guy.
Hey, get a jump ball guy. Wide receiver, not a... It'd be the 5. He'd be the center.
You said that. You said that first.
Oh, that's the first thing that I said?
Jump ball guy. There's a guy that's on the basketball team that's just the jump ball guy.
I didn't mean that for basketball, where he's just doing the tip-off and the jump balls. I meant he's a jump ball wide receiver.
You just want a jump ball wide receiver?
You need one. They have one in George Pickens. Debo's thick. Debo's built different. Brandon Ayuk, a possession, great route runner, a little bit thicker. I wanted that to the room. You've got Roman Wilson, who's not going to confuse anybody for a thick dude, but he is physical, and he's a good slot weapon, you would think. Calvin Austin, he can take the top off the defense a little bit, but from that slot position, I want different sizes.
Variety, thank you.
You could have stopped me so much earlier.
I know, I was just letting you go. Letting you get into it.
If you don't take one in round 1, I need another bona fide guy on the outside. And Devontae Adams can still play. He had 1,000 yards this year, split between 2 places. But if I know I'm going to get one in the first round, I'll add Deebo to that room for $17.5 million.
No doubt.
Like that.
Yeah, I think it would be a perfect situation. And I know that people want defensive line, but there's, as we said it, multiple times in the last week, there's 24 guys that could be starters. 24 defensive linemen that could be starters. You can still get your defensive linemen.
You get one in the second and third round for all I care.
Yep. Draft a running back in the 4th.
Where there's 70 guys who are draftable.
Too. It's deep, too.
Which makes this mock draft from Chad Reuter the worst one that I've seen so far for the Steelers.
Before you say that, I have another hypothetical for you.
Yeah.
Would you take Deebo Samuel, George Pickens, and Emeka Egbuka in the first round if that meant they signed back Najee Harris?
Oh. I mean, in theory, it would make it easier on Najee, right? And Najee runs into a stack box as much as anybody in football. And if you've got Egbuka in the slot, Deebo, and Pickens on the outside with Pat Freiermuth, you would think teams would have to respect the pass more. Begrudgingly, yes, I would do that. Begrudgingly, yes.
And I'm not talking I'm not even talking $10 million a year. I'm talking about what his fifth-year option would be, around 6.5.
Yeah, 6.5 for a couple of years. I wouldn't love it, but yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, same.
And then you would take your second and third round defensive lineman, you'd build through the trenches there, you'd have your running back, you'd have a couple of wide receivers.
No drafting of the running back. It would just be Warren and Najee. You'd use your running back draft pick as 2 defensive linemen.
Right. It's not my favorite, but yeah, I'd do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would do it. Now for the bad mock.
Yep.
We'll do that next.
Okay.
412-928-9370. Devontae Adams or Deebo Samuel? Devontae Adams is 32. That's the one thing with him. Like, Deebo's still south of 30. I mean, he aged a full year in the last segment. I was really surprised by that. But he is south of 30, which to me helps because I want that guy around.
Yeah, Devontae Adams, he doesn't really have injury history, right? He's relatively healthy, I believe. I think so.
Yeah, he played 14 games. He had the weird hammy thing, wasn't it? This
that
year?
Wasn't real. That was fake.
That's true.
That was fake.
Totally.
He hasn't lost his step either, so not really worried about the age.
No, 16 games, 17 games, 17 games, and then 14 this year with the phantom hamstring and the magical plane that the New York Jets had.
Right.
Where he walked off the plane all of a sudden. Well, hot damn, that hamstring seems great.
Yeah, physical was great.
Man, my hamstring doesn't work with the Las Vegas Raiders. I get on that plane, come off. Whoa, it's amazing.
Feeling good.
Touch my toes again.
Yep.
This is wonderful.
I can run.
Devontae Adams or Deebo Samuel. And how about Doran's hypothetical? You get one of those 2 wide receivers plus Emeka Ibuka in round 1, but that means you have to bring back Najee Harris. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Up next, the worst mock draft I've ever seen. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball has a game tonight against SMU. That'll be on the road in Texas. But that's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time's at 9 o'clock. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. There's a new top dog in the Big East, and it's the St. John's Red Storm. Rick Pitino's team is red hot, winning 10 games in a row. They've not lost at home yet this season. Is it time to buy the Red Storm? St. John's to make the Final Four is now 6-1. And I think it's a solid bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Oh, this is bad. Top Dog just bit him. Told that insurance company to give him what he wants. They ain't listening. Now Top Dog's not letting him go. Keep biting him. Telling Top Dog, you gonna kill him. Let him go. You gonna kill him. Talking to the insurance company like, listen, this dog is not playing with you. Your safe word is settled. That's your safe word. Say it. That's your safe word. You want to settle? All right, Top Dog, he said it. Let him go. He said it. Let him go. Look at that Top Dog client like, you a rich man? You a rich man. This is Top Dollar. This is Top Dog. Medical malpractice called Top Dog. Car accident, you call Top Dog. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Andrew Phillips.
Filiponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. NBA action is concluding its first half of the season with the All-Star Game Sunday. And FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes of the All-Star Game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until that final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play it, now is the perfect time to join. So now that all these big trades have been made, the trade deadline, Luka Doncic going from Dallas to LA, Anthony Davis going from the Lakers to the Mavs, everything converges on the All-Star Game, and here is a chance for new FanDuel customers to get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew for your chance at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Couple of callers on hold. We'll get to you coming up in a few moments. 412-928-9370. It is 9:36. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Did see that mock draft from Chad Reuter of NFL.com, and I might even put up a billboard if this happens, Doran. Quinshon Judkins, the running back from Ohio State, 21st overall. In a super deep running back draft, taking that guy 21st overall. That's the first. That's a first-round pick. Second-round pick, quarterback Jalen Milroe, Alabama. Third-round pick, cornerback Denzel Burke. Look, they need a corner. Third round wouldn't irk me all that much, but that's not my top need. Top needs are wide receiver, defensive line. And then I don't think it's close. Like, corner would probably be third. Quarterback, obviously.
Running back.
Yeah, running back. I think I would prioritize drafting a corner earlier than a running back because I think the value's still there at running back. Taking a running back in the first round in this draft is grounds for termination for a general manager.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
And if you're going to take one, you shouldn't. Waving my arms wildly now, you should not take a running back in the first round unless you're like this close to winning a championship. If you want to spend money on a Saquon or a Derrick Henry because you think that's the missing piece, fair enough. If you are the Lions and you feel like Jahmyr Gibbs is your missing piece and you want to take one in the first round, fair enough. You're close. If you're the 49ers and you want to sign one because you think you're right there, fine. But don't do that unless you're right there. Steelers ain't right there. But if they were going to take one, take Ashton Genty for God's sakes. Like, take the best one. Now, I'm guessing, I didn't look at the full mock. I just saw what he did with the Steelers. I'm guessing in this mock that Ashton Genty would have gone before Quinshon Judkins.
I bet you he goes to Dallas.
See, that makes all the sense in the world.
Right.
And I don't know that Dallas is
quite that close.
But they need a running back. They don't have running backs.
They got
at all.
Jack.
They need a running back.
And actually, I mean, they went 12-5 3 consecutive years, and they didn't start off hot last year. Neither did the Eagles, by the way. If Dallas had been healthy, I think they're probably a playoff team last year. And their weak spot was clearly running back.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that's a terrific landing spot. Don't take one in the first round.
No.
And Quinshawn Judkins, when you could maybe get Tre'Davion Henderson in the second or third round? Come on now.
Right.
And then Jalen Milroe.
Here we go.
It's happening.
Here we go. And it just wait in about, less than a month, whenever he's running around in shorts at the combine, he's going to shoot up. He's going to shoot up.
Heroin? Or?
To draft boards.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with you on that. We've talked about the Malik Willis factor there. And I think he played at Alabama. Malik Willis played at Liberty.
Right.
So he's going to test well, and he's going to interview well. Super mature guy, a leader, won a lot of football games. Yeah, he's going to fly up. Don't let me do it. Jackson Dart got mocked to the Steelers by Field Yates this morning. 21st overall.
In the first round?
Yeah, the first round.
Oh, man.
Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. Now we're just Kenny Pickett again. I think Jackson Dart's I think he's a better prospect. I think he's got a better arm, got bigger hands. He's faster. He ran for a decent amount of yards. I mean, you could maybe twist my arm into Jackson Dart in the second round.
In the second, yeah. He's Bo Nix, except younger.
But 21st overall? Actually, Doran, if you could assure me he was going to be Bo Nix, well, no, we don't have Sean Payton here. So what the hell am I talking about? Bo Nix worked out because Sean Payton, despite what I have said before, is actually pretty good at developing quarterbacks. Paul in Monroeville wants to chime in. Hi, Paul.
Hey, I got to question you guys and your thought process. Why in the world would you want Deebo Samuel or Devontae Adams, and then to top it off, you want to bring back Najee, a.k.a. Trent Richardson Harris? Are you kidding me?
It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
Hypothetical, schmycothetical. You guys are stuck on this Deebo Samuel crap and this Devontae Adams. How did we win our Super Bowls in the 70s?
Oh, damn, Paul.
Through the draft. You got a draft. What do you think Philly did? They didn't sign everybody as a free agent. Draft.
How'd they get A.J. Brown, Paul? How'd they get A.J. Brown, Paul?
How'd they get Saquon?
But that's the one trade. But if you don't think Mike Tomlin's making all the moves, then you're mistaken. Omar Khan, he may be the GM, but that's on paper. He's not drafting these guys.
So, Paul,
I don't know why they got
Paul, what do you want? You could be the general manager for the duration of this phone call here. What do you want to see them do this offseason? Be specific.
Oh, number one is fire Mike Tomlin. That's right off the bat. I would fire Mike Tomlin because his train has left the station many, many moons ago. I would hire a new coach right off the bat, and I'd probably look at my scouting department and probably make some new moves there because it's apparent they can't draft well, they can't scout well, and they don't game plan well. And that's all traceable back to Mike Tomlin. And I don't know what he has on Junior, but this is ridiculous. And I'm sorry, guys, we're nowhere near winning a playoff game. And
Thank
you
you,
have
Paul.
a good day.
You too. I like Paul. He's spirited. He rhymed hypothetical with schmypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Your point was if the Steelers are going to do what we know they want to do, which is load up on defensive line, but we don't want them to take one in the first round. We say, okay, take one in the second and third. That makes it a lot harder to find that running back you're looking for. So in that instance, the best available option probably would be bringing back Najee Harris. It's a compromise of sorts.
Yes.
Fix your defensive line while drafting a first-round wide receiver.
Right.
And then where do you get your running back? They're not going to just hand things over to Jaylen Warren, nor should they. I love Jaylen Warren. I think Jaylen Warren's a heck of a player. I have no idea if he can carry the load for 17 games. I have no clue about that. So that's why the hypothetical came to be.
Yeah.
I like that, Paul, though. Call back anytime.
Yeah. Fire Mike Tomlin.
When Guy brings up the 1970s, is he also always fire Mike Tomlin guy?
Or cower. If they bring up the 70s or Cowher.
You're also a Fire Tomlin guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think that Paul has uttered the words Cowher's players before?
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Yes.
412-928-9370. We go over our Twitter polls coming up next, then we hand things over to Pomp and Joe. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against SMU at 9 o'clock Eastern. They're playing on the road. So you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pitt is coming into the game with a 3-game losing streak. Listen on the radio to the game or listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Crews are responding to reports of an accident now in Westview Borough. This is on Route 19 Perry Highway, just south of North Park Road. So watch for delays as you make your way past there. Also, an earlier accident cleared on the inbound Parkway East. All lanes back open. Near the Bates interchange, you still have some heavy traffic in the area. Suburban side still getting in line at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 clearing out, but still heavy around the Route 8 at the bypass. And traffic on the Parkway North has cleared out. So has the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home, or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
Hey, it's Chris Muller from my friends at Choice Cabinet. Whether you're a contractor or you're remodeling your kitchen, don't get stuck waiting around 8 to 12 weeks in some cases for your cabinets. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They're Amish designed, all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Need cabinets? The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Attention lovebirds. Valentine's Day is almost here, and Diamonds Direct has the gifts to wow your special someone. From dazzling diamonds and trending gold to vibrant gemstones, pearls, even timepieces. With hundreds of stunning styles under $1,000 and an exquisite collection of one-of-a-kind luxury pieces. Make your moment unforgettable. The best selection, value, and service are waiting for you. Make this Valentine's unforgettable with fine jewelry for every budget. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work.
For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Do you want the Steelers to draft a defensive lineman in round one? Most people would like to see a wide receiver right now, Doran. Despite what the Eagles did, even though the Eagles have great wide receivers too. They're not weak anywhere. Not at one spot are they weak.
I mean, their kicker is fantastic too.
Damn, they got the kicker.
Mm-hmm. I mean, from coaching staff to front office to everything. Every single thing.
I mean, they really are a super team.
Yeah. I mean, I really go back to the Zach Bond signing. For them to identify that he could be the player in a different position that was a special teams player to be their starting linebacker, they've done their research on the guy. They're like, this guy could be a starting linebacker. We're only going to pay him $3 million. And becomes one of the best defenders in the league.
Someone on the text line earlier likened that to when the Steelers got James Ferrier. James Ferrier had 145 tackles the season before coming to Pittsburgh. Like, they got a guy that was a good player in the league, a fine player in the league, and turned him into, and he deserves credit too, a defensive player of the year candidate and a first-team All-Pro. That's insane. And that's how you win when you spend money on premium positions elsewhere. Like, they spend money too. Like, they got a bunch of guys making a ton of money. And so you need to draft and develop, and then you find that guy and you plug him in. I thought he was really good in the Super Bowl too. Who wasn't? Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Will you stay awake for the Pitt game tonight?
No.
9 o'clock.
No.
Have you stayed awake for a 9 o'clock game at all during the week this season?
No. We come in and we watch the highlights in the morning.
I can't do 9 o'clock games, but if I do, I put my earbuds in and I listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, Odyssey app, coverage beginning at 8:30. I kind of feel like they're going to get it done tonight. And it's a quad one win, and it will push them close to being on the right side of the bubble, and it's going to be butt squeeze time. But I feel like they're going to win this game. 2 of these 3 losses, they were right there against good teams. I know North Carolina got destroyed last night. SMU's good. They're really good, and they're good at home. But something about that Damian Dunn injury, on the whole, long term, that's obviously no good. But I feel like they're going to rally around that. And I think you're going to see their best performance tonight.
I hope so. I hope you're right. They need it. I mean, clearly. They need it. So I hope that you're right. I know they flew right to Dallas from, Chapel Hill, I guess, that's where they're at last. They flew right to Dallas. So a lot of soul searching. They got to figure some things out and give themselves a chance.
Did you like that? Like being on an extended road trip? Like, did you ever do that when you went out from, like, Buffalo out west or something?
Yeah, we went to San Francisco, got beat like 58-17, and then we flew right to Arizona because we played the Cardinals the following Sunday, and we stayed at a resort the whole time, and we just partied the whole time. But we ended up winning that game.
I was just going to ask.
We ended up winning.
So who was the quarterback? Now you got me thinking. Was it Kaepernick with the Niners?
Yes. They whooped our what.
You said 58-17?
I think it was 50.
Oh,
50,
my God.
52, maybe 52.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Who was the guy then for the Cardinals?
Because I remember hanging out with like Larry Fitz and Rod Stevens-Howling.
Yeah.
But who was the quarterback?
It wasn't Palmer.
It might have been Kevin Kolb?
Oh, my God.
Kevin Kolb, maybe? Maybe? That's a good question. That's going to bother me now.
Did your coach at the time say, you know what, before our next road game, let's just party our faces off? It seemed to work for you guys this time.
He didn't know. Chan Gailey didn't know that we were partying.
Chan Gailey?
Yeah, he was talking about being asleep before 9. Shoot. He didn't know we were going out.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Was he the most lax guy that you dealt with?
Yes.
Chan?
Yes. Yes.
See, Wani gave you freedom, didn't he? Like a Sun Bowl?
Yep. This quarterback thing is going to bother me. Who's what? John Skelton.
See, I had a tall, lanky dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Hear more of these kind of stories at our 15th year anniversary party. We want you to join us. It's our celebration of 15 years. It's at Rivers Casino, February 26th. The party is free. You still need a ticket to get in, however. So stop by Bowser Chevrolet today, Tuesday, February 11th from 4 to 6. Get 2 free tickets. Check out Pony and Muller from Studio B. For more details, go to 937thefan.com. All right, Doran, that's going to do it for us today. Big one tomorrow. We'll talk to Ian's at 5:40. Callis, great job. Pomp and Joe up next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. Crews still clearing a couple of earlier accidents, one of them in the final stages of clearing. 300 block of Perry Highway in Westview near the intersection with North Park Road. Also one in South Park Township, 3100 block of Hill Road near Triphammer Road. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East gets in line at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7. The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball looks to bounce back tonight against SMU at 9 o'clock. The Panthers firmly on the bubble. One of the first 4 teams out, according to Jerry Palm of CBS Sports, have lost 3 games in a row after the 1-point loss on Saturday to North Carolina. The Panthers and Mustangs at 9 o'clock tonight. 8:30 is when the pregame show will begin right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, it's about to be the 15-year anniversary of The Fan, and that's nice because I think we're still playing the song I came on the first show, Limits. Can we please change the music? I love your hat. It's a 79 Pirates hat. It's a We Are Tommy Family hat, isn't it?
That's right.
It really is. It's so tremendous. I love it. It's got stars on it. Weird because it sort of jibes with my opening topic. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Pomp out today. I believe back tomorrow.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
And Thursday.
And just looking at you in that hat, first of all, is this weather not like chronically depressing? It looks like some scene from some horrifying, like a horror movie, or which most horror movies are horrifying. That's the way they're designed, right, Limits?
I'm going to turn this back around and ask about your well-being because I feel like it's not very good.
No, it is. It's actually pretty good today, but the weather is a challenge these days. I mean, it's bleak. Bleak is what I'm saying. It's just like you look out on the landscape and it's just trees with no leaves and dead grass and wind blowing in your face and freezing cold every day. I swear every time I leave here or leave my house and get in my car, because you have to sit on a block of ice before it warms up. So there's all kinds of swear words. I don't deal with this well. I want to be wrong. Can I do the show from Florida, do you think?
Great for talk radio, my man.
Maybe.
I would love to. I really would. Does the weather get to you? A lot of people get depressed during this time of year.
Yeah, February is probably my least favorite month.
Do you get angry at the weather or other inanimate objects?
When I rush out to my car and I'm speed walking to my car and then I have to sit there and it's colder than it actually is outside before the car actually warms up. I'm just sick and tired of it by now because we're 4 months in with cold weather. November, December, January, March, it starts to warm up.
Is this the longest winter or the coldest one we've had since when? Last winter, I was out playing golf all the time.
And we had no snow last winter or the winter before.
Yes, 40 degrees is my threshold, and I never get out there now, and it's viciously cold every day. And I'm from Buffalo. I don't know if you've heard that. We used to swim naked in the lake in weather like this.
With naked basketball.
But I'm sick of it. I'm just sick of cold weather. Are you?
I am out of the era where I would wear shorts waiting for the bus stop at a sophomore in high school. I'm trying to be a fake tough guy. I'm over this. I'm ready for the spring weather to come back.
So am I. Funny you should be wearing that hat today. And I hope my voice holds up because I've had the same problem in my upper respiratory system now for 4 months. But at this point, who cares, right? I loved the Pirates as a kid. My first sports memory, literally, maybe my first life memory, is the 1971 World Series. I was 6 years old. My dad was a professor of European history, specializing in Soviet history. So he had a little study, we called it, a little room with all these books that I could never understand. Although he was just a normal guy. He wasn't like some sort of, intellectual. He was a Brooklyn guy. But he just found an interest and went with it. So all these books were in this room. And the World Series was on a little black and white television. Pirates versus Orioles. And the image that captured me was Nelson Briles, a Pirates pitcher, flying off the mound on his throws. He would put so much effort into his pitches that he would land on his stomach limits, and that captured my attention. And that was the beginning of me falling in love with the 70s Pirates, who I would say for a decade were as exciting and fun to watch as maybe any team in the history of American sports. Yes, I'd go that far.
Wow, really? Even the Steelers of that same era?
Yeah. I mean, fun to watch, fun to follow, playing big games. I didn't say as successful, but as fun to watch as any team maybe ever for those 10 years. They were unbelievable. Even when they didn't win, they were win. God, if they had a wild card, they might have won 8 World Series.
Lumber Company.
Everybody gets in now. Limits. It's participation trophies for everybody. 40% of the teams, 44 to be precise, get into the playoffs in the NFL. And we have to listen to Art Rooney tell us how successful the Steelers have been. It's really hard not to be in it.
God bless you.
God bless me. It's really hard not to be in it. And I'm not talking about in the playoffs, but like in the chase. When 44% of the teams get in, how many teams are in contention? Forget it. That's a different topic. I fell in love with the Pirates and sports in general. And all these years later, to me, it's sort of unbelievable that I'm in Pittsburgh, that, I used to cover the Pirates, go over there and cover them. Now I talk about them. And it's just so crushingly disappointing what's happening right now. And I want to be excited. And this feeds into the bigger theme of where we are in Pittsburgh sports right now. Not a new theme. Every time I turn on the station, in fact, somebody's talking about it, sometimes me. But I don't think I've actually led the show with it. And now seems like the right time, given the fact that the football season's officially over, hockey's on break. Pirates sort of begin, tomorrow? And then Pitt basketball is in the midst of a slump right now. It's just the state of Pittsburgh sports was on my mind this morning. And I was thinking of what Bob Smizek told Jim Colony the other day. Bob Smizek, the legendary columnist, they were talking about when was the last time it was this bad around here. Ron would say the 1980s, mid-80s, I guess, with the Pittsburgh, the drug trials with the baseball team. The Steelers had fallen upon fairly hard times, although they did make the playoffs once in a while and had lots of non-losing seasons. That counts for something, right? The Penguins had Mario, which was Smizek's point. Smizek said, no, this is worse than that. Jim said that was really, really bad. Smizek said, not as bad as this. At least you had Mario, so you had hope. The Pirates had just hired Jimmy Leland in the late 1980s. There was a little bit of hope there. And the Steelers, you got to bask in the glow of the 70s dynasty for a long time. I mean, you had just had one of the great dynasties ever in American sports. So while it was bad, I'm not sugarcoating that, and I wasn't here at that time. I didn't get here till 89. I guess I was here at that time, kind of, when things really started to turn for the better. This is worse, according to no less an authority than Bob Smizek. And I'm thinking about that this morning. I'm thinking about that, and I'm wondering how people are dealing with this. And here's what I would say about it. A couple of different things. This is a disaster. That's number one. Number two, in the industry I'm in, talking about sports, I'm not going to deny, when they say on TV news, if it bleeds, it leads, right? Negative news is somehow what people are drawn to. I do hear that, and I know that. And if you ask me, is it better for business when the Steelers lose or win? Sometimes losing. But winning big is always better for business. And though I get accused of being negative, I want teams to win. I do. It's a better atmosphere to talk sports. Not to mention, and I'll be honest about this, it's better for the bottom line. We were 3 years on the air when the Pirates took over the city in 2013. We rose to the top of the ratings across the board. It was a great lesson in how teams associated with stations can lift the station. It's just undeniable. You don't think winning Stanley Cups helped the Penguins flagship and associated stations? You don't think the Steelers winning a Super Bowl or two may have helped? I mean, it's good for business. I want the Pirates to win. But here's the thing. I want everybody to win and win big. It makes it way more enjoyable. But at this moment, I don't know what the hell else to talk about. So if I sound negative every single day, can you blame me? What would you do in my position? I'm going to talk about Paul Skeens. I'm going to talk about what he might accomplish this year. I didn't need much to get me pumped for the Pirates. I got nothing in the offseason. I got Adam Frazier, for God's sakes. And Tommy, we are family. I mean, I'm still saying, did that really happen? Was that really their offseason? They're really going to spring? This is actually happening? Bring back Zach Duke and have him start the opener limits while we're at it.
Paul
right?
Maholm, I think, might be available.
Paul Maholm is available. So I don't know what else to do at the moment. If somebody out there can help me, it's negative times. It's dark times around here. I guess we just have to live through them. And my point always is yes, dark times lead to light, but they need to get real dark, I think. That's why I want the Penguins to continue this, to trade Raquel. Then I'll be on to the Kyle Dubas bandwagon. Trade him now, or at least after the Four Nations tournament. The Pirates have sunk to the bottom. I don't know what they did with it. That's the question. The Steelers need to. But here's the other thing, Limits, that's unbelievably galling about the times we're in. And this is really what I was thinking about this morning at 412-928-9370. This is what's really on my mind, is that it's not just horrible sports times around here. The worst ever. Like, you'd have to go back to the 60s for Bob Smizek. And he might be right. It's not just horrible. It's that every time you turn around, there's salt being poured in your wounds, in our wounds, by the biggest rivals in town. Like, it would be bad enough if everybody sucked at once. What makes it just a little bit worse, or a whole lot worse, is when you look at what the rivals are doing all around us. Let's consider the Steelers first. Well, it's not that bad with the Steelers. They're making the playoffs. The Steelers haven't been competitive in a playoff game since 2016. The Steelers in the last 4 years, including their one-and-done catastrophic playoff defeats, are 38, 32-1 with a minus 80-point differential. So please don't tell me about their success. But it's not just that they're failing every year miserably. It's that this year, especially, it came at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. in the end. And it didn't just come at the hands of the Ravens. It came in one of the most humiliating defensive performances in the history of a franchise with a very proud defensive tradition. Limits, can we hear Kirk Herbstreit in a moment? Because that also rubbed it in. The Ravens rushed for, 300 yards, the most ever against the Steelers in a playoff game. And this is what tens of millions of people heard on national television.
On Amazon.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
I mean, wow. I just can't hear that enough, and I'm affected by it every time. It's not just that the Steelers' standard has slipped. It's that when you're down and knocked out, somebody's on top of you punching you in the face, and it's the Ravens. That happened. Then there's the cross-state team, the Eagles, showing the world how to build winning football teams right across the state. Used to be partnered with those guys. They were called the Steagles, City Limits. Ron was their beat writer all those years ago. And now look at them. Then you look at the Penguins, and even as time wears on them, and you think, well, this is natural. You know, the same thing happens to all teams. Happened to the Kings, happened to the Blackhawks. It's happening to the Why isn't it happening to the Capitals? Wait a second. It's the Capitals of all teams who succeeded the Flyers as your main rival, in my mind, a long time ago, because you both were playing high-stakes hockey against each other all the time. The Capitals have figured this out, and not just figured it out, they're on a pace to win the President's Trophy with an aging Ovechkin, while the Penguins are sinking to the bottom, which, again, if you're going to do that, stay there. I get it. But my God, the Capitals figured this out and the Penguins didn't? That's what I mean here. It would be bad enough just on its own. But it's the Ravens and the Eagles and the Capitals. And that's not all. Then I look at the Pirates. And we have to see Pittsburgh native Terry Francona from Beaver County, one of Ron's favorites. If you want to choose any Ron clip to accompany this Limits, I would love that. That's a good one. That's the right one.
Was there a question there?
We have to watch that. Him go to the Reds. Limits.
That infuriated me.
I mean, every time you turn around, you think, I'd rather just be depressed, but now I'm depressed and livid on top of that, because it's the teams that you hate that are rubbing salt in your wounds, in their wounds, these franchises, these half-asleep owners. That's the thing. And it doesn't end there. Look at Pitt basketball. And I look at West Virginia went out and got a new coach, and they're good again. Pitt basketball is probably not going to make the NCAA tournament. Pitt left the Big East a long time ago. Guess who fared better? The Big East. UConn's winning national championships. Rick Pitino goes into St. John's and rebuilds them in a minute. They were a disaster. Everybody at Pitt, it feels like, oh, you got to be patient. It takes a long time. No, it shouldn't. It doesn't. Look at Pitino. Look at West Virginia with their new coach.
Look at Sean Miller and Xavier.
Look at Sean Miller and Xavier. And then Pitt football. Some of the same. I mean, West Virginia fired its coach. They're moving on because they were underachieving, although still doing just as good as Pitt. Penn State football makes the semifinals. I mean, every time you turn around, somebody's punching you right in the eyes. Did I ever tell you, Limits, that in the Adirondacks once I stepped on a sunfish and its eye popped out?
Did you try to put it back?
No, but it discouraged me from fishing after that. Every time you turn around, somebody's punching you in the face these days. That's the part that's really galling. It would be pure suffering if all of our teams at once stunk, and they do. Various incarnations of stinking. I get it, but underachieving all at once. This is making it exponentially more painful. Penn State goes to the national semifinals. My God, even Penn State volleyball robbed Pitt of possibly national championship limits. Of all the things to have, like you could always fall back on. Pitt volleyball is really good. They've become a national power, and they have. But of all the teams to beat them, it's painful enough to lose at that stage of the season every year. It reminds me of the Bills at one point. They were doing great things, and I loved it, but they couldn't get over the hump. Yeah, okay. That's bad enough. Penn State wins it. Comes out of nowhere to win the national title.
And that was a team
I'm telling you, our heads are just getting dunked in vats. Our already bleeding heads are getting dunked in vats of salt.
I was at the match when Pitt absolutely obliterated Penn State at the Pete. It wasn't close. And if that was the national championship, Pitt probably would have won. Pitt is the better team, but couldn't get past Louisville, who they beat twice already. And Penn State has a miraculous reverse sweep to win in the semis and then beat a understaffed Louisville team.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere you look. And I am sorry for your losses. I really am. Honest to God, my condolences. Is it some sort of penance that you're paying in here because of all the winning that's happened over the years? I don't know, but this seems unusually cruel. It's unusually cruel that the Penguins have sunk to the bottom of the league while the Capitals, in the exact same position, haven't just been hanging around the Capitals, they're doing a little better job, it seems, of managing. No. They've risen to the top of the NHL. The Ravens were the team that ran for 300 yards on national television. 300. Even recency here. The Flyers are the last team to beat the Penguins. It's just everywhere. How are you coping with this? The trite question to ask is who's going to win Pittsburgh's next champion? Who's going to be good? Who's going to be fun to watch next? Will it be the Pirates this year? Maybe just because of Skeens. Maybe Jared Jones. Maybe O'Neal Cruz finally sort of gets it and becomes a star. I don't know, Limits. It's just, where are you with this? You're a Pittsburgh sports fan. You more depressed or angry right now? And you hear what I'm saying, obviously. It's not just that you have that nice Pirates hat on. It's just not that teams are sinking to the bottom, because that's in some ways, for some teams, is the natural order of things. Like the Penguins.
Yeah.
They were great, and then they sunk. That's normal. The Pirates, they have none. I was going to say one playoff series win since 1979. My bad. None since 1979. Are you more angry or livid right now when every time you turn around, it's one of your arch rivals kicking you in the gonads?
Depressed is also a very good word to describe it, because...
What is the word?
Depressed.
Yeah.
Is a good way to describe it, because when you think of depression, you think on the opposite side of that, you think of hope.
No. When I think of being depressed about something, my girlfriend just broke up with me. Okay? I'm at home. I'm in for a whole week.
I have no hope.
I'm showering in beer. I'm eating pizza. There's boxes all over the living room. This is that, plus the girlfriend showing up at your house every day to say hello, plus you looking out the window and seeing her and her new boyfriend leaving every day. That's the thing, Limits. This just isn't the classic, yeah, this sucks sort of thing. It's way worse than that.
And I think the anger and outrage, we're starting to see it, right? Where now fans are putting up billboards all over town. There's a Steeler billboard that's up now.
What does it say?
So Kevin Adams, he runs the terrible tailgate. You ever heard of that
No.
tailgate?
No, I like it, though.
So he put up a billboard that says, "The standard is mediocrity. Trade Tomlin or sell the team, Rooney. We've had enough." And it says, "Paid for by Kevin Adams" below it.
Kevin Adams. Was that a former hockey player, or was that Craig Adams?
No, he's just a big Steeler fan that spends a lot of money at putting together tailgates.
So I don't know what
people
this
around
is.
the area and other neighboring cities whenever they travel on the road.
Well, God bless him. I don't know what this is, Limits. Perhaps it's a mental wellness check out there. At 412-928-9370. 928-9370. It may not have been this bad since the 1960s. Think about that for a second. That's according to Bob Smizek. And other than the mid to late 80s, there's no other candidate, really. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. And it can be challenging to go about this work every day and think, do people want to listen to just negativity every day? And if they don't, like the ratings suggest they do right now, but if they don't, then what? Like, what are all the positive things outside of Paul Skeens? What is happening that really has you juiced at the moment? And also, can we laugh? The old saying, if you're not going to cry, you might as well laugh. I don't know if that's the exact saying, Limits, but it's in that ballpark. Can we at least laugh? That's what I try to provide a little bit of on this show anyway. We at least have to be able to laugh at this, or else we'd spend the whole show crying. You'd be in tears for the whole show.
I would be. I'd be entirely in tears because the more you talk about it, the more angered I get and the more frustrated I get. But when I was talking about more so hope and feeling hopeless, I'm kind of hopeless right now that the Penguins are not going to turn this thing around for 5 minutes. You know, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a couple years. The Steelers,
if it ever happens,
what makes you?
But let's be honest about the Penguins. There were 2 lightning strikes in this franchise's history. Really more than that, but 2 big ones. 2 miraculous lightning strikes that saved this franchise. They could, maybe should be, going into like their 40th year as the Kansas City Penguins or some such thing. But they did an unbelievable job of tanking. The greatest tank job in the history of sports was Eddie Johnston. And how they did that in 83 and 84 and got Mario. That was lightning strike number 1. And they almost didn't because they had the Devils competing with them. And they were losing pretty good, too. I think there was only a few points at the end separating those teams. And then Sidney Crosby on a 6.25% chance they win the lottery. Otherwise, I don't think they get an arena, and I think they're gone again. So there's no guarantee that going through a rebuild without having a lightning strike happen again, that they're ever going to get out of this. I don't know. Do you trust Kyle Dubas?
Not right now. Not yet. Not after giving Tristan Jarry and Ryan Graves big contracts.
When has he rebuilt the franchise with draft picks? He walked into to Toronto, and all the major moves were already made there. They only needed a goalie, and he never got it fixed.
And they still never got over the hump.
Right. So that's the way to go, but that's no guarantee. And then with the Pirates, that just keeps on going and going and going and going and going. And even now, it feels like they have a tiny little window with a great superstar generational pitcher, and they don't appear to even be half interested on capitalizing on that very small window. It's borderline incredible. And you could say, well, where have you been? Maybe, what's his name? Aaron in Uniontown could call me up and say, what, are you just realizing this? No, I'm not. But I'll tell you, honestly, I'm surprised that it's been this bad this offseason. Even last offseason, they made a very notable move by spending $10 million, which is a penny, but a lot for them, on Aroldis Chapman. This offseason, nothing. And it wouldn't have taken anything, for people to get pumped. Like Jock Peterson would have everybody, waving flags on the Clemente Bridge for the opener. But instead, we literally got nothing. And then the Steelers are like the high-end Pirates right now. Just sort of humming along. The Pirates a little below 500. You can feel that is going to be sort of the nest they live in for a while. And the Steelers are purring along at just above 500. Again, in the last 4 years, they're including the catastrophic playoff defeats, they're 38, 32-1 with a minus 80 point differential. So they're humming along in their little world of mediocrity with the team owner asleep at the wheel. And the Pirates are humming along below 500 and probably feel like, hey, in this division, we can stay in it at right below 500 or at 500 or a few games over, and they're probably right. They're probably banking on that. We'll keep everybody satisfied by being in the hunt. Hard not to be in the hunt in that division, although the Cubs have been an interesting team in this offseason. That's all I got, Limits.
They've spent half the amount of money this offseason that they spent last offseason.
It's unreal.
Think about that.
That's why I'm very surprised. Is the internet down, Limits, or is it working for you?
It's working for me.
Well, why isn't it working for me?
I don't know, but the texters are very upset about this thing. They're very upset.
Well, why don't we hear from the texters? And I want to talk about this with you. And I want to really be clear, because sometimes in this industry, it's like this guy or these people are taking pleasure in this pain. I am not. Sometimes I have to laugh at it. I think we all do. I want teams to be great. It was incredible when the station first came on the air 1 million years ago when the Steelers went to the Super Bowl in our first full year on the air. That was great, man. I mean, when we are winning, it's an unbelievable sports town, and we should be winning in at least a couple sports. This shouldn't have happened like this. Like I said, when the Pirates won in 2013, oh, my God. It was like Mardi Gras around here. And great for business at the station. I'll tell you that much. When Pitt wins, when Pitt basketball's winning, like they were in the early 2000s, it's just a better sports town. And you don't think I'd love to talk about the Penguins down the stretch having a chance to win here? We got years of that. And like I said, it's that sort of, especially with them, the natural order of things that when you're on top like that, fairly recently, you're gonna then scrape bottom. So I would urge them to be there. But where's everybody else picking up the slack right now? This is a disaster, Limits, and it's your worst enemies that are rubbing salt in the wounds. 928-9370. Let's discuss this. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Got a lot happening on today's show. We have Destiny's Child making his season debut for us at 11 o'clock. I don't know if he's down at spring training yet, but we're certainly going to talk a little Pirates and Penguins. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dr. Mike DeFabo, the guy who broke the story about George Pickens being late to the Christmas Day game. DeFabo said he was late himself, although not late for a media person. And he looked up, and there was a panicked Steelers PR person waiting for George, who then showed up after, not after the game started, thankfully. Although the way he played sometimes down the stretch, that might not have been a bad thing. But late for the game. The text line, you can weigh in with Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Let's talk about this coming up next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins are now off on their break for the Four Nations face-off with Team Canada, led by Captain Sidney Crosby, taking the ice tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Crosby told the media yesterday that he is good to go for the Four Nations face-off and the round-robin start to it. With Canada playing against Sweden, Team USA will play for the first time against Finland Thursday at 8. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's no time to get depressed over the end of the NFL season. Even as the Eagles prepare for their parade, pitchers and catchers for the Angels, Dodgers, and Rays report today. And how great is it to have Pete Alonso back in the lineup along with Juan Soto for us Mets fans? Spring is around the corner, and I say it every year at this time. Let's go Mets. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
New jewelry may not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your own diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Cassie Village, and Peters Township.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management. But you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. We travel the world to bring you the most unique and stunning collections of fine designer jewelry, watches, and giftware. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? yet.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks? With Choice Cabinet, you can have cabinets delivered to your house or apartment in as little as 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 Amish-made all-wood cabinets in stock. Whether you're a contractor or doing a DIY remodel, check out Choice Cabinet, choicecabinet.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thank you, Limits. You're so kind. This is depressing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to come on every day and be depressing. I try to add in humor. So does Bob. We try to have provocative the right word? Topics.
Provocative might be correct.
I don't know.
think that's a word.
No.
At least you're not giving toxic positivity to everybody.
No. See, that's the thing. That's the thing that people don't want. People are way too smart for that. They really are. The toxic positivity thing is what nobody wants to hear. Nobody wants to hear Russell Wilson say that everything's okay. In fact, it's going great. Again, do we have the Russell clip? This was after the Steelers got railroaded by the Ravens in a playoff game, and his future is completely uncertain. It was the most embarrassing loss anybody can remember, well, except until last year's loss in the playoffs, or the year before that, or maybe 2 years before that. Everything's blowing up. Nobody wants to hear this when everything's blowing up.
I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do.
Thanks.
What can we do, Russ?
That's not what I'm going to say here, is that it's an exciting time. But I can provide a forum for you to express your feelings, perhaps to cry live on air, or rage, or even laugh maniacally like Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker. Did you see that movie?
No.
I'm surprised by that.
I need to watch more movies. Maybe I have to get out. Maybe I have to stay inside more often.
Maybe.
I get outside a lot.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe I need to stay in and watch some movies.
I was captivated by it. Did he win an Academy Award for that?
Honestly, I think so.
He was.
It won some type of award.
Amazing acting performance. I don't even know why I brought it up. Oh, laughing maniacally.
Yeah.
He had that laugh down pat. Before we get to the phones, tell me what they're saying on the text line limits.
Yeah, the text line is kind of
because the theme of this is not just that all our teams are losing at once and it's the worst time since the 1960s, maybe. It's that your very rivals are doing things that are making it exponentially worse, whether that's Penn State getting to the Final Four, whether it's Penn State volleyball winning in a year where Pitt was the favorite. It's the Ravens embarrassing you on national TV. It's the Eagles across the state being the team you want to be. It's the Reds signing Pittsburgh native Terry Francona to be their manager. What did I miss? It's everything like that. It's the Capitals mastering the rebuild thing, the semi-rebuild thing, and rising to the top of the league. What do the texters say?
And it's Cincinnati and Baltimore having franchise quarterbacks for the next 10+ years.
It's everything, Limits. It's everything.
Texter says, Steeler fan since the 70s. It's been a long time since I've been jealous of the Eagles and Philadelphia, but that team has come in the last few years, and that's where I am. Pretty fascinating. I found this interesting. This texter said, I had the fan on in my office all day. A couple of weeks ago, I was jumping on a Teams meeting and forgot to turn the radio off. One of the participants heard the radio and said, why are you listening to sports talk in Pittsburgh? That's not a sports town anymore.
Ooh.
The whole country is making fun of us, the texter said. That's wow.
That cuts to it. And again, that Kirk Herbstreit thing. Really, really. Do you think Art has even heard that?
Yes, but I think he probably doesn't think much of it.
Do you think we've talked about it enough that it appeared like they were quitting on Tomlin in that game?
I do really wonder, internally, if they view the outside perspective of everything just being okay. If they just are so linearly focused on what they do and blocking out the outside noise, if they realize the issues in their own building.
Yeah.
I question that. If they can truly view it from if they need a consultant to come in and say, all right, we have not won a playoff game in 8 years. What do you think is the reasoning for that? Because clearly they don't think what they're doing is an issue.
What else are they saying?
One of the texters said, I say we laugh and just make jokes until they are winners again. Somebody else says...
Who might be laughing a while then.
Somebody else says, it hurts too much to laugh and I'm too old to cry. Jim in Vermont.
Oh, Jim.
Poor Jim.
Is that Jim Colony? Isn't he from New Hampshire or Vermont?
Right around that area.
Let's go to the lines limits.
Last texter said, Pittsburgh sports is so bad right now that I'm looking forward to the start of NASCAR. How about that? The Daytona 500's next weekend.
That really hurts. I mean, the part about people around the country looking at Pittsburgh sports right now, that really sucks. And it begins with the Steelers, because that's obviously the highest profile sport. It begins with them. Although you still have people like Michael Silver voting Mike Tomlin third in Coach of the Year. Third. He did the third, according to Michael Silver, Tony Dungy, and a couple of others who I forget. Mike Tomlin did the third best coaching job in the NFL this season. These people are as deluded as Art. Go ahead.
All right, let's go to Matt in Lancaster. It's a very special day for Matt. Happy birthday, Matt.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Hey, Joe. I had to call because I turned 40 today, so big day, but your opening soliloquy just got me going, and I have to just unload if you give me a minute here.
Please, it's your birthday. So, you can do anything you want.
So back to what that one texter said. So I've lived out in Lancaster since 2007. Grew up about an hour outside of Pittsburgh. When I first moved out here, people hated all of our teams. Would be, the Pens were in they're starting up their glory. The Steelers were winning Super Bowls, even when the Pirates got good. And now, people, again, just laugh or they feel sorry for me, like I'm like a stray dog on the side of the road.
Oh my God, I wasn't even thinking of it along those lines, Limits. That's worse than people laughing at you is people not caring about Pittsburgh sports teams, like they're irrelevant or, oh, it'll be okay. No, nobody wants to hear that. It'll be okay. But go ahead.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to make one quick point about like each of our teams. So I'll start with the least common denominator here, the worst of the worst, the Pirates. I'm just tired of every year Ben Cherington sifting through the dumpster and going to sleepaway camp at the winter meetings with a $20 bill from Dad to spend. I'm tired of seeing the cardboard cutout of Wally the Green Monster up in the Penguins owner's box. And I'm just tired of, after the draft for the Steelers.
Wait, did you get that, Limits?
Yeah, I think that the mascot of the Red Sox, the guy from that walks around by Fenway Park, I think that's what he's referring to.
Oh, okay.
Is that right, Matt?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we're owned by Fenway, and that's all. There's nobody there. It's just the cardboard cutout of the mascot.
Matt Venzel of the Post-Gazette made sure to tell me that Teddy Warner is there every day, and my response to him was, good for him, nobody cares. But go ahead.
And lastly, for our dear Steelers, I'm tired of every year after the draft, you get your picture. The guys get the pictures of their jersey, and then, as you always say, Joe, they go next door and they get fitted for their training wheels and their onesies to be kept on for the next 5 years. So we might as well name the Steelers the Pittsburgh Tomlins at this point and just be done with it. That's all.
Other than that, you're feeling great on your birthday, yes?
Oh, I'm feeling great. And I have two kids, a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old. And I'm just like getting to the point where I'm like, how long is it going to be until I can sit and watch meaningful games with them? They've never known anything.
Here's the other point I want to drive home. And now I don't remember where I saw it. Was it James Harrison? Maybe. I don't want to implicate him here if he doesn't deserve to be implicated, who says that Steelers fans are spoiled. Did you hear that quote or see that quote, Limits? Who did that come from?
It was either Harrison or Porter. I think it was Harrison. I might have it.
I think it might have been Porter. Happy birthday, sir. Go enjoy your birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
That would really gall me.
It was Joey Porter Sr.
Spoiled by what? Past successes from many, many, many years ago?
Let's find out.
The fan base is going to be the fan base because they're spoiled. You don't want to lose Coach Tomlin and then realize that you had a great one. Yeah. It's a reason why that franchise only had 3 coaches.
Yes, yeah.
Noel, Cowher, Tomlin. And it's a reason why, because when you're preaching the same message and everybody that comes through there, like, we're looking for people that fit the Steeler brand.
And that was at Radio Row at the Super Bowl. Spoiled.
Yeah. Joey, here's what I would say to you, my friend, is that the Steelers how long did Joey Porter play here? Can you look that up for me, Limits? Was it more than 8 years?
I don't think so. I think it was right 6 or 7.
First thing I would tell Joey Porter is it's been 8 years in a row, 8 years that the Steelers have not been competitive in a playoff game. Not been competitive. I would tell Joey that in the last 4, and that's a long time, man.
It was 8 years with the Steelers.
8 years. So here's how I would phrase it. And I love Joey Porter, Sr. I'd say, Joey, imagine if you went your whole career, 8 years, your whole career, and were not even competitive in a playoff game one time. We're not talking about a handful. If it was 2 years, if people were bitching and moaning and wanting to get Tomlin out of town in 2012, I would have been with you. We just went to a Super Bowl. This is good. They win. Just won 12 games again. Yeah, they lost to Tebow. That's life. We're like a generation later. So if you had gone your whole career and missed the playoffs 3 times in 8 years, which is 37% of the time, and then the times you made it were disregarded as a one and done and blown out every single time, including Jacksonville. Somebody brought this up. Oh, you say all the time they weren't competitive. What about that Jacksonville game? That was 45-42 because Tomlin put lipstick on a pig late by unbelievably mismanaging the clock when the Steelers were on a drive, down 10 in desperation mode. He let it go down to 1 second. Juju caught a touchdown pass with 1 second left. At some point, you have to kick a field goal and then give yourself a chance with a Hail Mary. Instead, he took the clock to 1 second when they scored to make it 45-42. So your only hope then is an onside kick that you pick up and run in for a forget it. Forget it. That's what I would tell Joey Porter. Imagine your whole career going like that. Imagine going for 4 years of your career where if you include the blowout playoff losses, you would have gone 38-32-1 without being competitive in a playoff game. Would that have been good enough for you, Joey Porter? Forget about the, quote, spoiled Steeler fans. How would you have felt about your career? Would it have been any solace to you that the Steelers had success way before that? I don't think so. I think you would have looked at that career, at least from a team perspective, and said, we didn't do a damn thing. So don't tell Steelers fans that they're spoiled. It's not if we don't win the Super Bowl, we suck. It's are we ever even going to be competitive in a playoff game again? Hasn't been 2 or 5 years. We're going on a decade. At what point will you say, yeah, people do have a point? They have a right to be angry. It's just mass delusion.
Well, do you expect Joey Porter Jr. to just come out and trash Tomlin, the guy that drafted his son, the guy that gave him a spot on the coaching staff?
What's your point? I don't know what your point is there.
I don't understand.
So he shouldn't be criticized for saying it?
No, he should be criticized for saying it. But what I'm saying is...
Other Steelers have come out and ripped Tomlin. Ryan Clark has said it's time to move along. Other guys have done it. Tomlin, by the way, Joey Porter got fired here.
Right.
By Tomlin.
And they should. They should be ripping Tomlin.
I expect Joey Porter Sr. to tell what's true. That's what he used to do.
I would think Joey Porter Jr. or Joey Porter Sr., instead of just coming out and just bashing the fan base, would just kind of stay out of it. It's kind of what I thought he'd do. That would have been an option,
too. I don't think you people want to hear that you're spoiled, and I don't think you are. And I'm sick and tired of 25 other teams would love to do what the Steelers do. Well, let's think about that for a second. They would love, if I told the Arizona Cardinals, I don't know, I forget who their GM is. If I told the Bidwell family, hey, here's your next 8 years mapped out. You're going to make the playoffs 5 of those 8 years, and every single time you're going to get your asses handed to you. You think he'd be jumping for joy? If I told the idiot running the Jets, what's his name, Woody Johnson?
That's right. With his son playing Madden to determine decisions.
I said,
that's how they know they're moving off Aaron Rodgers. The simulator said, no more A-Rod. 4 MVPs isn't good enough. He's got to go.
If I said, Woody, your next 8 years, which last I checked is almost a decade, and you'll be like 90 by then. Your next 8 years, you're going to make the playoffs 5 out of 8, which means you'll miss 3, which is almost half the time. And when you do make the playoffs, you're going to get absolutely hammered. Like, I'll compare it to games like, remember the Steelers game where Travis Kelce was throwing touchdown passes against them and the whole nation was laughing? Where they could have beaten them 80-14. I forget what the score was. Or Josh Allen toying with them, or the Ravens running for 300 yards, or Blake Bortles tearing through them for 40 points. That's what it'll look like for you for the next 8 years. You signing up, you'll be happy with that? Hell no. So don't tell me that 25 teams would love to be doing what the Steelers are doing. Would they love to get back to the playoffs for a year? Sure. Even if they got hammered in a playoff game. 8 years is a long time. Nobody's signing up for that. They're not. If I told, give me another crap team. If I told the Raiders, hey, who just hired Pete Carroll, which to me signifies that it's sort of win now, since he's the oldest coach in NFL history. Hey, over the next 4 years, you guys will be 38-32-1. You won't win a division. You'll sneak into the playoffs maybe 3 of those 4 years, and you'll get blown off the field. You think Pete Carroll's like, where do I sign in blood for that? That sounds great. I'm sick and tired of this. Sick and tired of Tomlin will be hired in 5 minutes if he leaves. I know he would. It's true. He's got a good track record overall. He's been certainly above the mean for his career. But that ignores the fact that Andy Reid, John Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Nick Sirianni, Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Matt LaFleur, John Harbaugh, maybe Sean McDermott, all of those guys would be hired in 5 minutes too. So how special really is that? And a lot of them will be hired over Tomlin because they specialize on the offensive side of the ball. It just gets very, very tiresome. And even though I don't really have a dog in the fight here, the idea that they've been successful, like Art said the other day to Ashley Lyotis, not like we haven't had some success around here. Well, how do you define that? Not winning divisions, not winning playoff games, losing by double digits as a double-digit underdog when you do sneak in? Is that success for anybody, really?
Have said they'd like to come back, so that's a good start.
And we'll take any quarterback who walks into my office tomorrow? Maybe Russ, maybe Justin, maybe Aaron Rodgers. He wants to play here. That's a good sign. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just adding that in. Hey, anybody who wants to play here, we'll take you. We'll at least give you a look. That's the Steelers these days, and I feel badly for you. I really honestly do. And I'm glad that guy called in on his birthday. All right. The Pirates report to spring training tomorrow, so let's talk about the good times.
Fun transition.
Let's talk to Destiny's Child. This is his first start of the year. And if I know him, he's going to pitch a shutout. He's up next.
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Listen to this show, the Pomp and Joe Show, every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Red Sox signed Aroldis Chapman earlier this offseason, former Pirates reliever, and left Kenley Jansen available from the Red Sox to sign somewhere as a free agent, not returning to Boston after 2 years. He has signed a 1-year, $10 million contract with the Los Angeles Angels, another reliever off the board with pitchers and catchers reporting, at least for the Pirates. Tomorrow, first workout is tomorrow as everything's underway now in Bradenton, just starting up. And Andrew Destin will join us next. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte, Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with Top Tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round, cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
Turn up the heat at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Check out Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try Get-Go's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the Get-Go app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a Get-Go near you. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. 2 of the best in college basketball will look to face off the day after Valentine's Day. However, there'll be no love lost as the top team in the nation will go on the road as they look to take on Alabama, their in-state rival. Both teams are known for their fast pace, their ability to score quickly, but who will be able to win this shootout? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all these things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom! That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Lowe's knows that free is just better. That's why MyLowe's Rewards is free to join. As a member, you earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases, get exclusive free gifts, and earn free shipping at Silver Key status, all on top of weekly member-only deals. Don't wait. Join MyLowe's Rewards for free today and start saving more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at shorekemitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Your business deserves the best protection, and Guardian Protection delivers. From video surveillance with 24/7 HD recording to access control systems that let you manage who comes and goes, Guardian provides security to protect your assets and employees. Their advanced systems offer real-time alerts and smarter analytics to keep you informed at all times. Stay connected, stay in control, stay secure. Call 1-800-PROTECT today to learn more and ask about special offers for your business. That's 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Chris Muller here. Love is in the air this February, but if you don't love your windows, fall in love with some new ones from Universal Windows Direct during their Love Your Windows sales event. Right now, you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, Universal Windows Direct is offering no interest financing for 3 years. And if you already have a price from another company, Universal Windows Direct will beat it. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And this February, like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops will take the floor, currently on a 3-game losing streak, trying to bounce back in ACC play. Panthers are at SMU. SMU has won 4 in a row. They're 5th place in the ACC. Panthers currently 10th. Hear that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. 9 o'clock tip-off. Pregame coverage begins at 8:30. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You want some good news?
Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
I'm sorry, Limits. I cut that off. Let's hear Shelty talking about Andrew Destin again.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Never gets old, does it?
Not at all.
You want to feel good about something, Limits?
I'd love to feel good about something, yes.
Justin Champagny from Pitt plays for the Wizards, and his brother Julian plays for the Spurs. Awesome that they're both in the NBA. I don't know if you saw this clip last night.
No.
I believe it was Justin who hit a 3 on Julian and then walking back down the court, got right in his face all the way back down the court. and was talking crap to him. And then finally, Julian relents with this little smile.
Love it.
It is great. It's a great clip. Check it out when you can. How about Justin Champagny, though, making the NBA?
Him and Bob Carrington.
On the same
the
team.
Wizards.
I love it. There's little bits of good news that can lift our spirits, aren't there?
TJ McConnell and everything that he's doing in the NBA, too.
He's great.
Char Valley.
Megan McConnell, everything she's doing at Duquesne.
Good chance to go to the WNBA.
Yes, there is. But let's not bury the lead here. Destiny's Child is waiting for us in Bradenton. I hope you're watching on our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing. You should subscribe. 937thefan.com will take you there, too. How are you, Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette? You look wonderful. The sun's shining behind you. You're sitting in a nice couch. Did you guys rent an apartment, or where are you?
I'm doing well, Joe. So me and Noah actually, we rented an Airbnb. So figured with us being here as long as we are, that give each other some more space and take advantage of how long we're going to be down here. And got a good deal on a place, and it's good living so far. Tip of the cap to Noah. The Noah Constrictor is the one that found this place.
Did he? He seems
I give
like
him all kudos.
Yeah. Now, if I came down there, is there another room I could sleep in and play golf?
There's a couch. We got a golf simulator. We both brought our clubs. So, I mean, hey, if you're looking to get around in, Joe.
Limits?
Golf simulator.
I have next Thursday and Friday off. Should I?
Do you now?
Yeah. I can sleep on the couch?
I'm not the landlord. I'll have to consult with my colleague here, Mr. Hiles. But
okay.
We'll see what we can arrange.
How is the Noah Constrictor? Doing well, I imagine?
Doing well. Yeah, it's great for us to be back down here again. It's tough during hockey season. I mean, we're good buddies away from work, too. And it's, it's hard when covering the team, doing the Penguins beat, and can't see each other as much as we'd like to. So we've been looking forward to this few-week stretch where we'll both be down here together for a while. So he's doing well, and both of us are.
Should we be looking forward to the Pirates season here? You're going over there tomorrow, I believe, is the first day. What's the biggest story on your mind? Like what if you were an editor, what would you tell a guy going there tomorrow? This is the story you're following on day one.
Oh, wow. I mean, there's so many places to go. I feel like the biggest one is just a matter of asking around and asking guys, do you think that you've got enough here to win? And I think that goes without saying, given all the ballyhooed hype that's been around the Pirates free agency or relative lack thereof, right? I mean, this is not an organization that went outside of Pittsburgh, went outside the organization to get help. So, you're going to get a lot of cliche canned answers from guys, and, you would expect nothing less. But is this team good enough on paper to compete in the NL Central when other teams like the Cubs have gotten drastically better, bringing in guys like Kyle Tucker? The Reds got better, and they're going to be healthier, and they're going to have better pitching than they had last year. The Brewers are the Brewers. Yeah, they'll probably take a step back without Willy Adames, but the question has to be, did they do enough to make this team better? And on paper, if off seasons are the litmus test for if a team is going to be good, the Pirates didn't do enough, right? I think we would all be on the same page about that. This is not a team that made huge tangible jumps externally to make the team better. So the biggest storyline to me is, hey, did this team really get better? Do they think they have enough in here? And if so, why? Give us some tangible reasons why.
Yeah, man. I think I would make a beeline for Skeens and say something like, would it be fair to characterize you as disappointed in the team's off-season additions, or not in their additions, but in the team's level of activity this off-season? And might such things impact whether you're willing to stay here long-term? That's a good question now that I say it, Destiny's Child.
Yeah, sounds like a column is brewing from Joe Starkey.
What do you think with Skeens? If you injected the guy with truth serum, you think he's happy with this offseason?
I got to be honest, I'm not one to speak on Paul's behalf, but if you were to inject him with truth serum, I think that the answer would be that he is supremely confident in the group that they do have here. And I think that's most specific to the pitching side, because I don't think it's smoke and mirrors that this group, Skeens, Jones, Keller, etc., these guys do think that they have something special on the pitching side. And I'm not here to, put on a fan hat and say that I fully agree 110%, but I think there's some truth to it. I think that if you look at the rotation, you look at the guys they have waiting in the minor leagues, that at least on the pitching side, you've got a ton to be excited about. We've seen it in Major League Baseball history, whether it's a 2010 Giants team or you go back earlier than that. There are teams that can be very successful strictly on the heels of really good pitching and not a whole lot on the hitting side. So they probably need a lot more than they demonstrated in 24 or 23 from the hitting group. But I think if you ask a guy like Skeens, he'd say, hey, we're comfortable winning games 2-1, winning games 3-2. And I think the pitching staff is good enough to do that. It's just a matter of, he can stay healthy if the bullpen can hold up its end of the bargain. So, I'm not one to say whether or not he'd be disappointed, but I think they do believe they have something special on the pitching side.
It sounds to me like you're more optimistic than most, Andrew. Are you picking a winning season, a playoff spot? What do you think's in store? What's your prediction?
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but 79 and 83, just like the last year. I picked them to be a slightly below 500 team. They ended up meeting short of those expectations a little bit because of myriad reasons. I just don't see them finishing any higher than third or fourth, really. Maybe they could be a 500 team. Maybe they could squeak into a wild card picture, but I look at it as truly, I think it's less to do about the Pirates as it is more what did the other teams in the division do. I think the Cubs are the clear-cut favorite to win the NL Central in my mind. Maybe not everybody agrees with me on that, but I think the Cubs and the Reds are two very good teams. I love what the Reds have done with their young group, with it's the hitting side, the pitching side. They've got so many guys there to be excited about. And then the Brewers are who they are. They always find a way to be competitive. So, I'm not necessarily the sky is falling when it comes to the Pirates, but the expectations are what they are. I think this is a 75 to 80 win team.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's sort of a sky is falling scenario. I don't know if you intend to do that or not, but when you have a generational pitcher like that and they're still a 75 to 80 win team, the sky is it's not that bright, honestly. Although it is bright behind you, I notice on that couch. The fan hotline, Andrew Destin is on, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The text line, you can get in touch with City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits, would you like to pipe in with a question?
I would love to. Andrew, I don't know what's more concerning, the lineup or the bullpen, but we'll stick with the lineup here. What do you think is the weakest area offensively for the Pirates? A lot of people look at third base, questions at first base, questions in right, maybe even short. Where do you target?
Let's go to the left side of the infield. I think you can group third and short together because I think there's going to be a good amount of overlap. Whether that's Brian Hayes' back, is that going to be able to hold up? Is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa really capable of being an everyday shortstop? I'm not so convinced about that. I think his best value is as a utility guy, so I think that's part of it on my end. Jared Triolo has demonstrated to be an excellent defender, whether that's at third or second, but if he's playing every day, does that bat play? Adam Frazier, I guess, in a pinch, theoretically could go over to third base, but the bat at this stage of his career is not what it once was. There's not a whole lot waiting in the minors in terms of guys who are options on that left side. Leover Peguero was once a top prospect who really has kind of fallen out of favor. A lot of questions about his swing decisions at the plate discipline, things of that nature. I look at the left side of the infield as the huge question mark. And it was last year too, right? Because there are all these doubts about how is O'Neal Cruz going to do health-wise? Is he going to be able to stick there? Well, they ended up moving him to the outfield, and my expectation really this offseason was they would sign some kind of a veteran shortstop like a Miguel Vargas, somebody like that, and make sure that Isaiah Kiner-Falefa can continue to be a utility, bounce around the field guy. Instead, right now, pegged as the everyday shortstop, Brian Hayes is back. Triolo, so many questions with the bat. I think the left side of the infield is where I personally am going to have a lot of my eyes glued this spring.
Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. He's in Florida getting ready for things to start tomorrow. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Yeah, I asked you earlier what your first story would be. For me, if I was an editor, there's two gigantic stories here, in my opinion. One is Brian Hayes, and the other is Henry Davis. I don't know which one I'd go to first, but man, Brian, I would be watching every move he makes, and if this back thing flares up at all again in spring, first of all, he should be 100% in doing everything. If he's not, alarm bells go off. And the other one is Henry Davis. Does he have a spot on the team? He's only the number one overall pick. Does he have a spot on the team? Is he going to play anywhere?
Yeah, I think the bigger question for me, frankly, is Henry Davis. And that's no disservice to Brian Hayes. It's more just that at this point, my expectations kind of are what they are with him. If he's able to stay healthy, great. If not, That's what the expectation is that this back has given him more problems than it hasn't. The offense has been impacted severely based on the back issues over the last handful of years. Really, only the 2023 second half was the one season as a big leaguer where we've seen him really put it all together for an extended period of time. For me, with Ke'Bryan Hayes, sure, you'd love to see him healthy this spring, but for the most part, he's been healthy every spring that he's come in because he puts himself in good shape, works out hard over the offseason, isn't standing for hours upon hours on end and in that crouch, which is bad for his back. When he's going through those normal workouts that you're doing in December, January, February, that puts him in really good position for spring training. The issue is once we get into the May, the June, the cross-country flights where the back stiffens up. So Ke'Bryan Hayes, I don't want to say it's a moot point, but kind of. Henry Davis to me is so interesting because this guy still is less than 4 years removed from being that number 1 overall pick. He's got less than 400 big league plate appearances. This is a guy that, last year you chalk that up and throw it out the window. 2023 defensively, putting him in right field, that was really challenging for the guy. I'm not ready to say that Henry Davis's career is done. I'm not ready by any means to say that. Part of me wonders if he could benefit from a change of scenery in the way that Joey Bart has, where Bart comes to Pittsburgh and he really figures it out, got away from San Francisco, and that worked wonders for him. Maybe that's the solution eventually for Henry Davis, but he's a guy that I have my eyes on this spring because I don't think his spot is guaranteed for him. I think he really has to work for it to get regular playing time to be a big leaguer, but there's still so much I'd like to learn about him. I do not think that it's all said and done on the Henry Davis front. There's so much to learn about a number 1 pick, and you don't give up on guys that easily.
Paul Skeens said at Pirates Fest that the Pirates threw away a bunch of games in the late innings last year, and it draws a lot of concerns with the bullpen this year not adding a significant addition for the 7th, 8th, or 9th. What's your confidence level in David Bednar and the setup men that are returning this year?
I think Bednar will be better. I think he's put himself in better shape physically. I think it can't be worse than last year. At least I don't think so. I think he maybe is not going to be an all-star closer, but I think he'll at least be adequate, at least be serviceable there. The rest of the group, I think it's going to be survival of the fittest. It really is. And frankly, I actually have no issue with the approach that Ben Cherington has taken with reconstructing the bullpen, which has been, let's bring a bunch of guys in who had down years in 2024, whether that's a Meza, a Ferguson, guys like that. Also get guys off the scrap heap like a Chase Shugart. There's so many other names I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But the point being that I think the bullpen as it is will be better than last year. I think with the brain trust they have in play there with Miguel Perez, with Brent Strom, with Oscar Marin on the pitching coach side, with all 3 of those, I think that will certainly help the group. They maybe need a change of scenery there with Justin Message being part of the org for a decade. So I think the bullpen is going to take a step forward. I think Bednar will be better. I'm not here to say that the bullpen is going to be outstanding. In Ben Cherington's 5 years, this now being the 6th, I believe I have this right. The bullpen has never been a top half of baseball unit. It's always been below league average in terms of bullpen ERA. So the expectations are not high, but they are higher than they were last year or they're higher relative to last year. Because last year I thought this could be a real strength of the team, and then obviously it wasn't with Bednar struggling and injuries and things like that. So I think the bullpen could be solid this year.
Destiny's Child, you're a wonderful man, and I hope you guys enjoy yourselves in Florida. I know you're going to do great work for the Post-Gazette. Here's the real question, though. Will you see Ron Cook? He ain't that far away. He's right over in Fort Myers. Are you going to call him?
I'd love to see him. I got to be honest. I don't have his number, though. I only have got the Ron Cook.
I'll send it to you.
Account,
I'll send you his number.
The honor would be all mine, Joe. We'll certainly reach out to Ron, and hopefully we can catch him at a game for the Twins or the Red Sox.
The idea of catching Ron at a game, the odds on that are, so astronomical that I don't even know what to compare it to. There's 0 chance he's going to show up. You have to contact him. You are the Noah Constrictor and set up a dinner, okay?
We will do our part. We will try our best, Joe, as always.
Thank you, Andrew.
Always a pleasure. Thanks so much, guys.
See you, buddy. What a nice man he is, Limits, huh?
What they should do is they should go to the Ron Cook bar. They're going to rename it Ron Cook's Establishment in Fort Myers that he keeps going to.
Yeah.
People from Pittsburgh recognize him. If they walked in there right around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, right around happy hour, I'm sure they'll see Ron. They could surprise him.
Every day. Did you see the photo Ron sent after he went on with us Friday?
I did, and he didn't want to be on our video feed because he thinks he looks ugly and atrocious, is what he said.
He looks great.
He's glowing.
Seriously.
Yes.
What is he doing? But a lot of us have distorted visions of ourselves, and we emphasize our weaknesses and think we're ugly.
He
right?
thought that he was sitting in the sun for too long.
Listen, for a guy his age, and I'm going to guess mid to late 60s, I don't know. Ron never told me how old he was.
I know how old Ron is.
How old?
68, I think.
You said you know.
Well, he might have turned, I don't know his exact birthday. He might have turned 69
I didn't ask
in the last couple of months.
for his birthday or his time of birth. I said, how old is he? You said, I know. And then I said, you said, I know. I said, then how old? You said 68,
He was 68 the last time that I checked. Because I saw a story that Beaver County did about Ron, and it said, like, the day, like, the year he was born.
I'll tell you this much.
So I subtracted the current year by that year and got Ron's age.
For a guy who's 68 maybe, he looks really good.
He does.
He would have no problem. And I asked him Friday, has he found any romance there? Do you think he was bluffing when he laughed it off and basically again said, I'm worse looking than Shrek?
No, worse looking than Shrek. No, I think he was being pretty honest about that.
I don't.
mean, you think that there's like a girlfriend that's, he's not calling a girlfriend.
Everybody's his age down there. So if he's going to the same place to happy hour every day, I'm imagining that he's met somebody.
Does he go and just sit there by himself?
If he had met somebody, would he have told us? That's the question. I don't think so.
I don't know. I think Ron, where he is in his stage of life, is being pretty honest and upfront about everything.
I'm depressed, and I'll tell you why. It's because of all these Pittsburgh sports teams, and I just looked at myself on the video shot here.
You look great today.
No, Ron looks better than me, and he's much older than me, and I look angry, and I don't want to just delve into my final years as a man who's bitter and angry over Pittsburgh sports.
Your final years?
We're at least.
Not that old,
I'm on the 15th hole, the 8th, maybe the 16th hole. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, Limits. Everything's uncertain.
We need to have a glass.
My point is, I don't want to go out bitter. I don't. But I'm having trouble here because of Pittsburgh sports. Everything sucks, except for Skeens. And I think O'Neal Cruz might be good.
And this might be the last year of Andrew McCutcheon, so savor that while we still have him.
If you would have told me the day they drafted Hank Davis that 3 or 4 years later, a 38-year-old Andrew McCutcheon would be getting more at-bats than Henry Davis for the Pirates, I would have said you were crazy.
And batting cleanup.
And to be honest with you, I would give those at-bats to Henry Davis, to be real honest with you.
I would too. I mean, you have to know what you have in him. He should be the one playing first base. Him and Spencer Horwitz even in a platoon.
I can't believe that this has happened in our... Nobody's even talking about him. I read all the roster projections. He's not on them. He has nothing more to do in AAA. He goes down to AAA and turns into Mark McGuire down there. He crushes AAA pitching at an OPS of almost 1,000 last year. Then he comes up here, he turns into Brian Bixler.
Isn't it crazy, English, how a number one pick like Henry Davis can be what some people might define as a bust currently, and Paul Skeens with the number one pick is the greatest pitcher and probably will win Cy Young this year if he's on the same path as last year. The difference a number one pick can make, changing your franchise one way or another, or both, and nothing basically changing still, and them still being stagnant in the middle.
Let me ask you something, Limits. Have the Pirates missed on more number one overall picks than any team in sports history?
Define missed, like their players.
Henry Davis.
The players' overall
Brian
career?
Bullington.
Or their players' career with the Pirates?
Just a miss. A bust.
They missed on their time frame with Garrett Cole, but I would say that Garrett Cole was a very good number one pick.
Very
Skeens
good
was
number one pick. Yes, of course.
But yeah, Bullington.
I'm just asking the question. Let's look at it. Skeens, great pick. Henry Davis, looking like a bust. Garrett Cole, great pick. Brian Bullington, need I say more?
Nope.
Chris Benson, bust. Jeff King, he had an okay career. I think you want more from the number one pick. Maybe not then. Maybe not as I look at it. What are they, about 50%? You kind of want to hit more on the number 1 pick. I'll say that much.
Yeah, no doubt.
How about top 5 picks when we extend the conversation to that? Oh, limitless wonder. Then you have to include Tony Sanchez, Daniel Moscas, Brad Lincoln. My God. Kurt Miller? Kurt Miller? Who's Kurt Miller?
Do you know there's only 4 players that were ever selected number 1 overall in the draft that are in the Hall of Fame?
Only 4?
Only 4, and it's all recent. So Joe Mauer, who was just inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Harold Baines, also recently in the last 5 to 10 years.
Shouldn't be in there, but I loved Harold Baines, yes.
Ken Griffey Jr. And Chipper Jones.
Holy horse milk.
The only number 1 picks to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So, I mean, the baseball draft can be a crapshoot.
Oh, stop making excuses, Limits.
I'm not. I'm just saying how infrequent it is for number 1 overall pick. Like, isn't that an oddity?
There's a big difference between the Hall of Fame and making it as a player. A good player.
The number 1 overall pick. Like, Bryce Harper will change that. Paul Skeens will change that as long as his career, is not devalued by injuries. But
Henry Davis might not.
No, I don't think Brian Bullington's getting a knock on the door anytime soon.
Neither do I.
Or Chris Benson.
Neither do I. Coming up next, the Super Bowl television ratings, I think, indicate that more people were looking at this like the savvy old news hound than not. Let's talk about that for a moment. And also, a question they just asked, I looked up here, that I have to ask now, about your Kansas City Chiefs, which I thought was crazy, but let's talk about it anyway as we lead into the noon hour, and the Limitless Express is coming up at noon. Intergalactically listened to.
Yes, indeed.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can get in touch with Limits on the text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's talk about Gina Giampetro. Roseanne needed to sell her home in Ross Township, and after hearing about Gina on the radio, maybe she heard this commercial. Limits, wouldn't that be nice?
Yes.
She contacted Gina to learn more about her options. Roseanne said Gina was straightforward, always able to answer any questions, and helped her set a realistic asking price for her home. And because of Gina's expert knowledge of the local real estate market, Roseanne was able to sell her home in less than a week. How about them apples? Listen, you can't lose. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In Bradenton, the Pirates will host their first workout for pitchers and catchers tomorrow. The first full squad workout will be February 17th. That is next Monday, so just a week away as preparation for the 2025 season is underway. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan is celebrating 15 years as a voice of Pittsburgh sports talk. You can join us for our celebration at Rivers Casino on February 26th, but you'll need a ticket to get in. Stop by the Pine Ridgeland Community Center with Donnie Football this Saturday from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of free tickets. For additional details on the Fan's 15th anniversary party, go to 937thefan.com. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Get your max refund at TaxSlayer.com and file fearlessly. Patrick Mahomes' quest to overtake Tom Brady as the NFL's greatest quarterback continues after Mahomes took a loss in Sunday's Super Bowl. But the two have a lot in common. They both won 3 Super Bowls before their age 30 season, and they both lost the big game when history was on the line. Brady came back stronger after those losses. Mahomes can't afford to let this one linger.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
feeding them through a wood chipper,
My branches! My beautiful branches!
and dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget.
Wow.
Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cloudy with a bit of snow this afternoon. The high 34.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Chris Muller here with Paul, who dropped 45 pounds thanks to Awaken 180. Was losing weight hard with Awaken 180?
Program at the beginning, like anything else, is tricky because, you live a certain way and then you change it. But again, the support they gave me, the way it was explained to me, it was doable. It was amazing. Anybody can do this if you set your mind to it, but with the help you receive from the folks at Awaken 180, you can do this. My mental health is better. My energy is better. My relationship with my coworkers is better. My relationship with my wife and my family, my driving. There's not anything in my life that isn't better. Everything was affected by what I was eating. Awaken 180 gave me the ability to see life through a whole different lens.
Thanks, Paul. Awaken 180 isn't hard. It's an adjustment with how you approach foods. It sounds simple because it is, with the solution for weight loss. See for yourself online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. I have a little poem for you. Roses are red, Blue Chew is blue. Order today. Your partner will thank you. It can be hard to get a good Valentine's Day gift idea every year, candy, flowers, etc. But if you go to BlueChew.com and talk to one of their licensed medical providers, then the hardest part of your Valentine's Day won't be picking out jewelry. And if you didn't know about Blue Chew by now, well, it's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra in chewable form, and better yet, at a fraction of the cost. And because Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you've got no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations or waiting in line at the pharmacy. It just ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. And again, it's chewable, so if you don't like swallowing pills, no problems here. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
There's something very satisfying about the good old-fashioned potato chip, isn't there, Limits?
I ate some last night. That's a great sound, isn't it?
Oh, I love that. These are Cape Cod.
They're good chips.
No, they're great chips. What are your favorites?
I like Lay's. I like barbecue chips, too. I like all kind of chips. Sour cream and onion, not really. But everything else,
you keep contradicting yourself today.
I said I like chips, all kind of chips, but just not sour cream and onion.
You said you knew how old Ron is, and then you said you didn't. You said you like all chips, and then you said I don't like sour cream and onion.
I said all kinds of chips, meaning like a general
Pringles?
phrase.
Do you like Pringles?
Oh, I love Pringles.
There was a guy at the volleyball tournament the other day who kept handing me a box of Pringles. All the other parents seem to know that I like Pringles at these tournaments. It's unbelievable.
My favorite thing about Pringles is that they come in that like circular container, and you have to like dig your hand into the bottom.
They're very orderly, right?
I know.
You always get the perfect handful.
Just to be able to grab the Pringles. My favorite battle is me versus the Pringles can, trying to grab the last couple of Pringles instead of just flipping the can over.
Do you like Ruffles?
Yeah, they're good. Not as good as Pringles.
You didn't sound very enthusiastic about that at all.
Again, there's lots of different chips that I like.
I know there are.
Except sour cream and onion.
The Super Bowl, apparently, I don't know, something sounds a little weird about this, how many different, like, media measurements they're using, like online and all. I don't get this. But Fox conservatively projects 126 million viewers for the game, which would set a Super Bowl record. Oh, limitless wonder. And that leaves me to say that I wasn't the only one hate watching that game. People took great pleasure in watching the Chiefs not just lose, but get absolutely humiliated. I told you when I came in here the other day, My favorite games of all time are Bills 51, Raiders 3 in the AFC Championship game, Game 7, 1979 Pirates World Series, wild card game with the Pirates and the Reds, and Steph Curry going into Boston a couple of years ago in Game 5 and putting 50 on the Celtics, who I hate. I would add a Lakers game from 1986 where they won the title against the Lakers. This one is close in terms of pure pleasure I took from a sporting event. I told you my wife and I were running around the house cheering. It was the classic villains go down in the end. The villain gets it in the end. It was just so great, and I never got tired of it. I wanted more and more. And the best play of the game was when one guy pulled Mahomes' arm off while the other guy was smashing him in the face. It was not, by the way, without a penalty being called. It was just they got what they deserved, at least in my mind, and I loved it.
I got some Carson Beck flashbacks after he was loading up to throw a Hail Mary on that hit. I'm surprised that Mahomes did not get hurt. And the viewer total hit its highest mark of 135.5 million in the second quarter.
Yeah.
How about that? 135 million. I wonder if that's including, because I know they do international broadcasts too for international fans that maybe don't get Fox. I wonder if that's what's also added in to this as well, because I know some of the guys from ESPN were doing a broadcast for Australia and the NFL going to Australia for a game coming up in the future. But
what do we make?
I don't blame them.
Yeah, me neither.
Everybody, the Chiefs are a big draw. That's why we were talking about the NFL wanting Kansas City to be in the Super Bowl. And Philadelphia has such a huge fan base.
It was a hate watch, Limits. By the end, that's what it was for a lot of America. They're tired of Travis Kelce, and God, did I take great pleasure in that guy. He just didn't look right, did he?
No.
He had balls right in his hands and just dropped them. And then there was Taylor Swift getting booed. There was Mahomes getting the crap beaten out of him. There was a depressed Andy Reid. There was Chris Jones falling down on the sidelines when DeAndre Hopkins missed that ball. Did you see that play?
I did. There was nobody.
He tripped over the yard line.
There was nobody within an acre of him. Not even close.
I'm telling you, all of America, or a lot of America, took great joy in that, and I was one of them. I think that accounts for part of this ratings.
Well, I took a lot of joy in seeing it happen, but in the second half, I did get bored.
Because you didn't really have a dog in the fight.
Well, I wanted to see the Chiefs lose.
That's what I wanted, but you weren't that passionate about it.
No.
I was. Tell us about the Limitless Express coming up next.
One of the players that played in the Super Bowl is retiring and is officially announcing it. Who is that?
I wonder.
A lot of talk. Xavier Worthy said there's going to be some change. And who is the betting favorite for one polarizing quarterback? You might know, but what are the odds? They've shifted.
Call now to win 2 tickets to the fans' 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino on February 26 from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. We'll go with caller number 3 at 412-928-9370. And I might add, yes, we are celebrating that. And you should come join us at Rivers Casino on February 26th. The party's free, but you still need a ticket to get in. Stop by Bowser Chevrolet today from 4 to 6 to get 2 free tickets and check out Pony and Muller from Studio B. For more details, go to 937thefan.com. Yes, we have the Limitless Express next, our little trip around the sports world designed to you by our friend and yours, City Limits. The 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Is that a FanDuel that I have there, Limits? I just ripped the paper accidentally.
That's correct.
Thank you very kindly. I'm into the NBA right now in a big way. And I told you the other day and last night again, watching Jimmy Butler, I'm telling you, he's not even in shape. He said, I can't run up and down the court. I didn't play for a month. Who cares? He's lighting it up right now. And, man, is it fun to watch. And tomorrow, you can see the Warriors against the Mavericks. And he's just a great bet right now. Mavericks playing without AD here for a while. So if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Every Wednesday, you can get a parlay profit boost on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows, it might become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Or visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The final head coaching position that was left available has now been filled. The Saints are hiring Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. He could just stay in New Orleans after winning the Super Bowl as the OC in Philly. He is the 32nd NFL head coach now being slotted in and filled with Moore, young guy, only 36, now running the show in New Orleans. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, snow stays south of Pittsburgh and high temperatures into the mid-30s. Tonight, the chance for a few snow showers with lows into the mid to upper 20s. Wednesday, a wintry mix with high temperatures near 40 degrees. Rain showers for Wednesday night with lows into the mid-30s. And Thursday, the chance for rain with highs near 50 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month for 27 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Who doesn't want diamonds from their Valentine? If your sweetheart has expensive taste, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has the sparkling diamonds they want at a price you'll both love. Celebrate with Francis Ford Coppola's Diamond Collection Prosecco or Rosé, both $2 off. Toast your Valentine with a glass full of diamonds. Shop in-store and online at fwgs.com. Offers end March 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball tries to get back on track, currently riding a 3-game losing streak. Panthers, according to most bracketologists, are on the bubble. Jerry Palm of CBS Sports currently has Pitt as one of the first 4 teams out of the tournament. SMU tonight would be a good resume builder with the Mustangs 5th place in the ACC. They're 18-5 overall. Panthers are now 14-9. 9 o'clock is when you can find the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. But pregame coverage begins at 8:30. West Virginia hosts BYU. Penn State's at USC, and other basketball around the region. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
I think I would have taken that choice myself. Limits, it's time for the Limitless Express. Let's inject a little levity into the otherwise depressing sports landscape around here.
Let's do it. DeAndre Hopkins has played his final game in the NFL. Chiefs head coach Andy Reid told reporters that Hopkins informed him this morning that he will retire for the NFL. Hopkins played 11 years, including stops with Tennessee, Kansas City, Houston, most impressively. Just a really good receiver that now decides to hang it up, Joe.
I thought you were going to say, should the Steelers be interested in him?
Well, I was going to if it was not the news of the day, but Hopkins instead retiring. A little surprised. He's not that old.
I'll tell you what, man. 984 catches for 13,000 yards and 83 touchdowns. Guys have gotten into the Hall of Fame with similar numbers. I'll say that. And not a ton of receivers ever were 3 straight first-team All-Pros. So from about 17 through 2020, this guy, when he played for the Texans, was a great, great player. 1,400 yards in 2017, 1,400 yards on 96 catches with 13 touchdowns. He was a great player, Limits. And then he started to get injured a little bit and then was never really the same. But think about this. Last season in Tennessee, which wasn't that long ago, but is proof again that 1 year in the NFL is a lifetime. Last season, he had 75 catches for 1,000 yards, 14.1 per catch, and 7 touchdowns. A lot of people would like to have 1 year like that in their careers.
No doubt.
So congrats to him. That's a hell of a career right there. Let me see his playoff numbers. He got there 4 times with Houston, which, again, if you're scoring at home, has outperformed the Steelers, the Texans have over the last 14, 15 years.
The mean.
Yeah. Well, the Steelers have outperformed the mean, just not the Texans.
If you went back in a time machine to like 2019 and seeing him and Deshaun Watson play together, man, those were some good teams.
Man, he had about 40 catches for 500 yards in the playoffs, too. Anyway, I'll remember that guy. Really good player. Not a good way to end, though, with that drop in the Super Bowl the other day. That was ridiculous.
But that's something that Xavier Worthy pointed out, that there's going to be changes around here, and he mentioned DeAndre Hopkins specifically by name, that he might be done.
Yeah.
What I took that as is he's done with the Chiefs, not done entirely from the NFL, but kind of surprising there. Fan voting through NFL.com counts for 25% of Super Bowl MVP voting, Joe. We know that Jalen Hurts is the one that won.
I voted on this. I'm a fan. I voted.
Okay, who did you vote for?
Jalen Hurts.
Well, for the Super Bowl, the fans' first place selection was none other than Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean received enough first place votes from the fans to be their selection for it. It ended up going to Hurts, with Cooper DeJean having a pick 6 in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. I would have been okay seeing a defensive player win MVP in the Super Bowl. We haven't seen it since Von Miller did it. Malcolm Smith did it with Seattle not that long ago, but only 9 total in the NFL have done it. I think DeJean would have been a worthy candidate. I think it was his birthday as well.
I mean, he had a pick 6. That's true. But I think Josh Sweat, if you're going defensive players, would have been a worthier candidate, in my opinion. But I think, look at the history of Super Bowls. You're going to tell me Jalen Hurts is going to be the first quarterback who had a really good game on a day when his defense was a story and didn't get the MVP? That would have been totally unfair. All he did was set a Super Bowl record for rushing yards by a quarterback, throw the ball great all day, throw for 2 touchdowns, run for another, run for 72, throw for 221, have one of the prettiest passes in Super Bowl history to Devontae Smith in the end zone. Give me a break here. He's the MVP.
And what I thought also was kind of fascinating is that only once, Joe, has a Super Bowl had a pick 6 in it occur, and that team lost the game.
Let me try and guess.
Yes.
Were you going to ask me that?
I was.
A pick six where I know where, oh, no, that was a fumble. Or was it an intercept? Was it the Falcons against Brady, or was that a fumble that they picked up and ran for a touchdown?
What was it?
I'm going to say Falcons.
Yes. You got it.
I got it.
You got it. Now, you started the show talking about depression and anxiety and the state of the Steelers. I have an admission to make.
Yes, sir.
I got duped.
By who?
Fake Adam Schefter.
Oh, no. What did he say?
DeAndre Hopkins did not actually tell Andy Reid, and the text line is blowing me up about it. And I apologize.
Oh,
I just got got. I got got.
God, do we have to call you Pomp and Ron Cook?
I got got. It got 2 million impressions, 42,000
How can you fall for the fake Adam Schefter?
I don't know, but I did. I fell for it.
That's okay. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us, actually, Limits.
Because somebody just said that DeAndre Hopkins actually just replied to that, which that would not make sense that he was actually retiring.
I mean, anybody could retire. I might retire if I tripped over the yard line at the Super Bowl and dropped a ball. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. All right, so DeAndre Hopkins is in play. Should the Steelers be interested? No. Next.
DeAndre Hopkins, I guess, said, don't know what you heard, but I'm not done yet.
Good for him.
Is what he put out there. So
seems like a wonderful man.
There's a great change to that. Yeah. My bad. I got duped. Paul Skeens. What could his upside be this year? Derek Shelton joined Chris Rose's podcast, the Chris Rose Rotation, and says that he thinks that Paul Skeens has all the tools to be in the conversation as the best young pitcher in the last 50 years. In the last 50 years. And I hear Shelton say that, and I see Shelton say that, and it just drives another wedge, I think, for Pirates fans to where you're saying that on a big-time podcast like Chris Rose's, and yet where's the help surrounding him?
I know. It's like every positive thing is accompanied by negative thoughts. You can't even enjoy it. However, having said that, I'm going to enjoy Skeens this year. And I don't think that's a big statement. He already is. He already is one of the best young pitchers in the last 50 years. I can't wait to see what the sequel is. It's kind of like Caitlin Clark. Like you come out of nowhere, you come straight from college, and you're great. But then what's going to happen when you have an off season to train and really know your way around the league? My God, what's this guy going to do, Limits? I can't wait to see it.
200 innings is realistically in the cards. What 200 innings and 300 strikeouts, I think, is a realistic possibility. Maybe not.
He's obviously their opening day starter,
yes.
Right?
Yes, he will be.
He better be.
Jared Jones, the home opener.
That would be very nice of them.
I'd take it. The Yankees
take him out after 59 pitches if he has a perfect game in the home opener.
57, actually. Do you want to go to the home opener, Joe? Should we go?
Yeah, I would. I would like that. Remember when we threw out the first pitch?
That was awesome.
That was very exciting.
That was really cool. Kellen Moore is the new Saints head coach. So now all spots have been filled for NFL head coaching vacancies. At only 36 years old, Kellen Moore will stay in New Orleans, where he won the Super Bowl as the Eagles' offensive coordinator. There was thoughts that maybe Belichick could get this spot, maybe maybe the Saints would go with a more veteran approach. I think it's a good thing for the Saints going with a young, offensive-minded coach because they're going to need a quarterback. They went with defense with Dennis Allen, and that completely failed with Derek Carr and Ritter and all the above.
I don't know about this one, Lance.
No?
No, he was up and down in Dallas, and they moved on.
He was handcuffed in Dallas with
maybe
McCarthy and
we'll see.
Jerry.
We'll see, but he did a good job this year. He did. I have my doubts about this guy. Anyway, fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll get back to Limits' next topic. Plus, there were 3 national people who had really interesting things to say about the Steelers, including Patrick Peterson, who was just here last year, who ripped one facet of the team. Tell you about that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball against SMU tonight, 9 o'clock. Again, you can hear that right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pirates' first workout for pitchers and catchers is tomorrow. Full squad first workout is next week on Monday, February 17th, as spring training just about getting rolling as we got a chance to talk to Andrew Destin earlier today, as Tommy Pham is the latest acquisition to the Pirates, signed as a free agent to a 1-year, $4 million contract last week. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Things have gone from bad to worse for the Dallas Mavericks. Anthony Davis, the big piece that the Mavs got in return for Luka Doncic in the infamous trade with the Lakers, may be dealing with a serious groin injury and is expected to be out for weeks, maybe longer. Their other front court players are all hurt, and the fans have lost faith in the franchise. Not sure that Dallas will ever rebound from this. I'm Maggie Gray.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
My name is Paul. I'm 58 years old. I lost 45 pounds thanks to the Awaken 180 program. Before Awaken 180, I was drinking Pepto out of the bottle at night to go to sleep from heartburn. I was struggling getting up and down the stairs, like tired all the time. And I didn't know that's how it wasn't supposed to be. I just accepted that's how my life is. And then one day I said, it doesn't have to be this way. I made a decision to change my life and I chose Awaken 180, and that was the best choice I ever made. I needed support. I'm a person who needed support. Awaken 180 provided that support for me. They changed my relationship with food. I changed it with their guidance. That was the whole thing. I had to change my relationship with food. And I learned how to eat. I learned healthy fats. I learned all about sugar and what it does to me. And I just learned a new way to live.
A change Paul and I both needed and we received with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at allegiantfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. With Valentine's Day right around the corner, now is the perfect time to visit our newly renovated showroom in the South Hills. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met yet?
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now more Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I miss Ron Cook every single minute. That's a lie, no matter how I spin it. Am I on the air limits?
Yeah, I think you knew that.
Yeah, I did. Are you still reeling over getting fooled on the internet? Tell everybody what happened and how you're feeling.
So I got by fake Adam Schefter, and I feel like Ron when he saw, oh my gosh, Adam Schefter, a trade. The Steelers have traded Levi Wallace to the Bears for...
Do we have that clip? Look for that clip, and then tell us your story.
So my story is that I saw Adam Schefter had 2 million engagements, and I didn't see the little one as an L in Schefter. From this report that said Andy Reid said that DeAndre Hopkins is retiring, which after hearing Xavier Worthy say DeAndre Hopkins is probably not going to be here next year, I took that as, he's just retiring. He's not coming back. And DeAndre Hopkins disputed that claim and said that it's not true. He doesn't know where that came from, and
is the emotion
a false report.
Is the emotion you're feeling anger toward yourself, anger toward the report, embarrassment, or embarrassment?
All the above.
You don't deserve that.
All the above.
This happens to everybody.
This is the first time it's happened to me on the show.
There you go.
It's
one time. It's okay. Nobody cares that much. It'll all be forgotten by tomorrow. And Ron lived with that, I think, for a decade.
For decades. He's still living with it right now.
When he made a mistake, it was like, Ron, it's okay. He said something about Dave Parker one day that was erroneous, and he just couldn't let it go.
And now I supposedly I misspoke on my stat about the Super Bowl that one team has had a pick six and lost the Super Bowl. Every other team that has had a pick six won, and it was the Falcons. And people are coming at me on the text line saying James Harrison had a pick six. Yes,
they won.
Of course.
They won the game.
Only one team lost.
You didn't misspeak there. Your question was clear.
Now I'm questioning myself. Now I'm going to go into a rabbit hole.
There was one pick six in a losing effort in Super Bowl history. That was the Falcons. You were right about that.
If Punxsutawney Phil has any more room underground in that hole, I will join him there, and I will stay there under a rock for a couple of days.
Don't worry about it. We forge ahead, and we forge ahead with some very interesting little NFL notes here. Wow. Why don't we start with Patrick Peterson, who, remember, just last season was on the Steelers. And he's in the locker room. He's in the meetings every day. This is what he had to say about the state of the Steelers' offense.
This was on the All Facts, No Breaks podcast.
No, I don't think so. Just because how they were able to operate with Justin Fields last year. I mean, he was solid, but he wasn't anything that made anyone scared. And I feel like Pittsburgh needs to shake up the offensive style a little bit. It's still back, the way they're calling plays still in the 90s. You know what I mean? Now you want to be a little bit more innovative, with, I won't necessarily say trick plays, but have a little bit more spice in your offense. Yeah. A little bit more, eye candy, having some motions, having some shifts and things like that to be able to get get your playmakers involved in the game. So I don't think either one of those quarterbacks is the long-term solution, because Russell is going into year 14. Yeah. And like I said, it really looks like they don't really trust to give Justin Fields the keys fully.
There's a lot there. First of all, what playmakers is what I would say. George Pickens tops the list, and you're never quite sure if he's trying or engaged in the game, which is problematic. I don't know that they have an overabundance of playmakers, but I do hear what he's saying, and that's pretty indicting. To call this offense stuck in the 90s is basically what he said.
Stuck in the 90s.
Stuck in the 90s.
Man, that Neil O'Donnell offense, they were humming in 95, go to the Super Bowl before all the picks.
This idea that Arthur Smith, that's being propagated, is that the right word?
Yeah.
That he did a good job this year, it to me is insane. In spite of the quarterbacks, in spite of this, in spite of that, they became the first team. You think Matt Canada didn't have problems at the quarterback position? In some ways, the end of this year was worse than Canada ever with the Steelers. Artie Smith went 5 straight games, including the playoff game, without eclipsing 17 points. That's the first time that's happened to the Steelers since Chuck Noll was here. So please don't tell me that Artie Smith did some great job working around all the issues this year. And if you do believe that, what an indictment of their draft process. I mean, they have a first-round draft pick at running back, a second-round pick at tight end, second-round pick as one of their receivers, and all kinds of high picks along the offensive line. This is a disaster.
November 2nd was the last time, Joe, that the Steelers scored an opening drive touchdown.
They didn't score an opening drive touchdown all year.
No, not this year. November 2nd. Oh, 2023. 2023 was
You're
the last
reeling
time.
right now, Limits. You're slumping right now. Now you're mad at me.
No, I'm not mad.
I know.
I'm
You're
holding
hurt.
myself accountable.
You're hurt by the DeAndre Hopkins
November
story.
2nd, 2023.
2023
was the last time.
Arthur Smith had the worst first down offense, one of the worst fourth down offenses. As I always say, that only leaves second and third down, and they weren't very good there either. His best thinking had him on a night when Russell was actually really hot in Cleveland, playing great in the second half. Artie Smith's best thinking had him putting a frozen Justin Fields in the game and trying a long pass down the right sidelines. Get out of here with the Arthur Smith did a good job stuff, please. And by the way, while I'm on that rant, let me get back into this Tomlin Coach of the Year stuff. May I, Limits?
Do it.
Can I find it? The Tomlin Coach of the Year stuff. Michael Silver had Tomlin third in Coach of the Year. Will you please tell me how that makes sense? Go ahead. Make a case for Tomlin third in the NFL.
I can't, but the best way that I would put it is that Michael Silver saw the Steelers go 10-3, and he's a Bay Area native. So maybe when the 49ers season completely collapsed in on itself and everybody was hurt and they fell apart down the stretch, maybe Michael Silver turned off his TV and didn't watch the NFL for the final month because the 49ers were playing bad. He's a very good reporter, but maybe he just didn't see what was going on with the Steelers in the NFL. And 10-3 sounds pretty good. Tomlin did a good job. It was Artie Smith and Russell Wilson's fault.
Was it that none of these voters knew that their votes would be revealed, so they would sneak in votes for people? I'm just, they each get to vote for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Somebody out there tell me, like I can't even play devil's advocate on how Tomlin did one of the 5 best jobs, not let alone 3. The Steelers were at 8.5. They did eclipse their win total by 1.5 wins. They also had a historic collapse down the stretch and blew a divisional lead and made the playoffs in the end by 1 game. So I'm looking at these. Lindsey Jones has Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell, Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin, and Jim Harbaugh. So I would ask her, on what planet did Mike Tomlin do a better coaching job than Dan Quinn? And why are there so many people who left Quinn off their list? He seems like a likable guy.
Yeah.
And he took a 3-14 team with a rookie quarterback, and they had a hell of a year. What are we doing here?
I wonder if the lull that they had in the middle of the year, that's what is kind of surprising to me about this whole entire thing, Joe. Like, it seems like the end of the season has been somewhat devalued in some of these voting metrics. Like,
they made up their minds early, and that was that?
Like, maybe that was the case with Myles Garrett last year. If that was the case, T.J. Watt should have won it this year. But, I mean, Washington had a good win against Philadelphia. I know Jalen Hurts was banged up. They had a really good close to the season. So,
Mike Silver has Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell, Mike Tomlin. I'm almost speechless. I'd love to have him on the show. See if you can locate him. What in the world is the argument that Mike Tomlin did a better job than Dan Quinn, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, the guy who won the AFC North? What are we talking about? I can't believe it. I really can't. Tony Dungy, Kevin O'Connell, Jim Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Dan Campbell, Sean Payton. How did Mike Tomlin do a better job than Dan Campbell? More with less? He did less with less. How is Dan Quinn not on Tony Dungy's 5 top candidates? Tony, what are you doing? The guy was they were 3-14 last year. Deontay Lee, Mike Tomlin third, behind O'Connell and Harbaugh, ahead of Campbell and Payton. No Dan Quinn, no Andy Reid. I mean, there's plenty of others too. Sean McDermott, Matt LaFleur. They hung around pretty nicely despite some major issues there, if that's the idea behind voting for this. Who else had Tomlin on here? It's just, I don't get it. There's just such a divide, national media to local media, and it still exists, judging by this. I don't get it. I'm sorry. Tom Silverstein, Campbell, O'Connell, Quinn, McVay, and Tomlin. Tomlin did one of the 5, according to him, Tomlin did one of the 5 best coaching jobs in all of football this year. Do you understand it, Limits? I don't.
I don't at all. I really don't understand it whatsoever. Like 10-3 looked great. There's no denying that. But the old saying that it's not how you start, it's how you finish matters for a reason.
Just give me the final record and the circumstances. I get it. He had 2 quarterbacks. He had one that he was 4-2. He chose to change, got wildly praised for it, and in the end had people questioning whether it was the right move. His team fell apart. How many coaches in history can say they got votes for Coach of the Year in a year where their team fell apart? I'll pick a guy in every division who did a better job than Tomlin. Sean McDermott went 13-4, despite the fact they came back with no receivers. People thought they were going to have a sort of step-back year in Buffalo. He goes 13-4. John Harbaugh won the division in Baltimore, overcame an 0-2 start, went 12-5, and beat the Steelers when it counted. But the other guy did a better job? DeMeco Ryans went 10-7. Yeah, they were supposed to be better. You could look at it as underachieving, but they won the division. They looked better at the start than they did at the beginning. Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton all did better jobs than Tomlin. Nick Sirianni, Dan Quinn both did better jobs than Tomlin. Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell, and Matt LaFleur all did better jobs than Tomlin. Sean McVay did a better job than Tomlin. Who's ever coaching the Seahawks did just as good a job. They went 10-7 last I checked.
McDonald, the old defensive coordinator
That's
with
right.
the Ravens.
Mike McDonald. Todd Bowles won a division 10-7 with the Bucks. Lost a great receiver, lost some other guy. It's ridiculous. What are we doing? How does he get Coach of the Year votes? Have I lost my mind?
No. And Ben Roethlisberger, James Harrison, and others even come out and criticize and critique Mike Tomlin. Ramon Foster saying if there was any time to do it, it would be now. But yet that's Coach of the Year worthy when some of Tomlin's best former players are questioning him or questioning his judgment or questioning the direction of the program. Like, I don't know how much of a bigger indictment you can get than that. And yet he should be Coach of the Year candidate.
Here's a little... Now look at this crap. Colin Cowherd talking about, I don't know what his opinion is. I just see the question on the screen. Will the Super Bowl performance impact Mahomes' legacy? I mean, yeah, he could have been the only guy to win 3 in a row, but if the insinuation there is there's some, blight on his resume now, he made it to the Super Bowl again. He had a bad game. I think he's won 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, 3.
So I look at it kind of like Jack Nicklaus finishing second at the Masters just a ridiculous amount of times. That doesn't hurt his resume. That enhances it.
Well, if he would have won that Super Bowl, I think the GOAT debate becomes a real conversation with him and Brady. And now it seems like anytime Brady's in the building, whether he's beating him at 42 with Tampa or he's calling the game and Mahomes is running around for his life, the ghost of Tom Brady is still in effect if Patrick Mahomes is in the building.
That's true. That is actually true. If he wins 3 in a row, he could. So how does it impact his legacy? Well, if he wins that game, he would have a legit argument over Brady. I concede the point to you there, Limits, and I'm also trying to make you feel good after the DeAndre Hopkins disaster.
I appreciate that.
I do concede that point. I just feel like, it's almost like somebody like Dan Marino. The fact that he didn't win a Super Bowl, well, obviously that would have enhanced his resume. But does it hurt him that he never won one? Does it hurt the legacy? He's still one of the top 5 to 8 quarterbacks ever, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about the greatest of all time, and when one guy has 7 Super Bowls and with 2 different teams, and Brady beat Mahomes, and just the longevity of 20-plus years. Brady won, 2 Super Bowls in his 40s? Maybe it was 3?
Yeah.
Just incredible. I don't think anybody can ever reach it.
Incrinculant, some would say. I also saw a graphic today, the top 10 highest paid receivers in the NFL, and how only 4 of them made the playoffs. 6 of them missed. I don't know that I read too much into that. If the implication there is that you don't need to have, a $30 million receiver, I ain't buying it, because A.J. Brown's $32 million, and he was pretty critical to that team winning. St. Brown is at $30 million, 4th overall. They were a number 1 seed. Justin Jefferson, everybody picked that guy as the coach of the year, not Justin Jefferson, but his coach. They had a great year. He's the highest paid receiver in football, $35 million. Seems to me that high paid receivers kind of help you. Brandon Ayuk didn't play, so you can't really include him. And then the Dolphins are stupid. They signed Waddle to $28 million after they already had Tyreek Hill. Those are 2 others. And then the Jets are a joke. So I'm not reading anything into that. CD Lamb is second at $34 million. I'd still love to have CD Lamb, even at $34 million. I think receivers are game changers myself. Limits. That graphic does not sway me in any other direction.
I personally think that the Steelers need to do everything possible to draft an offensive weapon, whether it's a receiver or Tyler Warren, or I wouldn't go running back, but a receiver that can make a high impact in the first round, because it's a deep defensive tackle draft, and they'd be derelict of duty if they did not go out there and get an offensive piece, which is how they've neglected offensive weapons and only paying $48 million on offense this year.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, and we have a treat coming up here. Ron Cook may make an appearance, not an appearance, but somehow via video maybe. Can we get Ron for this? It's the Fans' 15-year anniversary, February 26th at Rivers Casino. All of us will be on site telling stories of the past 15 years, videos from former hosts and guests. There you go. Maybe we get Vinny on a video. What if Ron and Vinny could do a segment on video on a sports topic? Would that be tremendous?
What would they talk about?
Anything.
Would they just riff about their past grievances with each other?
Yes, I think it would be wonderful. Vendor booths, of course. You can meet and mingle with all of us. The event is free, but you need a ticket to get in, so check out 937thefan.com. On locations where you go to get tickets. The Fans' 15th Faniversary is brought to you by Guardian Protection, IC Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point, North Fayette. Did I do the text line yet, Limits?
Yes.
Did I do the hotline?
Yes.
I'm doing well so far, aren't I?
Yes, you are. On the right track.
There's another clip that I wanted to play. And this was from Marcus Spears, former NFL player. May we indulge in that one, Limits?
Yes, we may, from NFL Live on ESPN.
I wonder if Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers could coexist in Pittsburgh. And RC, you know that culture and situation better than me. And we've talked about it for a long time about how Pittsburgh's culture is what it is, and it's not going to change for any individual. And I think Mike Tomlin has the stature to have conversations with Aaron Rodgers, and not to actually meet him in the middle, but to have a working relationship until you can get this thing figured out, or if you think he can play at a high enough level for 1 or 2 years. You look at the run game in Pittsburgh, it can be pretty good. You look at the outside, obviously some more maturity with your star wide receiver, but could that be something that could be facilitated, and a defense that should get back to playing at a very high level? We've seen the little eye contact, the little back and forth between him and Mike Tomlin, and that just popped in my mind. What is that relationship really like? Have they had any interaction before? I'd be interested to see if Pittsburgh makes a play for A. Rodgers.
So would I. And that little bromance, Pomp brushed it off the other day. I thought it was always interesting. Even this year, there's that little back and forth with Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers. And, man, I got asked a question in my intergalactically read Post-Gazette mailbag today, Limits, of, excuse me, but do the Steelers have a plan if neither Justin Fields or Russell Wilson comes back? What might that plan be?
I don't think they do right now. I don't. But Rodgers would be logical, and according to the odds makers,
He would be logical. You like
possible.
that, Horse?
Very good.
That was okay.
Yeah.
Better than yours.
I didn't have one.
I know. I'd go for Aaron Rodgers. Would you?
Yes. And part of it is
I'm not saying, let me clarify there. I'm not saying that I think that Aaron Rodgers is very good at this point in his career, or that I would necessarily choose him over even Justin Fields. But given their predicament, it might be the best solution just to see if he can still play a little bit. Like, if they don't get Fields or Wilson, who's got a better solution? Tell me.
Sam Darnold? But I don't know if he would fit with the Arthur Smith scheme. What is the Arthur Smith scheme? Do we still know? Do we even know it?
Is Sam Darnold going back to Minnesota or no?
Probably. Kevin O'Connell said some things right around Super Bowl time that makes it seem likely that Darnold will return.
So where do you go if not? And if they're screwing up the Fields thing right now by still flirting with Wilson, are they doing themselves a disservice? For me, I think I would have made it clear that Fields is my guy. And if that means paying a little extra for him, then pay a little extra.
$15 million, maybe 20 tops. Spot Track projects 7.
No. $20 million for Justin Fields?
There's going to be a market for him.
I'll be honest with you. What I said yesterday is still how I feel. The best thing for this franchise would be to take a step back next year intentionally. That doesn't mean you ask Tomlin and the players, of course, obviously, to not give their best. So if you trade TJ, trade Minka, trade Pickens, and get a mediocre quarterback in here in an effort to take a step back, and Mike Tomlin overcomes all that, God bless him. But if I'm Art Rooney, I'm taking a step back this year. It's just time.
What makes you think that they need to trade Pickens and trade Watt for that step to be taken back, considering what happened over the last 5 games?
Part of taking a step back is to recoup assets and set yourself up moving forward, perhaps to get that franchise quarterback. And especially TJ could put you in a position where you can either parlay picks or use the picks you get for him to do that when the draft comes to Pittsburgh. Limits.
According to DraftKings, the Steelers have the best odds, 2-1 odds for Aaron Rodgers. Next up is the Raiders, 3-1. The best odds, the Steelers, 2-1. 2-1.
And here's the reason I won't laugh at that, and nobody should. All of Pittsburgh media lost their laugh at the Steelers quarterback situation card last year, and really the Kenny Pickett year, because almost nobody, once it was reported that they wouldn't take Pickett, thought they would, and absolutely nobody thought that they were going to bring in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So nobody has a right to scoff at that, at those odds, or at any report that comes out suggesting Tomlin might be interested in Rodgers. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, by the way, if it happened. Would you?
No. At this rate, no.
How could you be?
Because, I mean, nothing at this point would surprise me because the aggression that Omar Khan has shown, whether it be in free agency or in trades, has made me think that this is a possibility. And if Fields wants to go and they don't feel good enough about Fields where they're on the fence and he sees that and he doesn't want to be a part of, like, being the second option, like if it's Wilson and that just is completely fallen short, and maybe Fields does think that. Like, I was the second pick for you. You signed Russell Wilson first. You traded for me second. You put me in first, and then I ended up being the second guy because you thought Wilson was better, and you put him in, and I had to ride the bench and watch for the rest of the year.
And you know your guys are talking to their guys like if you're Justin Fields. It happens all over the league.
Yeah.
Back channels. Would I be the starter in Vegas? Would that be possible? There's a chance Justin Fields is out of here.
My prediction is that if he leaves the Steelers, Justin Fields will be the starting quarterback of the New Orleans Saints with Kellen Moore running a similar offense like Jalen Hurts. It just makes sense.
Holy horse milk. Then who's the Steelers quarterback? You got a prediction for that?
Not at the moment. It's Fields, but if it's not Fields, the rest of the field.
Carson Wentz?
No. Carson Wentz?
I'm kidding.
Any other backups? Marcus Mariota, Tommy DeVito you want to bring in here?
Yeah, Tommy DeVito I want to bring in. Of course not Carson Wentz. But who else? Who like that person asked me in the mailbag. Who else?
Kirk Cousins?
Which is why they may wind up, now that I think about it, bringing back Russell Wilson. It may be just a marriage of desperation. I can't find anybody else to marry me. Okay, I'll marry you.
It's that if we're not married by 40, we'll just marry each other.
Don't
you
say
pact that you make
I
with your
got married
friends.
at 41.
You never heard of that before?
Yes.
If you're married, if you and
just
a friend
insulted me.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. My dad was married late too.
You come up with the best answers.
It's true. My dad was like 39 when he got married.
I know age
Maybe
doesn't
37.
necessarily convey desperation, but although it may have. Now that I think about it, I don't know.
He
I
was
don't know.
37. Yeah.
But if there's nobody else out there and it's getting late, you're like, okay, it reminds me of some of the Penguins' practices and hiring coaches back at the turn of the century. That's why Russell Wilson, I just said it out loud to myself and it made sense. That's why Russell Wilson might wind up back here, is because if Justin Fields has better options and thinks he wants to leave, then what the hell else are you going to do?
The only thing that I could realistically think of as a possibility is if they try to trade for a younger quarterback like Trey Lance, which, I mean, at this point might just end up being a free agent and getting cut from Dallas. Or could there be, there's a surprise every year where a quarterback becomes available. Could there be a team that gets completely frustrated with their guy and wants to move off of him? Kyler Murray would be the only realistic one.
Kyler Murray, maybe. Matthew Stafford, that situation may not resolve itself. Who knows? You're right about that, though. Somebody usually becomes available. But Aaron Rodgers is quite intriguing. I also love the blow-up factor. Like if it didn't work, it would not work to catastrophic proportions, which might be interesting to watch and might be the best thing for them.
Our friend Fansville on Twitter comments and says Derek Carr, who I have absolutely no interest in being the Steelers quarterback.
Derek Carr is better than Justin Fields.
Derek Carr has also been pretty mediocre for a long time, and that would keep the Steelers in the exact same spot that they've been.
Is he better than Russell Wilson? Yeah, of course. So
I don't know. I don't think
so.
He is.
Who wouldn't limits? Tell me who would take the Steelers up a level from that. I'd be curious to hear.
Fields is probably the best option out of all of them.
He ain't taking the Steelers to.
No, none of them are great.
Land.
None of them are
Right,
taking the
that's why
Steelers to the promised
You
land.
scoff at Derek Carr. What are you scoffing at?
I feel like Derek Carr would be right in that range of 9-8, regardless.
Yes, he would. Exactly.
And Fields maybe 10-7, which I'd rather take a chance on Aaron Rodgers being fun, being quirky, being entertaining.
So would
and
I.
If they're bad, great. Fine.
Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com says the Steelers training camp slowed them down by the end of the year. He said they look like a dead-legged team. They look tired and exhausted, which to me is reason to at least consider studying practices in terms of how aggressive you want to go in training camp. Now, I'm looking at this on Steelers Depot, where they bring up the Patrick Queen quote from camp, where he said it's kind of crazy to tackle at practice. Rookie Peyton Wilson, as they said on Depot, meant this in a positive way, but he did say it's like a whole season worth of tackling at training camp. I mean, I think there's something to this, actually. And plus, there were lots of injuries. I don't know which ones to pin. Tomlin himself, as he talked around every single issue at his season-closing news conference, made sure to say, hey, we'll be looking at our medical staff or our training staff, whatever it is, because we had a lot of soft tissue injuries. How about him throwing that detail in there? I wouldn't want to be one of those guys right now.
Would you? It doesn't seem like they're going anywhere.
But was it them? Was it bad luck? Or was it part overexerting his team in camp and in practice? I don't know. I think it's a very fair question that Daniel Jeremiah has raised.
Well, we know that they run very physical, tough practices for as many as they can have under the collective bargaining agreement.
He's talking specifically about camp, and I think he has a point. And when one of your players said it felt like a whole season worth of tackling, I don't think it's the way to go. Maybe they got off to a nice start, but the finish didn't go so well.
No. And, I mean, if they have to change it up in camp and just go, for the most part, football in shorts, how much will that significantly change? I don't know.
I think it's at least something to explore. Who's next? Mike DeFabo, right?
That's right.
What a man he is. He's going to talk. He's the guy who had the report on George Pickens being late to the Christmas Day game. I want to ask Mike what he thinks is going to go down this offseason, if he thinks the Steelers will make any significant changes, because they haven't made any so far, have they? We'll talk about that. Want a chance to win a trip to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination. Visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim for you and 3 guests, plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. All you have to do is download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. The national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd. So get the free Odyssey app now and listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day. You'll have a chance of winning this ultimate prize pack. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's talk about our feet, shall we? The Good Feet store. I had pain in the joints of my big toes. Almost any activity would flare it up for years, undiagnosed or misdiagnosed, whatever it was. At some point, I stopped caring, and I just wanted the pain to lessen, and it did after I made a visit to the Good Feet store. The Good Feet Foot Arch Support System is the key. It's designed to provide pain, relief, balance, and comfort. That's pain relief, balance, and comfort. And it was so easy. I didn't need new shoes, anything like that. It's all customized to your feet, your shoes. Go check it out. No matter what's going on, it's worth checking it out. Plantar fasciitis, needles in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be. Check it out at one of the stores or go to goodfeet.com. I went to the store at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Saints are finalizing a deal with Kellen Moore to be their new head coach, as Mickey Loomis called other GMs today to deliver the news, according to Tom Pelissero. 36 years old, Kellen Moore, one of the youngest coaches now in the NFL, after he just won a Super Bowl in New Orleans as Phillies offensive coordinator. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
What happened, Limits? I left to get a chocolate chip cookie, and all hell broke loose.
Yes, the system completely froze on me just now, and it won't play any of the commercials right now.
That's very sad. Somebody had a party in the office with, it looked like tacos and such, and didn't invite us, so I went in and stole one of their cookies.
How was that?
Is that a party foul?
No. Well, were they there? Did they see you take it?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think anybody saw me take it, and then I ate it. And it was delicious.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue.
It still is. So everything's frozen. We have nothing going on here?
Yes, I'm going to make a call to the IT guys to make sure that this can get fixed.
All right. Then I'll have to move quickly on my feet here. How about Patrick Peterson ripping this? How many people are going to rip the Steelers for playing old school football? And these are former players. These aren't, I'm sure when the Steelers hear people like me or any media people, they're like, what do they know? I don't know. What does Julian Edelman know? He's talking about, and I also wonder, does Art hear anything? Does he ever hear anything? Does he hear Julian Edelman saying that Tomlin's defense looks the same as when Edelman played? I mean, that's pretty indicting. Ben Roethlisberger piggybacked on what Edelman said. Does that not open anybody's eyes? And now on the other side, and Ben was talking about offense and defense, and now Patrick Peterson's talking about the offense being outdated, saying they're calling plays like it's the 90s. I don't know. Part of me is just sick of talking about it, except somebody says something new every day. That's an unbelievable indictment of the way that the Steelers go about their business. It just is. I've mentioned 8 times on the show today that in the last 4 years, they're 38-32-1 with no division titles and not even one competitive appearance in a playoff game. This season ended in pure disaster, and nothing has changed. I just don't get it. And again, it's not media people talking about this. Well, they are, but former players saying all this. Former players indicting the Steelers' philosophies as outdated. So what did they do? They went and hired a guy whose offenses look like they're out of the 1970s, and Artie Smith. They think they're going to, like Ben said, they think they're going to line up and punch you in the face and just push you around. No, that's the Eagles, except the Eagles also throw like the way they did to win the Super Bowl the other day. It's very depressing, Limits, but I don't want to be depressed. Give me 3 things that are hopeful and happy about Pittsburgh sports.
Paul Skeens is one.
Paul Skeens is one for sure.
No doubt.
He's one by a long shot. Give me another. I'm going to give you one.
The draft being here in 2026?
If there was a measurement of how much I care about things, it wouldn't even register of how much I care about that. But you can have that. Maybe fans like that. It's good for the businesses around town.
I love that.
Good
I'm glad
for
it's
them.
here.
But for the draft itself, I really couldn't care less. How about the game in Ireland? You excited about that?
Yeah, but it's not like I can go to it, you know,
Why
compared
not?
to the draft.
Why can't you go to it?
Do you have an extra $1,000
Not
laying
yet,
around?
but I might.
Then it would be a great
Then
thing.
go.
Then I
Why
will.
not?
Because it's in Ireland. You know how expensive that would be?
I'm going to check on a flight to Ireland right now, Limits. You could get it by points.
Okay. That, hotel, tickets. It's probably a lot flying overseas.
Maybe. You spent money going to watch Penn State in California. I bet I could make the Ireland trip pretty much financially similar to that.
You
for
think so?
Yes, I could.
I'd like to give it a try.
Yes, I will. I'll plan your trip tonight.
All right, we're going to see if this works now.
What?
This whole entire system has been reset by IT.
So what do? Just sit here and wait to see if it works?
I'm going
to
click the button and we'll see if the commercial plays.
Feels like we're going off to space. All right, here we go.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 60% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 24 months. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use that promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game, want to get a bet on a fourth-quarter comeback, something like that, you can make your picks from the first whistle till the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Some of these trades were interesting. Jimmy Buckets, he's going to score a lot for Golden State. Luka's going to go crazy on his little revenge tour. However you want to play, now's the perfect time. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, it's Chris Muller from my friends at Choice Cabinet. Whether you're a contractor or you're remodeling your kitchen, don't get stuck waiting around 8 to 12 weeks in some cases for your cabinets. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They're Amish designed, all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Need cabinets? The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
DraftKings has the Steelers as the betting favorites for Aaron Rodgers at 2-1 odds. That's followed by a plethora of other teams, including the Raiders. Pitt basketball will play tonight. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan against SMU. Pre-game coverage begins at 8:30 and tip-off at 9. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Limits. Let's go back out to the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline where we find our friend and yours, Mr. Mike DeFabo of The Athletic. Mike, how are you today?
Joe, it's always a good day when I get to talk to you, so I'm doing fantastic.
Steelers Depot seems to think that you reported that Pat Meyer is back. They saw it in a mailbag. Is that correct?
Well, I kind of got a kick out of this because about an hour and a half ago, my phone started buzzing uncontrollably with retweets and stuff, and it was Blitzburgh, another aggregation site that had pulled one quote. So let me just explain what happened. In a mailbag, people said to me, why have they not made any changes? Why is Terrell Austin still the defensive coordinator? Why is Pat Meyer still the offensive line coach? And I went on to say, yeah, I agree with you. When you invest so much in the offensive line, you've turned Pat Meyer into one of the most important employees on the team. And you look at a guy like Mike Munchak, who took Alejandro Villanueva, who never played offensive line in his life, and turned him into a Pro Bowler. Then you look at what happened with the Eagles, and their offensive line coach took Jordan Mailata and turned him into an all-pro caliber offensive lineman. And this guy had played rugby previously, never played offensive line. So my point was, yes, Broderick Jones is going to take time, and he is a raw product, but offensive line coaches have taken a lot less and done a lot more with it. And what I said was, the Steelers decided otherwise by keeping Pat Meyer. Now, I probably should have put the word evidently, because I was kind of assuming here, Joe. But what often happens in the world of aggregation and sports writing these days is something that I wrote 7 days ago, a slow news day, they're coming through and 700 words into my mailbag. They find this line and decide to put a headline on it, and now you have me on the show to talk about it.
Well, no, I had you on the show before I even knew about it. You were scheduled because of your overall acumen. I literally just saw this headline 2 seconds ago. DeFabo, Steelers retaining offensive line coach Pat Meyer.
Yeah, so, really the way that I wish I had phrased that was the Steelers evidently decided not to move on from Pat Meyer. Because let's look at the situation. Here we are, what is it, like a month after the season has ended? If they have not made a move yet at this point, I don't think they would. And I would be still very surprised because Pat Meyer has term on his contract. And the way that the Steelers do things, they don't like paying guys not to coach.
Right.
And so, I would expect Pat Meyer to be back, and I think it's going to be a huge season for him because, really the only excuse is Troy Falatanu was injured, so you really didn't get to have that full evolution of the offensive line. But with Troy Falatanu back, they're counting on this offensive line to be the strength of this team. And, it's really going to be up to Pat Meyer to get them there.
Well, let me mention some assertions that people have made in the media, some of them by former players, some not, and get your takes on that if we may. Is that okay, Mike?
That sounds great. Let's do it, Joe.
All right. Let's do that. Let's start with Patrick Peterson saying the Steelers need to shake up their offense. They're calling plays like it's the 90s. What do you make of that? I'll throw in Julian Edelman saying that they're calling defensive plays like the way they did when he played. They're doing the exact same stuff. Mike, is this fair? People saying that the Steelers are outdated on both sides of the ball. And I might add that Ben piggybacked on Julian Edelman's take and said he's right.
Yeah, I think that absolutely they need to evolve. You look at the way that they run their offense, and it is very much like we're going to line it up and we're going to run the football. Najee Harris this year, or maybe it was last year, he said they had a saying within the team that was run it anyway, was the phrase. So basically, when they go to the line of scrimmage and they see 8 guys in the box and they see that the play that they have, they're going to be running into an ambush, as Arthur Smith likes to say, their philosophy is run it anyway. And I think that has to change. I feel like when they were their most productive was when Russell Wilson was coming to the line of scrimmage, seeing the play wasn't going to work, checking them into a more advantageous play. I felt like that's when the offense has clicked better than it has since, maybe 2019. And so I absolutely think that they need to evolve. And, I think you have to deal with what you have, and when you don't have a quarterback, I think it's fine to be more of a run-heavy type of offense. The Philadelphia Eagles just ran with that, won a Super Bowl with that type of offense. But at the same time, they've also invested first-round picks on both of their wide receivers, and they can beat you in a number of different ways if you sell out to stop Saquon Barkley. So, trying to win running the football, I have no problem with that. But you have to have a plan B, and you have to have other offensive weapons.
Mike DeFabo on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line, if you'd like to get in touch with our dear friend Limits, who looks great today in a 79 Pirates cap. By the way, Dave Parker is going to go into the Hall of Fame with the pirate hat, which I'm heartened to hear.
Love it.
Limits and Mike, aren't you? He told me once a buck, always a buck, and I'm glad he's doing that, aren't you? Mike?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. To be honest, I never really watched Dave Parker. I just know of him because people complained that he was never in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that those people that complained about him not being in the Hall of Fame will get to see him do so with a Buccos cap on.
Me too. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, I might add, the fan text line. Personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You just said something very interesting, Mike DeFabo. And that is that we had a source-off last week between Aditi Kinkhabwala and Jerry Dulac with Dejan Kovacevic jumping off the top rope. Dulac reporting that Russell Wilson had freedom in that area. You just mentioned that he was checking plays and then got that freedom stripped from him. The other two involved in that said that wasn't true at all. Where did you stand on this whole conflagration last week?
Well, to me, Jerry Dulac, I trust his reporting more than anyone's, and it didn't really surprise me when that came out because I think if you were to pull any of the reporters who are regularly in press conferences, which quarterback do you think Arthur Smith preferred? I think that every single reporter would have said Justin Fields. I think you could read between the lines on a lot of the things that he was saying, and I think a lot of reporters had heard behind the scenes that Arthur was more a fan of Justin Fields and kind of intrigued with the possibility of, can I be the guy that unlocks this former 11th overall pick? And so really when Jerry came out with that report, I said, yeah, that seems to make sense to me. That just is kind of taking it a step further. It's hard for me to weigh in because personally I haven't heard, yeah, this is definitely true, or no, this is patently false, as Aditi said. But again, like based on reading between the lines and based on some of the things I've heard behind the scenes, I do think that Arthur Smith would prefer Justin Fields.
And let me ask you this, piggybacking on that, we were just talking about this. I got a question in the old mailbag today. What if neither works out for the Steelers? What's the plan then? And we just see a report today, or the odds came out at least, that Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers are the team that he's favored to go to. What's the plan if no Wilson and Fields, and what about Aaron Rodgers?
If last year taught me anything, it's that you really can't roll out anything with these Steelers. I think all the reporters who were dialed in were saying that they didn't expect the Steelers to bring in Russell Wilson. A lot of people were saying they didn't think they would bring in Justin Fields either. And then, right after Omar Khan went at the Combine and said, I have full faith in Kenny Pickett, soon thereafter they end up getting both of these quarterbacks and completely remaking that room. So there's different opinions, I'm sure, when you have multiple decision makers, each giving their voice. And also you have to wonder whether the Steelers even know themselves which direction they'd like to go. So, I believe, like Omar Khan it almost cracks us up, and it's almost like a joke that anytime you ask him a question, no matter what the question, his answer is always, anything I can do to make any position better, I'm going to look at it. And we laugh at him for that, and it is comical that he always says that. But I do believe him. And for that reason, this year I'm not going to roll anything out until they finally put pen to paper with one of these guys going forward. I think that there's a lot of variables and a lot of different voices in this, and I am very interested to see how it plays out. I think that the most likely scenario is Justin Fields, but Justin himself is going to have a say in this. I think what they need, Joe, are you old enough to understand dating apps like Hinge or like Tinder or something like that?
I went on Match.com a long time ago, and I've told this story. I wound up on a blind date at Legally Blonde in Monroeville when it was in the movie theaters. And I thought I was having great luck because I went back to this woman's apartment that night in Monroeville, and she had a live iguana moving around her apartment, not in a cage, like a big one, and I left. Anyway.
Yeah, that's a massive red flag. You got to get out of there. Well,
exactly, yes.
Well, it's going to be hard to follow up that story, but really I feel like what they need is Tinder for NFL quarterbacks, where Justin Fields can decide, do I want to swipe right or swipe left on the Steelers? And then the Steelers swipe right or swipe left, and then they look at their matches. Because here's the way I look at the situation. To me, it seems like the Steelers want Justin Fields. But you can't just come out and say Justin Fields is our guy, because what if Justin gets a 3-year contract that pays him more than what you're willing to pay him, and you want to give him 2 years at $15 million or something like that?
Yeah.
And then you have to crawl back to Russell Wilson and say, Russ, we really liked you too. We just said that we like Justin, and now Russell Wilson's feelings are hurt. Then you don't get Russell Wilson. So then you're left saying, well, do we want an old Aaron Rodgers? And basically Andy Weidl's best friend in the business, Joe Douglas, lost his job because he believed too much in Aaron Rodgers. Now Andy Weidl and Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin could risk also losing their jobs because they believe too much in Aaron Rodgers. Or you could go and get Kirk Cousins, who the Atlanta Falcons just went and gave him a huge contract, and now less than a year later they're thinking about trading him or cutting him and moving on from him. Or you could go into the draft and get Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. Neither of those guys is going to be available to you. You could trade up massively and get Shedeur Sanders, who a lot of people don't believe is ever going to turn into a franchise quarterback, and become the Cleveland Browns and spin your wheels and constantly try to get a quarterback in the first round. So your options are horrible. You have no good options right now, and the best out of those bad ones is Justin Fields, but it only works if Justin Fields also swipes right on you and wants to take you back to his place and show you his iguana, as you're referencing, Joe.
Dear God, that didn't sound right, but go ahead.
Just a little callback joke to your dates. But
I know. Please, I'm sorry to interrupt.
But the bottom line is that I think that Justin Fields is your best bet, but he also is going to have something to say about that. And until Justin Fields puts pen to paper, you do have to leave all options open, and especially publicly leave all options open.
Man, it's quite the quandary right now, I'll tell you that. Field Yates over at ESPN has the Steelers picking, is this right, limits Jackson Dart in the first round?
Yeah, at Ole Miss.
What is the likelihood of that, Mike? And if not that, where do you see them going with their first pick?
Well, here's what I don't like about that is Art Rooney was asked in his end-of-season news conference or whatever you want to call it, meeting with reporters, what did you learn from the whole Kenny Pickett situation? And he said nothing. But here's what they should have learned from that. Just because you need a quarterback doesn't mean that your answer is there for you in the draft, right? So a couple years ago, the Steelers needed a quarterback, and Kenny Pickett was the top option available. They drafted him right about where they would right now, and that was basically a waste of a draft pick. He was not the answer for them. It felt good for a couple of days to think of the possibilities of a pick quarterback coming in, doing good things for the Steelers. Instead, it didn't happen. So what they should learn is, yes, they need a quarterback, but no, the answer is probably not available to them. And rather than wasting the draft pick on a guy like Jackson Dart, especially in the first round, I think what you need to do is load up on defensive linemen, completely remake your wide receiver room, and start preparing for some of these other positions as well that are important, like cornerback or running back, for example. So, the way that I would play this if I'm the Steelers is you've already kind of played the long game in the sense that you spent the first two drafts of the Omar Khan era addressing your offensive line, building things in a very unflashy, unsexy way. Why not continue along that same trajectory? Load up on defensive linemen, plan for the inevitability that at some point you're going to move on from George Pickens, whether that's this offseason or whether that's next year. And then next year, in a much richer quarterback class, go and try to find your quarterback in 2026. That's really the approach that I would take. And, if I had to guess, I think that they're probably leaning that direction.
Mike, I'll finish with a couple hockey questions. One, because I know that's another one of your specialties. One is Ricard Raquel. In my humble opinion, his trade value will never be higher, and I think they'd be derelict of duty to keep him, really, because you don't know if he's going to get hurt. He's aging. This is the perfect time. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah, I like where you're going with that because Ricard Raquel is a bit of a streaky player, and I remember when the Penguins acquired him, he was coming off of an underwhelming year the previous season. He played pretty well, then he had a down year last year. So I agree that he's aging right now. He's on an affordable contract. It is one of your few movable contracts. I absolutely would look into it and see what you can get for him. The other thing that I would consider if you don't move him is hire someone to your staff specifically to nag him and to talk trash on him, because the way that he responded after being snubbed by Team Finland in the Four Nations face-off, is just astonishing. And so I actually would like to apply for that position of just constantly talking trash on Rickard Rakell in an effort to get him to score more goals, because the way that he responded to that was like absolutely remarkable.
I like that idea. How do you like the Four Nations tournament? Will Mike DeFabo be watching this tournament with interest, with enthusiasm?
I'll be watching it just because I enjoy hockey. I'm most interested to see when Team USA versus Team Canada plays. I think that game's on Saturday.
Me too.
And I mean, I really am looking forward to it for Sidney Crosby's sake, because these last couple years where he's played at a level that's much better than what you would expect of a guy his age have been completely wasted by the fact that back-to-back front offices haven't been able to put the right pieces around him to capitalize on whatever's left of his prime. And so this is one of the last chances for him to do anything meaningful. I mean, it's just some dumb tournament for fun, but this is the closest thing he's seen to competitive elimination style hockey in years.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I'm watching just to see, can Sid raise his game, and can he help bring Canada a gold medal? Or does our buddy Mike Sullivan, prove that he's a better coach than people here in Pittsburgh think, and take Team USA to the gold?
I'll leave it with this, Mike. I just saw this from the Pat McAfee show. Adam Schefter saying, I think the Las Vegas Raiders are going to make a play for Sam Darnold. Should the Steelers do the same?
I'm not really sold on Sam Darnold because, how many teams has he been with at this point? 3 or 4? And, he flamed out with the Jets as a first-round pick. Then he went to Carolina. That didn't work out. I know he went to San Francisco, and Shanahan seemed to like him. And then he obviously had a good year with the Vikings. But just look at what he's surrounded by. Kevin O'Connell is one of the best play callers in the league. Justin Jefferson's probably the best wide receiver in the league. Brian Flores and that defense are one of the best turnover-inducing defenses in the league. He comes to Pittsburgh, he has none of those things. And I feel like you're taking a big gamble if you think that you're going to get the same production from a guy that there's a good chance was a product of his circumstances. And if you can't create those same circumstances, I don't think you could take that gamble.
Mike, you're a wonderful man. Thanks for joining us. Let's do it again perhaps next week.
That sounds great, Joe. Anytime you want.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
We're celebrating 15 years at the Fan on February 26th at Rivers Casino. All of us will be on site telling stories of the past 15 years, videos, all of that. You can interact. We'll all interact together. The event is free, but you need a ticket to get in. So check out 937thefan.com on locations where you can get tickets. The Fan's 15th anniversary, the Faniversary, I should say, is brought to you by Guardian Protection, IC Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point, North Fayette. All right, Limits, what do you think? You're a Sam Darnold guy. If the Raiders can get him, should the Steelers make a play?
He is the best free agent quarterback, and I think the best of all the quarterbacks that will be available this year. The one thing that I do think is just realistic to say, even though I like Darnold, is that, he played with Justin Jefferson, T.J. Hawkinson, a pretty decent running game, and Kevin O'Connell winning Coach of the Year. Like, the circumstances were stacked pretty well for him. He would have to overcome a lot in Pittsburgh, and frankly, I don't know if he could do it here. He's somebody that is, I think, a really good quarterback, but fits certain schemes.
I noticed you wore the Moon Golf jacket that I bought you for Christmas, or at least regifted you after someone bought it for me.
Oh, so someone bought it for you?
I mean, I bought it for me and then regifted it to you.
I am wearing it, yes. Does it look good on me?
Yeah, I think it looks great. Combined with the Pirates hat with the Stargell stars on it, you look like $1 million today.
It's signed by Manny Sanguian on the bottom.
Oh, my God. Why didn't you show me that earlier?
How about that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I complimented the hat earlier. That's not even the half of it.
That's the main important part. He was sitting at at his Manny's barbecue out during the summer this year, and I went over and talked to him, and he signed it.
Love that.
During one of the games this past summer.
What a player he was. All right, we're going to wrap this up next. It's been more eventful than I thought. When you have people saying Aaron Rodgers, now all of a sudden Sam Darnold's out there. Are we going to be surprised with the Steelers' next quarterback? Let's talk about that for a moment. Next. First, let's talk a little NBA, shall we? And I watched Luka's debut last night, and he was good, but he's going to be incredible playing with LeBron. That's just a fact. I don't even feel like that's an opinion. He was a little rusty last night. Just wait. And, man, if you pick the right game to go all overs with him, you're going to be a very happy person. Plus, if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders, even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might become your favorite day. Warriors Mavs tomorrow night on Hump Day, and Jimmy Butler's going to have another big game. Mark that one down. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boosts, or visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Jay Glazer, the Jets are moving on from Aaron Rodgers, and the best odds to acquire Rodgers, the Steelers, followed by Vegas and San Francisco to potentially be their quarterback. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan is celebrating 15 years as the voice of Pittsburgh sports talk. You can join us for the celebration at Rivers Casino on February 26th, but you'll need a ticket to get in. Stop by Save on Beer in Cranberry, Sheridan Drive this Saturday from 2 to 3 p.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of free tickets. For additional details on the Fan's 15th anniversary party, go to 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Jets are reportedly moving on from Aaron Rodgers. The parallels with Brett Favre are crazy. Favre left the Jets and had a great season in Minnesota. Who knows, maybe Rodgers is the next bridge guy with the Vikings as well. If Rodgers does continue to play, he has a chance to get healthy and bounce back, just like Favre. The Jets' move makes sense for them. They have to rebuild, but there's a risk they'll have to watch Rodgers play well again elsewhere. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they designed custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Oh, this is bad. Top Dog just bit him. Told that insurance company to give him what he wants. They ain't listening. Now Top Dog's not letting him go. He keep biting him. Telling Top Dog, you gonna kill him. Let him go. You gonna kill him. Talking to the insurance company like, listen, this dog is not playing with you. Your safe word is settled. That's your safe word. Say it. That's your safe word. You want to settle? All right, Top Dog, he said it. Let him go. He said it. Let him go. Looking at Top Dog client like, you a rich man? You a rich man? This is Top Dollar. This is Top Dog. Medical malpractice called Top Dog. Car accident, you call Top Dog. Top Dog Law.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 60% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 24 months. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Any leftover thoughts on the Super Bowl limits? I have a few. One is, where does this one rank all time? I think a lot of people, there's been 59 of these things, would put it like at 55. For me, and I've seen most of them. It's in my top 5 for enjoyment. I mean,
because of the hate watch.
Yeah, I can't tell you how thrilled. I haven't been that happy from a sporting event in a long time. I just absolutely loved it. And I also appreciated the sheer dominance of the Philly defense. I thought it was something to behold, seeing a defensive line take apart an Andy Reid offense like that. Just took them apart. What's number 1? What's the greatest Super Bowl you've ever seen? This list at CBS says Patriots 28, Seahawks 24. That's not a bad choice.
No.
That was a fabulous game filled with great plays, dramatic ending, great teams, great offense, great defense, all that.
That's one. Not number 1, but it's one option.
Yeah.
The first one that comes to mind for me immediately is 28-3. Without any biases involved in it, watching the comeback that Tom Brady had against Atlanta and seeing how awesome it was for Atlanta to be crushing the Patriots and Brady, to see the comeback that Brady came and put on display in that game, pretty historic and a fun game. I remember when we had our Super Bowl party, I had a bunch of my friends over because we were still in high school then, and the families would all come over. And I remember saying, like, it's 28-3. I just want to see a really good game. You know, that's what I want to see in the Super Bowl. I just want to see the Patriots make it close. Not win, but make it close. And to see the comeback that they went on, I mean, as a Steeler fan, didn't love it. But as a pure game and a viewer, that was a great game to watch.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The best Super Bowl of all time was Eagles 41, Patriots 33. I mean, that was phenomenal stuff. Everything I like in a game. You had an upset, which I love. You had 74 combined points. You had a dramatic ending. You had a trick play, the Philly special. You had Belichick and Brady losing. Despite Brady throwing for 500 yards in the game, it was just up and down. The whole thing was a spectacle. That was the greatest Super Bowl of all time.
The worst Super Bowl of all time, other than the one in New York where it was like 40, 45 degrees.
Oh, was that brutal?
Yeah, that's probably the last time New York will have an outdoor Super Bowl. They'll probably build a dome with the next chance that they get at it. The Super Bowl between the Rams and the Patriots, which was, 16-6?
13-3.
13-3. That was
a bad game.
So boring. It was
horrifying game.
Terrible. A lot of defense, but really just no offensive innovation at all.
There was nothing. Like, even in some of the ones that everybody says are the worst of all time, like Niners 49. They had 49. I just noticed that. Chargers 26. At least you got to see a breathtakingly great offense.
Yeah, a lot of points
in that game. It was a terrible game. So was Niners 55, Broncos 10. At least Seattle 43, Denver 8, like this last game. And the Chiefs weren't a great offense, don't get me wrong. But the idea of a great, and that Broncos offense was great. And to watch Seattle take them apart like that was fascinating to me.
The Legion of Boom.
Yeah, so that wasn't one of the worst ones for me. Eagles 40. The game the other day they have is the third worst Super Bowl of all time.
Okay, so
that's crap.
So you don't care at all if it's a blowout?
No, not. I mean, I do. I prefer a good game unless it was the other day. But just because it's a blowout doesn't make it the worst of all time. The one you mentioned might be the worst Super Bowl I've ever seen.
13-3.
There was one play that I even remember from the game. And it was the pass to Gronk down by the goal line.
The only thing I remember from that game is how great the Rams uniforms were, and they're blue and gold, similar to the Pitt uniforms, and they took them away in favor of this new L.A. Rams uniform that's not nearly as good.
It was horrible. The two worst Super Bowls all time were the one I just mentioned, 13-3, and Ravens 34, Giants 7. That was a horrible, horrible game.
So you like seeing the
I didn't
Seahawks,
say I liked it.
You like seeing the Seahawks just dominate the Denver offense in that game, and even though there was so much defense and so few offense, you like that game?
I didn't say I liked that game.
You said you didn't hate the game or didn't dislike
I didn't.
it?
I said I wouldn't put it as the worst of all time or second worst. I said at least separating it from like the 13-3 game, for example, was I got to see an all-time great defense perform and take apart an offense. And there's some fascination there for me.
Was that fun in watching the 2000 Ravens or the 85 Bears do?
No, because neither one took apart a great offense in the Super Bowl. Limits, come on.
Well, we're talking about all-time defenses.
Yeah. The Ravens face Kerry Collins, and the Bears face Steve Grogan and Tony Eason. Although the Bears were entertaining no matter what they did in 85. Good night, Limits. We have to go.
All right, Joe. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops tonight against SMU. Catch it at 9 o'clock. 8:30 pregame coverage begins with Cale Berger, Curtis Aiken, and Bill Hillgrove. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. A big night in SEC hoops with plenty of ranked teams in action. Auburn remained the top team despite their loss over the weekend. The Tigers go on the road to face a feisty Vanderbilt team. Auburn has the #1 rated offense in college basketball, and that might be too much for the Commodores. The play of the day is taking the Tigers and laying the points. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
When it comes to protecting my family's future, I want a life insurance company that's at the top of their game. That's why I got same-day coverage through Ethos. There was no paperwork, no waiting around, and no medical exam. I just answered a few health questions online, and Ethos set me up with a $3 million policy for about $2 a day. Go to checkethos.com and get it done today. That's CHECKETHOS.com. Checkethos.com. Sample rates is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers. That's the power of Bowser.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
At NJAM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the land, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt, now without Damian Dunn for what looks like the rest of the season, will attempt to try to snap a little skid here. They travel to Dallas to take on SMU. Surely nothing bad will happen when Pitt plays SMU in a sport. Why, just look at Oh, wait a minute. Pregame starts here on the Fan at 8:30. Tip in Dallas is at 9 o'clock. Donnie Football will be carrying you after this show up to that Panther preview for Pitt SMU. More fan headlines at 937thefan.com. They're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
The PM team, we are live at beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Chris Muller, Donnie Football back at the ranch. I start today's show, Donnie, with a brief lesson for our listeners about a word beginning with K. That word would be karma. It's karma when you employ a running gag that suggests that when your coworker is merely taking vacation days that he is contractually obligated or contractually allowed to take. It's karma when you suggest that your employee, your coworker, has violent, explosive diarrhea, when he is merely, in fact, perhaps enjoying time with his 2 young children, or his wife, or all of the above. Why is it karma, Donnie? Because sometimes, if you say that enough about your coworker, you will be, in fact, legitimately felled by explosive diarrhea. And that has what has befallen our friend Andrew Filipponi today. Before we even dive in to matters at hand, would you like to sound off early on how you feel about our friend being laid low by that?
Well, I was a little bit thrown off this morning because I'd have to go back to our group text. I feel like he said I have a little bit of diarrhea, and that seems like something where it's all or nothing.
Yeah, how do you have a little bit? That's a good call. He said, no, he didn't say a little bit. He did just say, I think I jinxed myself at the end of the show. I do have diarrhea. He's also very achy, Don. A lot of aches accompanying that.
Aches and pains.
Oh, the aches, the pains that he's suffering through right now. Am I supposed to feel bad for him if we assume he really is, is afflicted with this for today? Should I feel bad? I don't know if I should, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I'm under any obligation to feel some kind of way about this.
Nah, I wouldn't feel bad.
Yeah, we're just going to make fun of him throughout the show. I hope he feels better. We are going to make fun of him. Sometimes you live by the sword, you die by the sword, or in this case, the Pepto-Bismol, which he's probably mainlining into his veins right now. I start with that little bit of, I don't even want to call it whimsy because it's really not, but I start with that to avoid, at least for a minute or two, bringing up this. There's now a billboard out demanding that Art Rooney either trade Mike Tomlin or sell the team. Basically, enough is enough. Very yinzery. I think it says we've had enough, and enough is underlined. Like, somehow that's not already abundantly clear that you're ticked off. Think about this, though. Billboards assailing a football team, assailing a team in town or its owner, I think typically have been reserved recently for the baseball team. I think maybe you could find a time when the hockey team briefly fell on hard times. But one thing you can most of the time have said about the Steelers throughout the entirety of their modern history is they were never a team whose struggles or whose play, whose performance inspired negative billboard attacks. I think they were a billboard-free team. If they were trying to chart, they wouldn't have, because Billboard wasn't entering into their conversations. Now they're a Billboard team. And when I see stuff like that happening, kind of passes by, through the filter. Oh, it's another one of the many things you see on the internet on a given day. You kind of take note of it. And then it spawns, at least in me, or it sparked in me, a bigger thought. Is this, in fact, the worst it's been for me, Chris Muller, 39 years, a whole lot of change old? Is this the worst it's been for me as a Steelers fan who knew what the hell was going on? So not 1987 strike year, not 1988. Is this as bad as it's ever been? Is this the nadir, the low point for me as a Steelers fan? And I am forced to come up with a very unpleasant answer, and that answer is yes. It sucks because across the state, they got people they're greasing the light poles. You got people who have gone through 3 Super Bowl trips now, 2 of them successful, under 2 different head coaches, because the guy who won the first one got unceremoniously dumped on his ass. You've got that team celebrating again. You've got that team looking like a complete model franchise for how to operate in this day and age in the NFL. And the Steelers just feel like they exist on sort of a different planet in the NFL solar system. There's an asteroid belt or 2 between the Steelers and the Eagles. So when I was ruminating on this, when I was racking my brain, figuring that, hey, the start of my true aware Steelers fandom was probably 1992, like right in there. It was Barry Foster bursting on the scene, and here's a 7-year-old Mulsey sort of understanding what he's watching, but not really. All I knew back then was like the Buffalo Bills and the Niners were really good, and so were the Cowboys. I think I had all 3 of those vague ideas in my head, and then I knew that my team was supposed to be the Steelers. So if you take it from me, from 32 years of watching football with some understanding of it, some would argue I probably had a better handle on the game when I was 7 than I do now. I can only flash back to one point in time that even rivals this one in terms of feeling like a low point. And most of you can probably guess, if you're within that window of 32 years that I'm describing what it is. That would be 1998 and probably especially 1999. 98 was supposed to be, okay, Cordell fell short the year before. They beat the Broncos, and then when it mattered, they didn't beat the Broncos. Oh, well, get them next time. And the wheels just started to come off that particular bus. Steelers looked like a team that had actually misidentified the right quarterback. Stewart went way backwards, if you will recall, from an 11-5 appearance in the conference title game with Chan Gailey as his offensive coordinator to Ray Sherman coming in for a year, 7-9. Offense goes from 7th best in the league at 23 a game to 28th at barely getting over 16 a game. Defense stayed good, but they were 7-9. Offense got a little better the next year on Gilbride, but they're still middle of the pack. And they go 6-10. And you had to deal with things like maybe Kent Graham heading into 2000 can be the answer for this team. That was what felt like the true low point for me. 98, 99. I think probably 98 laid the groundwork for 99 to feel even worse, even though 98's team was probably by objective measures a lot worse. That's as bad as I can ever remember it being. Watching it as a 13 and 14-year-old kid when you're like really, really rabid about what kind of sports, about sports in general, just about being into what you're watching. Watching it, you had like sort of that same feeling. In 98, you've got the Minnesota Vikings. Holy crap, they have Randy Moss. What do we have? 99, you have the greatest show on turf. What do we have? We're not playing the same sport. They felt like a rudderless operation back then, and it just didn't feel like anything was going to get better. But they had just had a sniff in 97. Like, they had been within one game of the biggest game. So even in 99, you're not saying, like, man, it feels like ancient history when this team last contended for something that mattered in the NFL. You couldn't say that. It was, just imagine this team in 2022 and Kenny Pickett's rookie year, they had made it to the AFC title game. It would be the same basic principle that you're applying. 2 disappointing seasons, you'd say, yeah, this team's got to figure some stuff out, but you wouldn't be looking at it like it was ancient history the last time they mattered. And then this is the thing that I think makes this current state of the Steelers worse. It feels to me like the league has continued to shift around them in the last several years. Ultra pass happy, still very much a quarterback league through and through, but also I think a league that shifted in terms of how it wanted to divvy up front office power. It is very much like more of a separation of church and state NFL than I think it used to be in the heydays of Bill Belichick, going back further, guys like Mike Holmgren, right? Coaches, Andy Reid, you can say it about. Guys who had personnel power and were the head coaches. Teams are pretty obviously moving off that model because they don't feel that it's necessarily beneficial. Pete Carroll in Seattle, another one of those. The league is shifting around them in a lot of different ways in terms of what the league prioritizes and doesn't. And I don't know about you, Donnie, but, like, I had this random thought. You ever see the first, like, Captain America movie, the Marvel movie? Like, the first one where he fights the Red Skull guy?
Hate to disappoint you, Chris, but I was never really into those.
Fair enough. You can use a bunch of different analogies. I'll go with this one. End of the movie, he wakes up 70 years later, and they're trying to convince him it's still 1944 or whatever. It's really 2014, right? And he's in the middle of Times Square freaking out after he breaks out of this cell that he's in. And he's woken up from a 70-year coma, and the whole world's different. You could just use that for anybody. Guy wakes up out of a coma, goes, hey, did so-and-so win? And that game happened 10 years ago. And it feels like the Steelers are a team that's woken up out of a coma, and the whole world's different, and they don't know how to navigate it, or they don't want to navigate and adapt to it. The late 90s malaise that I'm talking about that feels like the only comparable low point for them in my lifetime, the thing people forget, and I know Donnie knows about this, it actually led to something, if you want to get technical. You had a Bill Cowher, Tom Donahoe power struggle that ended with Cowher winning. Shocking that the coach would win out in a GM coach power struggle in this town. You have Kevin Colbert take over in 2000. That's his first draft. They're playing for an AFC title game by January of 2002. A couple years later, they draft Ben Roethlisberger. A couple years after that, they've won 2 more Super Bowls. Like, it had consequences. It's not like a perfect straight through line, but it had consequences. Things happened. There was real palace intrigue, real decisions of consequence were made by people in power, specifically the owner, Dan Rooney. And so I would ask you, like, where is anything like that happening? That's why this is worse. Mike's got 3 more seasons at about $50 million. Art is still doing the dog in a burning room sipping coffee saying this is fine mode. And the Steelers are now like one of the prominent teams mentioned. I saw another one of these today, and you might have as well. Every time there's a next odds for so-and-so, like a Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers, it was Adams today, they're always featured near the top if it's a quarterback or a big offensive player. So that they're a prominent team that has neither. It usually signifies if you're at the top of those odds posts that we get in the industry, your team kind of stinks most of the time. The Jets are at the top of those a lot. They stink. It just feels like there's no movement coming from this. There's no impetus for movement. The owner's saying, it's not been so bad around here. Count your blessings. This is right now, in my 30-plus years of watching the Steelers with, any kind of avid interest, this actually feels worse than 98-99. This feels, yes, coming off 10-7 in the playoffs, like a low point. They feel more far away or further away from where they want to be or where fans want them to be than I think they've ever felt. Don, how are you on this one? Where do you come down?
I mean, it's certainly the lowest point of my viewing life, or at least like you said, the games that you can recollect. I mean, I was only a couple of years old in 98 and 99, so those seasons wouldn't even really be fair for me to count. Wait,
you haven't watched them all back on YouTube like Pony would have to be prepared for Ray Sherman discussion?
I've watched probably select games from that era here and there, certainly, but I didn't live that in real time or feel it in real time, what it was like to be a diehard fan at like 3 or 4 years old. But I haven't seen, really besides that one season in 2003, I haven't experienced a bad Steelers team or one that just has been completely flat for the better part of a decade, where it just feels like they are just kind of treading along and not moving forward.
412-928-9370. That's the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I did the hard thinking here. I went back. I've watched the Steelers since 92, knowing what the hell was going on. This is the lowest I've felt about this team since then. Are you in the same boat? It's worse than 98-99 for me. Do you feel the same way even after what technically was a playoff season? 412-928-9370. Is this as bad as it has been for the Steelers in your lifetime? Why or why not? 412-928-9370. We are live, Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Let's talk, unfortunately, about the Steelers, who are a huge bummer. Coming up next, here's Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at SMU tonight at 9. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Luka Doncic won his debut in L.A. Don't look now, but the Lakers are now the number 4 seed in the West. Meanwhile, the Mavs lost again. It's already looking like a wildly lopsided trade. Anthony Davis is hurt, and Dallas is in short-term and long-term trouble. We knew this trade could end up being impactful, but for it to fall apart this soon is beyond worst-case scenario for the Mavs. I'm Andrew.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
937 The Fan celebrating our 15th anniversary, and we want you to join us for our celebration at Rivers Casino on February 26th. The party is free, but you still need a ticket to get in. So stop by here today. Bowser Chevrolet, 4 to 6. 4 to 6 here. Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. We're at Studio B, obviously. It's palatial. It's lovely. To get 2 free tickets and then come and see us. For more details, go to 937thefan.com. So 4 to 6 today, Studio B. If you want to see me, it's a very nice studio, Donnie. It's got the glass walls and everything like that. It's nicely wrapped, as we say in the business. There's acoustic tiling, but it will be a little bit like looking at me as if I were a zoo animal. You know what I mean? Kind of like it is in our regular studio. People get taken on tours through the building, and they point to us like, hey, look, there's the rare Siberian tiger. Very much a zoo animal feeling.
Yeah, I've gotten that feeling out there before.
And I like to just, make faces and clown it up like zoo animals wouldn't. I'm the guy who's like, oh, yeah, hey, all you people. Because I'm a child, you see. So, again, you get a pair of tickets if you stop out today between 4 and 6 here at their Chevrolet. I just said that, I hate to always Nancy, but I was trying to figure out, is this as bad as it's felt for the Steelers? And I think the question bears at least discussing, mainly because they are coming off a playoff appearance. Like, when you're talking about franchises that are hopeless, we did the whole 10 for 10 yesterday on the teams with worst odds to win the Super Bowl next year, or worst playoff odds it might have been, Donnie. I don't even remember which one it was. Usually dregs of the league, teams that aren't close to the playoffs. The Steelers inhabit this unique piece of real estate, I think, in the NFL where they're making the playoffs. And people feel this way, and I think they're right to. 412-928-9370. I was wondering if we were going to have the Iron Man going the whole, or whatever, Thunderstruck going the whole time. I just think of Iron Man, Donnie, another movie you probably haven't seen. I say it's worse than 98-99 because at least we know in retrospect that brought about some changes that led to a pretty productive decade after that. 2 Super Bowls, a bunch of title game appearances, conference title game appearances, and so on. Is it worse than 98-99 right now, even coming off 10-7 in a playoff appearance? Ken is in South Park. Hey, Ken.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I called a couple of years ago and said Pittsburgh sports is falling way behind real sports, and it hasn't changed my mind at all. I mean, they should have got rid of all the coaches and started anew. And how about going with Justin Fields next year and live and die with Justin and maybe get a good pick in 26 when he drafted.
Failing sort of like lightning bolt solution from the sky, and thanks. I would say I would want Fields if you can get him to come back here. Not because I think you're going to find out if you let him live or die, sink or swim, that he's going to suddenly start looking like Michael Phelps out there. But, like, I think you can get closure. I think the Steelers have been guilty at times of not being able to just say, okay, this isn't good enough. We're going to move on. Man, if you want to, like, here, just take the difference between the Steelers and the Eagles to some extent in, like, one simple explanation is the Eagles, when they feel like it's time to pull the ripcord, there's no hesitation. Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl. Now it's not working. Peace. Like, I said this sort of jokingly about Nick Sirianni yesterday, but it's also true. He's probably thrilled he won the Super Bowl. He also probably has to know that in that franchise's, like, way of doing business, in their battle plan, that doesn't buy him that much time. If they go 7-10 next year, he starts 2026 on the hot seat, which is an inconceivable, I think, situation or concept for people to process here. So it's just not how the Steelers do their business. Let's go to Chris on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
I think this is a great topic. I've been a Steeler fan, since the mid-'80s, and this is like the best way I can describe it. It's just hopeless, and here's why I say that. I think because I'm resigned to the fact that Tomlin is never going anywhere, and I'm also resigned to the fact that anybody he brings in the coaching staff. I mean, look at Terrell Austin. Look at his last two stops in Detroit, and then later the Bengals, and what what he was there. Like, do you have any thought? We could have the best draft classes the next 2-3 years, and do you think for a second that we're going to do anything with those players? If we had drafted Jaden Daniels, do you think he would be on NFL Rookie of the Year, this dynamic player?
You're actually making me, not uncomfortable is not the right word, but you're hitting much closer to home than I would like to admit anyone's point would do in 1 minute of talk on this show, Chris, because I do have a certain level. I'm not stupid. Like, I understand that they still draft players who end up being really good NFL players. T.J. Watt's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. Cam Hayward was ultimately drafted by a regime that had Mike Tomlin still at the center of all the action there. He, I think, has a very good chance to end up in the Hall of Fame. Like, Zach Frazier might be one of the 3 best centers in the league next year. So it's not like they strike out on these picks. Like, they've hit on some of them. But I absolutely, where quarterbacks are concerned, and sometimes where other positions are concerned, I'm absolutely now in the mode where I view anybody they pick much more critically. Or if I imagine if so-and-so had been drafted by the Steelers instead. People have brought that up with Jalen Hurts because Hurts himself thought that the Steelers are going to pick him. What would he be in the NFL? And I always come to the conclusion, hey, the coaching here has been so substandard from the top on down. I think Jalen Hurts would have ended up like just a guy. I don't think you'd be hearing about Jalen Hurts winning Super Bowls. I think he would be a middle-of-the-pack NFL quarterback. I don't think he would have gotten great coaching. I don't think he would have been surrounded by great talent, and I don't think there would have been an urgency because there's not really any of those things. Like, do we really look at this roster and look at its performance and say it's star-studded from top to bottom? No. They're paying the defense a lot of money and getting no ROI on it. Matt is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Matt.
Hey, thanks. Last caller said it pretty well. I think, Tomlin's never leaving. I'm already resigned to that fact. And the fact is we keep taking these half measures, and really we need full measures. So from my standpoint, there's no silver linings. There's no hope. We're not going to change the way we operate. We operate like a dinosaur. The league's totally passed us by, and that's not going to change with the same regime in control. And I think what pisses me off the most is you watch what Philly does. They go out, they make mistakes, they look in the mirror, they recognize those mistakes, and they correct them, and they move on. We don't do that. We do not do that.
No, I think, Matt, the Steelers have bemoaned, I think, sort of their bread and butter, which is like this idea that you can have a lot of turnover and that it's not going to turn chaotic. Like, hey, we're so stable. Look at all these unstable franchises. Well, having people on their toes can be a good thing as long as you're making the right moves. And like Jeffrey Lurie has made it very clear that he's not going to tolerate mediocrity. And when he thinks it's time for something to be done and Howie Roseman's kind of making these decisions with him, it's done. I was texting an Eagles friend yesterday, and he just said, Lurie and Roseman is the perfect owner-GM combo. I cannot imagine a better one. I hope they both want to be doing what they're both doing, owning the team and running the franchise. for the next 25 years. That's how Philly fans feel. They trust those guys. I see Alan Saunders reporting what others now. Grady Brown, Steelers secondary coach, they didn't renew his contract. That all went down. They hired Gerald Alexander as their defensive backs coach. I look at what Alan says here in this tweet, because we're talking about half measures, and we're talking about a lack of coaching quality. Brown was seen as an up-and-coming coach generally and had a defensive coordinator interview this offseason, but the Steelers' defensive backs had big-time miscommunications or communications alignment, et cetera, issues this past season. That doesn't say it all. Up next, where do you put it right now? Is this as bad as it's been? Is this as hopeless as the Steelers have felt since you've been watching the team? The only time that came close for me, 98, 99, but better times were ahead. I don't have that feeling right now. Do you? How bad is it? 412-928-9370. Also, I hate to concede this. This pains me to do it. I think Joe Starkey made a very good point. And I'm going to tell you what it was coming up next, because we're also going to do a little bit of hockey talk. Live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team. Here's Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Four Nations face-off begins tomorrow night. Canada and Sweden. Sidney Crosby will play for the Canadians. That puck drop tomorrow night at 8. The Pens back in action on the 22nd of February, hosting the Capitals at 3 that day. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. It's Awaken 180. It's the thing that has made an enormous difference in my life in a good way. Losing 35 pounds will make you feel a lot better. And then the benefits I think you experience, the upgrades to your quality of life when you lose that kind of weight, make it so easy to keep the weight off. You sleep better when you lose that weight. Your joints feel better when you lose that weight. You have more energy when you lose that weight. Like if you're a young dad out there, a young parent in general out there, man or woman listening to me right now, and you sometimes feel like you're dragging and you're not, I wish I could be more of an active parent for my kids. I wish I had more energy to play. If you're lugging around 20, 30, 40 extra pounds, trust me, that's going to impact you. But Awaken 180 can be for you what it was for me, the solution for weight loss. A science, nutrition, and coaching-based approach, and they really care. I mean that. They genuinely care about your not just your initial success, but your long-term sustained success. Ready to make healthy change? Try the solution for weight loss. Schedule your consultation online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. I have a little poem for you. Roses are red, Blue Chew is blue. Order today. Your partner will thank you. It can be hard to get a good Valentine's Day gift idea every year, candy, flowers, etc. But if you go to BlueChew.com and talk to one of their licensed medical providers, then the hardest part of your Valentine's Day won't be picking out jewelry. And if you didn't know about Blue Chew by now, well, it's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra in chewable form, and better yet, at a fraction of the cost. And because Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you've got no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations or waiting in line at the pharmacy. It just ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. And again, it's chewable, so if you don't like swallowing pills, no problems here. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701 1188.
Attention lovebirds. Valentine's Day is almost here, and Diamonds Direct has the gifts to wow your special someone. From dazzling diamonds and trending gold to vibrant gemstones, pearls, even timepieces. With hundreds of stunning styles under $1,000 and an exquisite collection of one-of-a-kind luxury pieces. Make your moment unforgettable. The best selection, value, and service are waiting for you. Make this Valentine's unforgettable with fine jewelry for every budget. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Make sure you follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. PM team, Andrew Pony's out today. Laid low by that which he always accuses me of suffering from. That's right, baby. He's running back and forth to that toilet. Do I feel bad for my friend and coworker? The answer, Pittsburgh, is no. No, I do not. We've got coming up later in the show another chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party, February 26th, Rivers Casino. You also have a chance to grab a pair of tickets by coming out here to Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville between 4 and 6 today. You show up, you see me, you grab tickets, you wave to me, I wave back because I'm doing a radio show behind some glass, and everybody goes about their day happy. Hockey talk, though, time. Donnie, I said Joe made a great point. You know how much it pains me to admit it when he does. He had a mailbag out today. Jim wrote in, anyone watching the Four Nations? It feels worthless. Hopefully nobody gets hurt bad, but somebody probably will. And he said, I am for sure. It's been a while since I've seen any high-stakes hockey involving Penguins players. Canada, U.S. is great in any setting. I'm looking forward to it, flaws and all. And then this is where he got me. I wanted to run it by you. I know you're not as big of a hockey fan as I certainly have been in my prime, having half-season tickets to the Penguins, etc. Joe writes, I want to see Sidney Crosby playing in games that matter again, even if some people think they don't matter all that much. I actually think that's a great but kind of a bummer of a point by Joe, because these rosters are like basically your best of best. I mean, you've got Crosby, you've got guys like McDavid playing in this thing. You've got real lineups here, right? You've got Gensel playing for Team USA. You've got names that I would say most casual fans are at bare minimum aware of, right? Like you don't have to like basically squint and say, who is that guy? Where have I seen him before? It's McKinnon. It's McDavid. It's Marchand. It's Crosby. It's guys like that. For, you know, you see like Sebastian Aho, the good one, as we always like to put it, on Finland's roster. Like these are all names. Raquel, we all know, made the team after not being on it initially, and so forth. And then obviously the U.S. team has guys like Austin Matthews, Gensel. When Joe said, though, I want to see Crosby play hockey that matters again, because it does matter to all these guys. That's why he's like battling through an injury clearly to play it. It bummed me out because don't you start to wonder how much more of this we're going to have left for him? The guy is, like it or not, like during the twilight of his career in his late 30s. And they are going through a rebuild that has no guarantee whatsoever, even if he's a primary part of it, of actually working. And when Joe wrote that, and I read it today when I was just going through kind of my usual morning reading, it struck me like, man, are we even going to see this guy play for sure in a playoff series again, even in a league where like half the league makes it? And it was a sobering thought. And you know what it actually made me want to do? It made me way more likely to be devouring all these games. Like, I'm going to be into it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm at the point where I'm thinking that we'll never see him play meaningful hockey for the Penguins again, because he seems like someone who, even though midway through his career he had what many consider to be a career-threatening injury, like when the concussions came around, the worry was, you know, one more and this dude might be done. One of the greats to ever play the game is going to have the career cut short. But he has really not had anything big-time injury-wise to occur after that. He's had some little things here and there, but he just continues to play at such a high level that I don't rule it out that he's on the next great Penguins team, or who knows where his mind goes if a few more seasons go the way the last couple of seasons have gone, and maybe he does consider, hey, move me somewhere for like the last year or two here. I'm going to try to win one more of these things. Because he's someone that, I don't know, I watch him play still, and I think this dude, if he wants, can play at a pretty high level until he's like 45.
Well, he's definitely the closest analog to Tom Brady in that sport. I mean, Ovechkin's having such a ridiculous late career glow-up, though. I don't know if I can just leave him out of that kind of conversation. It's more about, not about him, Donnie. It's more about the team they're putting around him. Like, I know the cap is going to go up, and I know there are some things starting to work in their favor where maybe they can get this thing turned around sooner than perhaps outside expectations suggest. But I just don't feel like it's much of a guarantee in hockey. And they don't feel like a team, you watch them night in and night out, that's trending in the kind of direction that makes you feel good about saying, oh, yeah, he's going to play in a couple like Eastern second round series at least. He hasn't won his last playoff series as a member of the Penguins. You know what I also am curious to see with him tomorrow? He's going to be playing around all great players, right? Like the whole appeal of this thing is essentially best on best for the four biggest, well, non-Russia, obviously, but other than Russia, the four biggest hockey playing countries out there. I'm sort of interested in what he's going to look like when everybody around him's good, aren't you? Like he's going to have better line mates and better defensemen and be going, granted, against better players than he goes against night after night. But you know what it'll tick me off and make me feel good at the same time is if he goes out there and even banged up looks like the best player on the ice, then yeah, I might come around to your side and say, yeah, he can play till he's 45 if he feels like it. They just need to do right by him in terms of the roster they're building.
Yeah, see, I don't know if he will look like definitively the single best player, but I have a feeling he's still going to look pretty damn good. And we're going to be watching and thinking, yeah, he has several years left, not like 2 or 3. Obviously, that's for him to decide. Maybe he doesn't want to see his play deteriorate whatsoever. You know, that's always the player's prerogative. But I have a feeling even in games where he's a little bit dinged up, he's going to look like same old Sidney Crosby that we're used to.
I can't wait for people to try to keep it straight when they have 2 Kachucks and then a Trocheck on one team, by the way, on Team USA. Brady and Matthew Tkachuk, Vincent using stuff for names that shouldn't be that tough. You know who, by the way, you know what my big take on this always is, right? You can say Canada obviously invented the sport and perfected the sport. You can say that the USA has undergone a huge infusion of talent. But you know who I always bet on in these situations, right?
Who?
It's always the Swedes, brother. Pony's always got his eye on China and geopolitics. When it comes to international hockey, Donnie, I've always got my eyes on Stockholm. I've always got my eyes on those Swedes every single time. You just cannot look away from the Swedes when it comes to one of these tournaments. Some people would say they can't look away from their radio or turn the dial when this particular gentleman comes on, who, if I asked him who's going to win the Four Nations, he would probably say Ohio State. It's Johnny the Barber.
Hello, gentlemen. Just coming off a Bears season, the BFF. Just nailed the Super Bowl. BFF did 100% accuracy. Think you can attest to that, Chris?
Oh, BFF was just really on point for the Super Bowl. Yes, BFF. More and more people are turning to barbers for their football expertise.
As well, they should. Also, I think I have a suggestion for Pittsburgh sports. Listen, you're really not doing any good at the three sports you have. Maybe pick up a new sport and get good at it, like curling or something. I don't. Yes, I mean something you can win, or make hunting a competitive sport. You got to just pick up a third sport. You're not going to improve your other three teams, so why not just try to start all over?
Why don't we annex a very thin layer, like lateral, east-west line into Ohio and assume Ohio State in as a southwestern Pennsylvania team?
Then you would have success, of course. You'd have success every day in every sport. I mean, do you see what Ohio State is going to make and do one heck of a run, if not take it, in March Madness?
Oh, yes.
It's crazy this year.
Yeah, Pitt beat them, though, so that's kind of a bad sign. Would you like to add anything else to your conversation before we go?
Yeah, Pitt's not going to the tournament. OHIO.
Johnny the Barber, who, by the way, appeared on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, and I bet they are thrilled to be connected with the Barber in this particular realm, Donnie. All Signs, one of the NFL's biggest draft experts that's out there, a man who puts out a draft guide that every time I think about the sheer amount of work that must go into it, I get kind of a little queasy because it feels like something you'd have to work on every single day of the year. He put out something, and it's got Donnie especially thinking all signs point in one direction for maybe the Steelers' first-round pick. We'll tell you what direction that is coming up next. We are live, Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm John Henney, fourth generation owner of Henney Jewelers in Shadyside. When it comes to shopping for a diamond engagement ring, be sure you're getting the very best value. Before you think about purchasing a ring anywhere else, please stop into Henney Jewelers to compare. Our friendly team will make you comfortable and never pressure you. We are confident we'll help you find or create your dream ring at the absolute best value. Stop into Henney today or go to hennyjewelers.com to make an appointment. Henney Jewelers. We're your jewelers for life.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
With cold weather upon us, Pittsburgh and surrounding area homeowners are calling Precision Garage Door Service for a winter-proofing tune-up. 1-844-345-4737. If your springs and hardware are over 3 years old, you need this service. Cold weather is especially hard on well-used garage door springs and hardware. The cold can make metal parts brittle, and that can be dangerous. As part of their winter-proofing tune-up, Precision technicians will check your garage doors from top to bottom. They can repair or replace anything on your garage door, regardless of manufacturer, even install a new door. Many doors use budget quality hardware, springs, rollers, and openers. They may be ready to go. Make sure nothing happens. Precision service trucks are to roll 24/7. America's certified professional garage door experts. Precision Garage Door. Need a new door? Precision provides free estimates. Call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. How about Rick Pitino as a team that could cut down a couple nets? I love that story. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Did you hear that? When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So go ahead, visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Target, checking off your Valentine's Day list has never been easier. First, surprise your favorite people with something extra thoughtful, like a soothing candle and a memorable scent, or a decorative picture frame to show off every moment. Both buy one, get one 50% off with Target Circle. And don't forget to treat yourself. Find the sweetest style for your special occasion with 20% off women's dresses now through Friday. This week, find Valentine's gifts for everyone you love, only at Target.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Oh, this is bad. Top Dog just bit him. Told that insurance company to give him what he wants. They ain't listening. Now Top Dog's not letting him go. Keep biting him. Telling Top Dog you gonna kill him. Let him go. You gonna kill him. Talking to the insurance company like, listen, this dog is not playing with you. Your safe word is settled. That's your safe word. Say it. That's your safe word. You want to settle? All right, Top Dog, he said it. Let him go. He said it. Let him go. Look at that Top Dog client like, you a rich man? You a rich man. This is Top Dollar. This is Top Dog. Medical malpractice called Top Dog. Car accident, you call Top Dog. Top Dog Law.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man, the man.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers did hire Gerald Alexander as their new defensive backs coach, and former defensive backs coach Grady Brown's contract not renewed. Donnie, do you know for what team Gerald Alexander coached and what position he coached last year?
I'm gonna go with a little throwback here, a place where the Steelers would always kind of have guys coming and going. I'm gonna say the Cardinals.
No, he coached safeties for the Raiders, because anytime you can get a Raiders coach on your staff, you have to do it, right? Isn't that how it works?
Yes.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. You can find more of them at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. It's the PM team, minus Andrew Filipponi suffering from explosive diarrhea. But for real this time, not a joke. I already had one lady tweet in and say, like, you've said that phrase too much. I'm very upset by it. I'm trying to eat my lunch. I wonder what kind of Twitter mentions he must get, because, Donnie, I'm led to believe that when I'm not here, he says that about 50 times in a given show, that he just lays it on thick with that particular phrase.
Yes, he does. He does it a lot more than
what I've done. Yeah, no. I'm gonna be selective today.
You are not on pace, let's just say, to
so I'm behind.
break his records.
Okay, I've got to really lean in on it. He must be short on some thoughts and missing old Mulsey to be leaning on that crutch that often. So Dane Brugler, you like Dane Brugler? Are you a fan? He writes the Beast draft guide over the Athletic, Donnie.
Yeah, I'm almost envious that he just has that much on that many different guys.
If you could do
the NFL draft,
knowing that he makes more money than both of us, I'm sure. There's no doubt in my mind. He makes a lot more.
There's not a lot of competition with me. Maybe you and Pony.
Well, I think yes. I know I was setting you up there. Knowing that, he obviously has a pretty high-profile job, he also is probably working cumulatively many more hours than you and I do. You think that's fair? Than all three of us? Like, to put this all together, I think takes a lot of, like, work, active and passive. Would you trade jobs with him? You're making a lot more money, but you've got to really, like, dig in on the tape, talk to a ton of people. Your phone's going constantly. Then you got to write this stupid thing up like he does every year.
I think the stress level is way higher for something like that than what we do. Because, like you said, it's like way more – it's almost like the work is never ending.
That's what I mean.
Something like that.
It's like the Schefter job, like why Woj took the job at St. Bond, because the work doesn't actually end. Like, you don't ever get to shut off.
The moment he releases the beast and the moment that the draft takes place, I don't know, maybe he relaxes for like a couple of days, but I'm sure he's right back at it.
No, I don't think I would relax during the draft. You release the beast draft guide, which I get every year. I'm an Athletic subscriber. Congratulations on all my success. And he puts it out there, and I think anybody's draft guide is sort of like weighed against how does the draft shake out, right? Like, he's got people rated as this guy's the best at this position. If the board doesn't fall that way, or like it's sort of, and I think Dane does some mocks for them too. If his mocks are bad, people rip him for it. Like, if you're one of these guys who positions yourself as a draft expert and the draft does not go your way, you get crushed for it. So I don't even think like you get to relax during that time frame, because I think people just view it a certain way. Anyway. I said he had his top 100 list come out. And so he ranks his top 100. He ranks, I think, in excess of, like, you know, how many ever draft-eligible players there are in a given year. I mean, there's well over 200, obviously, because there's so many spots in the draft. I think it's like maybe 400 or 500 players, I want to say, usually. This maybe points to the Steelers doing something very specific with their first-round pick. You can sort this thing, Donnie, this top 100, by position, which I like. It's just very easy and tidy and neat. So I clicked over to defensive tackle. Here is how he has this shaking out. Count along with me. The 4th, 19th, 26th, 29th, 33rd, 47th, 56th, 60th, 67th, 73rd, 76th, 78th, and 88th prospects are all defensive tackles in his top 100. He's not ranking by, I think here, how positional value is viewed, right? He's just saying, where do I have these guys? How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 guys in the top 100 are defensive tackles. And when you're sorting these positions, like you say, well, that's over 10%. It's almost 15%. It's easy to do the percentage. It's 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different position groups. I would be willing to bet that that is the heaviest amount of any position group that you've got, 13 out of the top 100. Like, I'm looking at center. There's 2 in his top 100. I'm looking at corners, another position. Travis Hunter on his is listed, by the way, as a corner. He's got a lot of corners, too. Travis Hunter's number 1, like Will Johnson's 13th. So that one's comparable. I think it's about the same number, maybe one less. But, like, when you look at quarterback, Donnie, Cam Ward, Shadur Sanders, he's got Jackson Dart up there. People think Jackson Dart stinks. He's 6 players in his top 100. You look at, like, an Ashton Genty. He's got him 5th. He's, got a decent number of backs, but we know the Steelers need defensive tackle help, defensive line help. We know that them watching the Eagles' defensive line do what it did is going to probably influence them. Doesn't it feel more and more like the supply and demand is going to almost call for them to go defensive line, maybe in the first round if the board falls right, and then pick up another one a couple rounds later? Like, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they could be picking 2 defensive linemen in their first 4 picks if they really love the guys available to them.
No, not at all. And that's something that you guys had Nick Farabaugh on last week. I have Nick on all the time when I'm on in the evenings. I've had these conversations with him. You guys brought it up to him last week after he was at the Senior Bowl. He thinks that there is a very strong possibility that they double up at defensive tackle. I mean, and he also laid it out where the Steelers have seemed to do that in the drafts under Omar Khan so far, where they double up at a position that they really like. Maybe it's a position that they also happen to really need. So doubling up there would not be a big surprise at all, to me at least. I mean, they did it with Porter and Trice a couple of years ago. They did it they picked 3 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks last season, and all 3 played at one point or another, and the guy they picked first barely played due to injury. I think this season, or this draft, they will absolutely be taking 2 of these guys, and I think it'll be
probably high. I think they could take easily, if the right guy falls to them, because remember, we heard at the Senior Bowl, they liked Walter Nolan, but like all the guys ahead of him on this list that I'm looking at D tackle, I don't think we're there. Derek Harmon is a redshirt junior. Mason Graham, who's going to be gone, don't even bother with him, is going to be, he's a junior. Kenneth Grant from Michigan, Graham's teammate, he's a junior. Like Nolan was the only guy, I guess, that was there.
Yes. I don't think it's out of the question here that the Steelers plan going in by the time we do get to April. And I mean, and remember, we still have the combine and pro days to kind of shape this up as well. But we've heard from too many people now that the defensive line group is just so good, so deep in this draft. I don't think it's going to change all that much. Maybe a guy drops out, but who knows? Maybe a couple of other guys hop back in to people's top 50 or top 100. We could be looking at defensive tackle, wide receiver, defensive tackle, wide receiver, defensive tackle, defensive tackle. I think there's a real chance out of the first 4 picks they have, 2 of those are defensive tackle.
So, and here's where I come down on this. I don't know where you zero out, but I can hear right now the following, it's like a Mad Libs for a call to the station. Ready? Guys, they've spent $135 million on the defense, and look at the diminishing returns they got. Why are we continuing? And it would get tied back to Tomlin, and I mean, he does have the last word in probably many ways with this kind of stuff. Why are they letting Mike continue to draft defensive players when the defense stinks? Help the offense, right? But the operative part there is the defense does need help. The fact that they've given out what I would call bad contracts, that guys have underperformed their contracts, doesn't change the fact that you need more defensive linemen. And honestly, man, if I were trying to build a roster that knew it was not it needed a quarterback, that was a quarterback away, and that quarterback didn't exist in this draft, I probably would, after they've spent all these picks on the O-line, I probably would be drafting defensive tackles early and often. I mean, I know that the Eagles are the best run organization with the best general manager in the entire league. I think that's actually both of those are factual statements right now at this moment in time. It doesn't change the fact that even though they're really good at everything, they did build on the defensive line. Look at the dudes that they drafted. Look at the way they won that game. That's the secret sauce to beating anybody in the NFL. If you're getting home with 4 routinely like they did, and you don't have to blitz, I don't care if you're the worst defensive coordinator in the league. If you can drop 7 guys into covering people on passing downs, you can probably win a lot more than not in that phase of the game. That's just a fact. And so I feel like there would be a huge pushback if they took a defensive lineman in the first round. This idea that you can't keep rewarding Mike Tomlin and letting him feast on his side of the ball. And yet, I wouldn't be able to look at that and say that's a bad job by them. I would be looking at it and saying, I understand that they're trying to beef up. And if certain wide receivers they like are gone, I could really see them doing it. The problem is, of course, by the way, if they take a wide receiver in the second round, we know that position's not nearly as deep as it usually is this year.
Right, which is why I wouldn't mind if it went wide receiver, DT, like that order, maybe. But I think at least in the first 4 picks, they're going to take 2 defensive tackles. They may even take 2 wide receivers. Who the hell knows, just given what they are lacking in that room and what they could be lacking even more if a certain member of that room would get traded. But I think a lot would factor in on that night where they stand with wide receiver and who is left. They shouldn't feel the need if the top 2 or 3 receivers who are consensus first-round picks, if those guys are off the board.
McMillan, Burden, and maybe Igbuka.
Yeah, if those guys are gone, they're going to have plenty of defensive tackles to pick from. It's almost like how we've seen the last couple of drafts where the offensive tackle groups have been so loaded where it's all right, they're going to get one of these guys. It's just a matter of which one.
And clearly they've taken 2 big-time winners in both of those drafts so far, injured or ineffective. Yay. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's 412-928-9370. That's the phone number, too. Dane Brugler, he's one of the best when it comes to mock drafts, when it comes to just making a big draft board. He has his initial top 100 list out. 13 of his top 100 defensive tackles, linemen, not edge rushers, big boys in the middle. What will your reaction be if the Steelers go that route in the first round? 412-928-9370. Do you want to see this team add more defensive talent with the first pick they make in this draft? 412-928-9370. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Let's talk a little more draft. Defensive lineman, is that what you actually want? Would you be okay with it? Or would it be another misfire by a team that definitely needs offensive help? Here's Donnie with a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at SMU tonight at 9. That is when the game will tip. The pregame coverage starts at 8:30. You can listen to all of that right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Universal Windows Direct, they want to help you out. If you don't love your windows in a month where everybody's thinking about love, this Friday. If you don't love your windows because they're letting in all sorts of cold air, things aren't getting steamy, they're getting really cold, they can help you at Universal Windows Direct with their Love Your Windows sales event. During the Love Your Windows sales event, you can buy 2 windows and get 2 free, and there's no limit. If you need 20 windows, that means you're only going to pay for 10. You're going to buy 10 and get 10 free. Perfect way for you to save big and upgrade your home. And it gets even better. Universal Windows Direct's offering no interest financing for 3 years. 36 months of easy payments, 0% interest. Better yet, if you already have a price from another company, Universal Windows Direct is going to beat it. That way you'll know you're getting the best deal around. Universal Windows Direct, they have exclusive super spacer technology. That means their windows are going to last longer. They're going to perform better. They're going to keep your home more comfortable. They're going to keep those energy bills down. Don't wait anymore. Don't suffer anymore. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Get your max refund at TaxSlayer.com and file fearlessly. The only thing worse than the Mavericks trading Luka Doncic is how they're handling the fallout. During last night's overtime loss to the Kings, fans were thrown out of the arena for saying GM Nico Harrison should be fired. When you make such a move, you need to eat all the backlash, not resort to petty retribution.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because It's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Midwood Avenue. There is a middle lane restriction in both directions, so expect serious delays on Sawmill Run Boulevard in Brookline. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In about an hour here on 93.7 The Fan, you're going to have a chance to win a very good prize, a pair of tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party. What are you going to have to do in an hour to win them? Play a little game of Name That Tune. Pirates edition. Donnie, how do you feel? You were tasked. It was my pick. I found the audio we wanted today. You had to cut this thing. We fine-tuned it. I felt like there were breadcrumbs that Pony left yesterday that I was trying to help the listener with. The S sound on the end. Some things about Manny Ramirez and where he was playing. How do you feel about today's degree of difficulty relative to yesterday?
I think it's about the same as yesterday because I thought with Garrett Jones, he was at least notable enough where people would kind of pick up on those clues quickly, and I was a little bit surprised that we got a few people in with the guesses there. Today, I'll put it this way. You gave me two suggestions. I thought one would be
One was
impossible.
One was for sickos only, but I think you definitely knew who it was and what it was.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you weren't like clueless about it.
No, I knew the exact play and moment you were talking about, but it would take somebody at the Chuck and Uniontown level to
I'll be honest, I think
to hit that one, I think.
Do we have this tomorrow too?
I'm pretty sure it's all week.
I think we need to make, you know what, it would be like the New York Times crossword puzzle, right? Where I think it's supposed to get harder and harder every week or every day of the week. And then Saturdays or Sundays or whatever it is supposed to be and like it resets on Monday, I believe. Yeah, the Sunday Times crossword is supposed to be the toughest one. And then I think it resets Monday, and it is literally supposed to be easier on Monday. So if you get like the Monday New York Times crossword and you get it all, that you did the easiest one, step up. I think we need to do it like that. I think Friday should be the hardest, and I think the other one I suggested to you today should be in the conversation for that.
I think that could be worked in by the end of the week.
I think I'm going to nominate that for Friday early on here. And we're not going to say who it is. We're not even going to hint as to who it is, but I think it is one that, like, it's either going to be a complete sicko or somebody who remembers this very specific moment in time that gets it. All right. By the way, speaking of that Fan 15th anniversary, we want you to join us. It is a free party, Rivers Casino, February 26th. However, the party being free doesn't mean you don't need a ticket. You actually do need a ticket to get in. If you stop by Bowser Chevrolet today, that's where I am, Studio B, from 4 to 6. You can get 2 free tickets and watch me doing the show. It's almost like you're watching a guy talk into a microphone. It's fascinating stuff. That's why it's an audio-based medium. Donnie, I will say this. I think 2 things can be true. We know it's a hugely deep defensive line class. Seth the MILF Hunter, by the way, has shown up. I think he will be the one disbursing tickets. He's nodding. So that's going out there, and he's hearing me say this. He's wearing his Eagles gear, loud and proud as a huge Eagles fan. I think 2 things can be true, though, on this Steelers draft discussion, this Dane Brugler top 100 list. I think you can be very disenchanted with the way players have performed on defense under Mike Tomlin and be loath to, like, almost reward him by picking for his favorite side of the ball, especially in the first round this year, and also be aware enough and know ball enough to know that there's no substitute. Like, if the ultimate thing in football, the ultimate weapon is an elite, truly great quarterback at the height of their powers, there's really only one proven thing that stops a great quarterback at the height of their powers, and that is a defensive line 4 across. I always feel like it's a 4-3 defense where this happens. A 4-man defensive line with just absolute monsters everywhere, right? Like, I mean, that seems like the antidote to great quarterback play. And I think you've seen that bear out in multiple Super Bowls. Would you say this one very famously in Super Bowl 42, O.C. Umenyiora, Justin Tuck, Strahan was still on that team, just getting to Tom Brady and getting after him. And so I think, like, you could be mad at Mike Tomlin and frustrated that they would spend a first-round pick potentially on that position, but also have to understand, like, that ain't a bad way to try to build the old ship. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's good to look at. I mean, you mentioned Super Bowl 42.
Wasn't Jay Alford the guy who got, like, the final hit, Penn State's own Jay Alford in that game? I think he was one of those D. I think he was one of those D linemen. I think he got one of the last big hits on Brady when Brady was trying to pull off that miracle drive.
But you could bring up that game. I think it's fair to bring up both of these Super Bowl losses for Patrick Mahomes. So it's like, hey, there you go. Not only did this neutralize any old quarterback, it neutralized 2 of the best to ever play the game. Brady, the top of that GOAT discussion, and I still don't think
I think it neutralized the 2 best.
Yeah,
I think he's better than Montana already. Like, no offense to Bro Montana. That would be kind of a funny screen name for a fantasy football team. I think he's better than Montana. I think it has neutralized the 2 best quarterbacks ever to play.
Yeah, I mean, in Mahomes' case, he was just completely and utterly out of sorts. That game against the Buccaneers to cap off the COVID season, he was running for his life. I know the offensive line wasn't good, but just legitimately running for his life in that game. The other night was a disaster. He was sacked a half dozen times. You know, he really looked uncomfortable for one of the first times in his entire career. So, yeah, those are 3 great examples to bring up right there of, hey, 2 of the best quarterbacks ever play the game. They were this disorganized and out of sorts because of how good the pass rush was, really without blitzing at all.
412-928-9370. If the Steelers go defensive tackle first round, what's your reaction going to be? This guy, hold on. Donnie, I can't put our guy Lou on. Is he still hanging out?
Yeah, I'm still here, Chris. I'm here.
All right. Lou, my screen stopped working. I tried to click your name on, and suddenly everything went to pot. So clearly somebody's trying to keep your message from getting out over the air. What do you got, Lou?
Yeah, it might be the head coach.
Well, if he's ever heard anything you've said, yes, he would have his finger on the Buffalo Wild Wings button shutting your phone down, for sure.
Yeah. So, listen, man, I just was looking at this as you had me on hold, and this is remarkable what I'm about to tell you. I mean, I watched the game, so the way Philadelphia played, I was happy to see that. I mean, I'm tired of the Chiefs, right? So I said, let me look into what this team has done over the last 5 years in the draft. And you better hold on to your seat, okay? This is one of the most underrated things that nobody talks about with the guy Tomlin, which is either drafting offensive linemen and playing them in the wrong position and just making bad draft picks. Because I think we all think he's a part of that process as a head coach, right?
No, he's a huge part. Like, I have debated at times. I've debated at times, like, with people, like, does he really have final say? But A lot of people say that he might as well have final say. So, yeah, he's a massive part of that process.
Okay. The Philadelphia Eagles have been drafting in the same position as us, if not worse, over the last 5 years. They have 2 Super Bowls, playoff appearances, and listen to this. 2018, you ready? Josh Sweat, 4th round. Dallas Goedert, 2nd round. 2019, they didn't have that good of a draft, okay? 2018, what's this? Jalen Hurts, 2nd round.
Yeah.
Okay? 2020 or 2021, Devontae Smith with the 1st pick. 2022, Cam Jurgens, another contributor. What about last year? Or what about the year before? Jalen Carter. We passed on him because of his off-field problems.
One of the
Probably
5
the
best.
defensive lineman in the world.
They didn't pass on Jalen Carter. The Eagles took him like 9th overall. The Steelers didn't have a shot at him.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. You're right. Okay. What about Kenyon Mitchell last year? Cooper DeJean. That's the biggest difference. They're drafting in the same position as us, but they're drafting players who are contributing to Super Bowl wins, and we're not.
Do you want to know what the real story there is, Lou? They've got, thanks for the call. I mean, Lou will probably be sick if he uses Twitter and finds out some of the other things people have dug up about how Howie Roseman has built that team and just the incredible, job he's done. But the bottom line truth about them is they have the best GM in football right now. And I don't really think it's debatable. I think Howie Roseman is operating at a level above everybody else out there. Speaking of the draft, we've got coming up next for you. What is this, Donnie? Your 6th? 5th? 6th? Which one is it? 6th, I think. We've got Donnie's mock of the day version 6.0. I'm not positive which mock he's using, but if he goes with the one I think he might go with, you are going to be very, very, very angry. We'll see if he goes with that one. Coming up next, here he is with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at SMU tonight. Tip set for 9 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with pregame at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. I want to tell you right now about Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Yes, where they have unbelievable deals that you can take advantage of. Let's start with what I'm driving right now. I drive a 2024 Outlander. It's 7-passenger capable, so I'm a huge fan of that. It can hold the kids, the dogs, the kids and the dogs, whatever I'm hauling. If I'm going golfing, it's got plenty of room for the clubs. I can fold the seat down doing that. It's just great. Big fan. Remaining 2024 Outlanders right now, up to $9,000 off. Outlanders and Eclipse Cross, they're both available if you want to go this route with 0% financing. Also, so a month that's all about love. You're going to feel the love when you receive up to 125% of fully Blue Book value for your trade. You can stop by Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington for an instant, no obligation appraisal. It's time for you to get your deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and always online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
93.7 The Fan is celebrating 15 years as a voice of Pittsburgh sports talk. You can join us for our celebration at Rivers Casino on February 26th, but you'll need a ticket to get in. Stop by the Pine Ridgeland Community Center with Donnie Football this Saturday from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of free tickets. For additional details on the Fan's 15th anniversary party, go to 937thefan.com.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Creighton is on fire. They've won 9 in a row, covered 10 in a row, yet the market on this game has not moved. UConn catching respected play to hold this line just around 4, and I think the Huskies have the physicality to make this a game. I'm Sammy P. from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Hey, want a chance to win a trip to Vegas to stay with a stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas' premium sports viewing destination for you and 3 guests, plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships? Download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. This national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd. Get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day, and you will have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack. You could listen to us for an hour. You could listen to the morning show. You could listen to Joe and Pomp, where Joe's making bird noises, and Pomp is scratching his head as to exactly what Joe's doing. 1 hour. That's pretty good. Pretty good deal right there. And you got a chance to win this ultimate prize pack. That's a hell of a prize, by the way. And that's just me speaking. Donnie, what was your last mock of the day? I have it as day 5, Ryan Wilson picking Luther Burden III.
Yeah, so it's been a week.
Okay.
It was Ryan Wilson on last Tuesday.
Okay, so this is mock draft of the day, version 6.0. Donnie, the floor is yours.
It's Chad Reuter from NFL.com. We have looked at a few of these NFL guys. Now, he put out a 3-round mock the other day. And even though this is, I think, 2 days old now, or at least it's from yesterday, so at least a day old now, we have to bring it up because it is absolute nightmare fuel for Steelers fans. This would be, over the course of 3 rounds, I think, a worst-case scenario type deal for the Steelers. So, as always, we'll go through the first couple of picks. Cam Ward, the first overall pick to the Tennessee Titans. Travis Hunter to the Cleveland Browns at number 2. Shadur Sanders at 3. Abdul Carter, the Penn State edge rusher, at 4.
So I have an Abdul Carter thing for you. So Seth the MILF Hunter's here because he will be the one. If you stop by the way, Bowser Chevrolet here in Monroeville from 4 to 6. He is setting up right now. He's going to have the tickets to the fan 15th anniversary party, the pairs of tickets, so you can meet the legendary Seth. He's giving me hot takes right now between segments on what he thinks the Eagles are going to do. You ready for this one?
Oh, he went through it yesterday. He's in some euphoria where he thinks that they're going to get Abdul Carter.
He thinks if Carter drops to the 5th, to like, it's, Jacksonville's on the clock at 5 and Carter's on the board, he thinks Big Howie is making an insane move to go up and get Abdul Carter. And he said if they don't get Abdul Carter, they're going to get Myles Garrett. Howie's really motivated to run it back next year and win it again.
Yeah, I told him yesterday we'll find out like the day before the draft that like there's some crazy backstory with Abdul Carter. He'll somehow fall to all the way to 32.
He once physically assaulted by himself a bus full of nuns.
Yeah, it'll be something just absurd.
Abdul Carter robbing a charity, an orphan's charity, some horrible thing that wouldn't be in like even a Dickens novel. And suddenly Abdul Carter slides down to the last pick in the draft, and Howie goes, we just couldn't pass him up. We're going to get him in our system, and we are confident he will stop robbing orphanages.
Yeah, and then he acts like a saint once he gets there.
Really, Jalen Carter's been completely...
That's what I'm saying.
Not heard from. You're right. All right, anyway.
So interesting one here. Number 6, the Raiders go with Ashton Genty. So we have a running back off the board.
Man, I hate
just
that
outside of the top 5. A couple of D tackles after that. Mason Graham goes 7th. Walter Nolan goes 8th.
Wow.
So there are defensive tackles falling off the board for the Steelers, but a position I noticed that isn't falling off the board is wide receiver. Do the Steelers go with a wide receiver 21st overall? No, they do not.
Oh.
They possibly make the same mistake that they made a few seasons ago, and they select a running back. 21st overall, Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State. And even though there are 1,000 barbers across America who may love this pick,
10,000 barbers.
Yeah, I certainly hate that it is pick number 21, especially when there are not one but 2 of those receivers that we have seen mocked to the Steelers already still on the board. And Seth's Eagles luck their way into Egbuka at 27, where he is bound to become one of the best rookies in NFL history, I'm sure. So that's round 1, a running back.
Oh, boy.
A guy I wouldn't mind them taking.
It is. You said they might. You said they might make the same mistake that they did with Najee Harris. They would be. I mean, it would be the same mistake. There's just no doubt. I mean, he's got more speed than Harris, which isn't saying much because there might be, I think Cordero Patterson's the running back in the league who seems slower at times than Harris, but it would be the same mistake. You don't even have to qualify it.
And buddy,
second round.
If you thought that first round pick was something, the second round pick is even more. Do they take one of those defensive tackles in a loaded class? Do they say, okay, now we can take a wide receiver? No, they do not. They take the small-handed project that is Jalen Milroe, 52nd overall out of Alabama.
I think this is borderline. Chad Reuter's a serious operator. Like, he's not some jokester. He's not Joey Molinaro. He's not like Barstool Big Cat trying to like make yucks on the internet. This is it's written in such a way that it feels like rage bait to me. Like the expected response of the mock drafter is to make Chris Muller and people like him very upset. That is how I feel about this.
And then we get to round 3, Mulsey.
Does it get worse?
I don't know if I would say this is worse. It is at least a position, I think, of need, but it is a position that they do not draft well. In fact, they have been pretty terrible drafting this position in their at least recent history. Do they take one of those defensive tackles in a loaded class? Do they finally take a wide receiver? No, they do not. They take a corner. And they take a corner that would be approved of by 10,000 barbers across the United States. They take Denzel Burke out of Ohio State, 83rd overall.
I think he's also projected as a slot corner in the NFL.
I would be irate if this is how their first 3 rounds went.
Man, if Judkins was the pick at 21 overall, I'd come on the air the next day and say fire the whole group. I'd say clearly you have to fire Khan and Weidl because Mike's influence is still felt there too much. For the record, I think this is the most wrong we've had so far. This is the 6th one of these, and Chad Reuter nice enough to do a 3-round mock. It's been Golden, Egbuka, or Burden in the first 5. I think this one is wildly off. I just said I would fire everyone if they took a running back in the first round. I want to make it very clear. I don't think we're going to see that again as long as Khan and Weidl are GM and assistant GM respectively, even with Mike's influence. Hell, I think Mike might have even seen the light. We know how stuck he is, Donnie. That's like the constant complaint that he never learns or does anything different. I think the Najee experiment even soured him. Now, I take that all back if Jerry Dulac proves correct and they just re-sign Harris. But I do think Mike has been rightly spooked and scared off of drafting one of those guys again in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes the job done by the front office, at least when it comes to Omar Khan and maybe a little bit Andy Weidel since he is the assistant, there are some fans that sort of overrate the job they've done to this point. Some underrate it. I don't know how people feel when they come down in the middle of that. But when it comes to the draft, it at least, I would say the returns at least look more promising than what they did in the last handful of drafts under Kevin Colbert. I don't think those guys, no matter what you think of their job so far, I don't think they would ever take a running back in the first round unless it was just some otherworldly type player. I think the only one they would at least stop and pause on is Genty. That's the only guy. And even then, I don't think they take him.
You can probably justify taking one of those guys in the first round if two conditions, I think, are met. Your team, is clearly a win-now situation and has a good – the Lions taking Gibbs does not bother me that much. It really doesn't. Jack Campbell of their two firsts that they use, I think, is kind of the more head-scratcher, but he's been largely good. In fact, I think I still stick with my guns and say if there was one team in the NFL, the way the Eagles got going, that was going to beat them, it would have been a Lions team meeting them in the playoffs. I know, obviously, it went bad for the Lions against Washington, but – Gibbs for the Lions, okay, it makes sense, and he's been great. I don't think you can justify taking a running back unless you've got a great O-line in place and you really don't have a game breaker there, and you feel like the guy is going to be Barkley-esque, right? You have to almost be assured that you're going to get Barkley, Gibbs, CMC level efficiency and production. What you can't do is draft a 3.8 yards per carry plow horse like Najee Harris to run behind an offensive line that's at one point was 60% comprised of me, you, and Seth. That draft got me fired up, Donnie. Very fired up. Not in a good way. Thank you for that's Donnie's mock of the day, version 6.0. This was Chad Reuter, NFL.com. He did a 3-rounder. Quinshawn Judkins, running back, Ohio State in the first. Jalen Milroe, Alabama quarterback in the second. And Denzel Burke, Ohio State corner. I believe he's projecting as a slot corner right now in the third round. People would hate that, just to be very clear. Coming up, I'm going to say, let me think. I'm going to count the words in my head as I don't say them out loud. Five words, Donnie, that I think usually would inspire a decent amount of hope. Most sports fans. Do they still have that same effect in Pittsburgh? I'll tell you what they are coming up next. First, however, I have a message for you, my friends. And the message is from my friends over at Blue Chew. I think you know by now the story when it comes to Blue Chew, what it is. I'll still tell you anyway, though, in case you have forgotten. First, I'll do a little bit of a poem. Don't do the chocolate. Well, no, I won't do a poem today. Don't do the chocolate and flowers this year. Actually, still get those. That's probably a good idea. Donnie, don't listen to that part. Listen to the part where I said you should still get those things for the lovely Sarah. Make sure to include something they'll like even more. Your partner. How about Blue Chew? Yes, Blue Chew. It's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and in chewable form, and at a fraction of the cost. A lot of good things I've said so far here, right? Their performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you gain extra confidence, time to perform. There's no visits to the doctor's office, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. This ships directly to your front door in discreet packaging. And again, if you don't like swallowing pills, that's great. Blue Chew's tablets, the name suggests, are chewable. Okay? Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you will be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Snow showers overnight, leaving a coating to an inch, especially areas south of I-70 could see higher amounts. We could see freezing rain along I-80 and in the ridges Wednesday night into Thursday, then plain rain. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Whoa, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Staying warm this winter isn't easy. You've used blankets, space heaters, even some wishful thinking. To make it through the final stretch, use a little heat from fine wine and good spirits. Jack Daniel's Fire Whiskey brings a flair of cinnamon spice, while Kahlua Rum and Coffee liqueur is rich, sweet, and melts the cold away. Both are $2 off and ready to fight the ice with heat and flavor. Shop in-store and online at FWGS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offers on March 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks? With Choice Cabinet, you can have cabinets delivered to your house or apartment in as little as 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Choice Cabinet is family-owned, and they have over 65,000 Amish-made all-wood cabinets in stock. Whether you're a contractor or doing a DIY remodel, check out Choice Cabinet. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Men with ED, if you think chewing gum or calling an 800 number for pills will fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, tarnished maybe, or simply disgusting? Well, Colin Dunlap here from my great friends Larry and Nick, the owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team of guys you see installing large glass storefronts all around town. Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Dodge Ram at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Pick up a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting at $375 for 39 months. South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Midwood Avenue. There is a lane restriction in both directions. Southbound, you'll see backup to the Liberty Tunnels. I'm Kyle Braunheiser.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt in Dallas, they'll take on SMU tonight to try to get back on the winning track. It'll be tough. Damian Dunn broke his elbow against North Carolina and is likely out for the rest of the year. And of course, Pitt and SMU, great history in intercollegiate athletics in the last 6 months. Donnie, did you see this? Clayton Kershaw back for the 18th season with the Dodgers?
I did.
Does he get mentioned enough as one of the great one-team guys of all time? I mean, he's going to be. How does he not get more love as like one of the great one-hat guys in baseball history?
Yeah, he probably should. Now that you bring that up.
Who's a better baseball player, Clayton Kershaw or Derek Jeter?
I think it's Kershaw.
He doesn't get talked about the way Jeter does as far as being a one-team guy.
No, yeah, and I can't even make the point about Jeter playing in the big market because Kershaw plays in one that's just as big, if not more.
212 and 94 for his career with a 250 ERA. Like, get out of here. Come on. 3 Cy Youngs. That's a Hall of Fame resume. That's pretty.
He'd probably be a better defensive shortstop than Jeter, too.
He could definitely move to his left, I bet. All right, more fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50 mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. It is the PM team, Chris Muller. No Andrew Filipponi today. Karma. I'm not. Whenever he's taking an innocent vacation day, Donnie. I'm glad. Am I glad it happened? No, I'm not. I'm not that cruel. Am I sad it happened? Also, no. I think that's where we level out here on this one. Donnie, I said I had 5 words. I had to count them for a minute because I couldn't remember how to count. 5 words that usually inspire some degree of hope in your average avid sports fan audience. Would you like to guess what those 5 words are? Because I bet you can if you're putting the thinking cap on very hard here.
I'll just have you write them out for me.
Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. Those are supposed to be, I think, 5 words that always suggest a certain attitude, or they should come with them, or should be accompanied by a certain feeling or vibe. Is that a fair statement? Like, typically you hear that and you're like, all right, that means a couple of different things. Weather's about to start getting warmer if you're in a cold weather city. Like, you're 2 months away from it to be in the 60s most days, and you can start to go outside and do more stuff and not be bundled up. It means you're 6 weeks or thereabouts away from actual baseball starting, games that count. It means that spring training games are starting. If you're somebody that has made it a habit to go down to Bradenton to watch Pirates games or any other team, if we're doing this in a different market, it's supposed to suggest or bring about feelings, I think, of optimism or hope. Almost even if you know in your heart of hearts your team isn't going to be good. I still think there are people who get excited about that. I know more people I guess this is where sort of the quote comes from. I know more people who get almost that romantic feeling about baseball regardless of how their team looks that year than I do about any other sport. Like, I think if you went into this year as a fan of the Titans in the NFL, you probably had some idea your team was going to stink. Or as a fan of the Giants, like, were you under any, like, preconceived notion that it was actually going to work well? Probably not. I think there would even be people, though, in baseball terms, who cheer for the White Sox, who were historically bad last season, who are like, yeah, I'm pretty jazzed. Baseball's back. Like, this makes me excited. I am happy about this. I am enthusiastic about some element of this in terms of, like, a thing that I've chosen to be excited about with regard to this team. A player, what I think they're building, etc. And that applies even to teams that, yes, lost 121 games last year. Pirates lost 86. I don't get the sense right now, though, that those words mean the same thing that they usually do for Pirates fans. And speaking for myself, I can say that, like, right now, it feels bleak isn't the right word. It's probably frustrating. So they haven't there isn't like an apathy that's set in or this feeling of hopelessness. It's probably the most frustrated I've been in several years, ready for them to break camp, Donnie, because it does feel like if there was a little bit of will there, or if there was less what I would perceive from the outside looking in to be a dysfunction there, where I think the owner's probably pretty unhappy with his GM, but not unhappy enough to fire him, but unhappy enough to kind of hamstring any efforts to really build a team or augment a team in free agency. Because I think all of that exists. There's a frustration factor for me that is making it tougher than it should be, I think, for a team that has Paul Skeens entering year 2, where there should be no innings restriction. Really shouldn't be any governor on what Paul Skeens is asked to do at the big league level. You would think, because we all love to watch greatness, like, hey, even, the Penguins are starting a rebuild, or they're knee-deep in a rebuild, and it sucks, and it's not nearly as fun to watch them on a night-to-night basis as it used to be. Hey, we still get to watch Sidney Crosby. Or, and I know Steelers fans have resorted to sort of doing this now too. Hey, they stink, or they're frustrated. Not that they stink. They're frustrating to me, but I get to watch TJ Watt. He's going to have a gold jacket one day. I get to watch Cam Hayward. Good chance he has a gold jacket someday. Like, it should be more fun, or it should be more an enthusiasm generator for me to know that I'm 6 weeks away from watching the best pitcher in baseball hopefully make 30 starts this year. And yet the overwhelming emotion does feel like frustration, because it feels like a missed opportunity. And it also feels like if they weren't going to do something now to make the team fundamentally different and better via free agency, there might never be a time for them to do it. Skeens is going to be a Super 2, I believe. Right, Donnie? I'm doing the math in my head here. He came up early enough. He'll be Super 2.
Yes.
He came up in mid-May. He's going to get more expensive very quickly. Like, he's going to stop being a guy who counts for what? Like, maybe $1 million this year? I didn't even look up his salary. I know it's still very low. The price of the brick, so to speak, starts to go up very precipitously after this year. And so if there was ever going to be a year where maybe that was a bunch of 1-year deal or 2-year deals with like a player option for the second year or whatever it might be, if there was ever an off season where any of this stuff was going to happen and they were going to make an actual run at it, you would have thought it would have been this year. And yet the frustration kicks in for me, because at no point did that materialize. Mackey wrote something in the Post-Gazette today to suggest, I think the headline was something to the effect of, like, the Pirates offseason that never really got started. Yeah, goodbye to a frustrating Pirates offseason that never started and wouldn't end, which is kind of a funny way to write it, but, like, kind of feels accurate, doesn't it? They never got going, and it just felt like you were sitting there day after day with nothing happening, and now technically the offseason has stopped. I know there's a bunch of free agents, like, still out there, but it both never actually got off the ground and just felt like it was going in a circle and you had to observe it forever. So pitchers and catchers report tomorrow is supposed to be something that's fun to hear. Probably Seth, guy out there who's now taking, he's giving away tickets. You show up here to Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville between now and 6 o'clock. You can get yourself pair of tickets to the 15th anniversary celebration. He's probably excited. The Phillies give fans cause for excitement even when they crash and burn in the postseason. Like, I'm wondering if people out there still have that kind of feeling. I don't. Like, I should. And I should feel like, hey, Skeens is going to be worth the price of admission, and maybe there are some younger players who, despite my skepticism, will prove me wrong, but there just isn't a lot for me right now to get like a positive emotional investment in, I think, Donnie. Like there's an investment for me, but way too much of it is tied up in negativity given what exists at the top of their rotation. You?
Plus, I mean, how much longer do we give the current regime to actually figure it out and get over the hump a little bit? Because sooner or later, they're going to be they're going to be over a half decade into this thing, and they kind of got a pass in that COVID year because it was so weird and so different. That was the first years for Shelton and Charrington. They kind of got a pass from people for that second year, that first full season in 2021, when they were back-to-back the worst teams in baseball. They end up getting themselves first overall picks. They get to a point where they have a premier pitcher in the game with Paul Skeens, and we're thinking to ourselves going into the offseason, hey, let's make a nice little jump, kind of like what we saw between 22 and 23, where they won 14 additional games from year to year. We don't even need to see that, but just another little jump in the way the playoff structure is now. Maybe they get in 85, 86 wins. And they were in neutral last season. I know the bullpen blew up. It wasn't really anything on a guy like Skeens, but they took zero advantage of what the offseason provided them. And no, we're not going to be expecting the Pirates to sign a player like Juan Soto or Pete Alonso or whoever the biggest free agents are.
I know it's crazy. They could afford, like, Pete Alonso. They could afford Juan Soto, too. But, like, yeah, the fact that I know Grichuk, there may be mitigating or extenuating circumstances is one thing. The fact that there's nothing. I mean, there's a guy in Horwitz that they traded more likely they got in return to acquire, and maybe he solidifies that position. But I think the same thing that's been true about them for a long time applies. People just want to see them not like make baseball trades that might work out. They just want to see the one resource they want to see used and allocated to make the team better is money from their own pockets, payroll money. We are adding, we are spending more. And you brought up like something I think people think about a lot. And I think an offshoot of this has been brought up before, Donnie, when you say like how much time does this regime get? I do think Bob Nutting gave serious consideration without, I don't know the Palace intrigue for sure, but I think he gave real thought to firing them after last year. I do. Ultimately, it didn't come to pass. There are people who say, like, well, one of the dangers of firing these guys, if you were to do it, I remember this came up last year, is what if you hire a new GM that wants to blow it up and start over? And to me, the answer is very simple there. If you fire Ben Cherington and you fire Derek Shelton, and you're trying to bring in a new field manager, but much more importantly, you're trying to bring in a new GM, the marching order is very simple if you're Bob Nutting, if you had done this. You say, the other guy did not, A, earn my trust, and B, make enough good moves to surround that guy. And you point over to a picture of Paul Skeens, right, that you conveniently have wheeled into your office for this presentation. The other guy didn't do a good enough job at that. Your job is to, I don't care what your viewpoint on this team or this roster is, do enough, like, here's your budget for this year in free agency. Do enough to make this roster good enough that with this guy on the roster, we challenge for a playoff spot, if not flat out division. I think that's the other thing really quick, Donnie, that bothers me. They're in a division that's eminently gettable with like any forward momentum applied to them. They're not in the AL East. Okay, they're not in the NL West. They're not in a place where there are multiple established big money powerhouses. They are in the most or second most gettable division out of the six in the sport, and there just seems to be no forward momentum, no impetus to actually try and seize that opportunity. That's the other part that gets me.
I mean, they're falling into a trap. We bring this up sometimes with the Steelers being stubborn, and for a while, they were able to have that mindset because they were having success. But the Pirates are almost in the mindset of, don't worry about it. We think our players will just get better. They will all improve, and we will go forward with what we have in-house. You can say that about one guy. You can pretty confidently say that Paul Skeens is going to be better than majority of the guys that step in that batter's box.
You want to hope that Jared Jones will get better, but his body and the way how hard he throws does feel like a ticking time bomb to me.
Well, and I'm not even taking a shot at him. It's just it's hard to say with anybody else that they will be better than almost anybody they go up against.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant really, year over year. Yeah,
no, Skeens is really the only example that they have.
But to be fair, and this kind of makes it worse. How many teams have a guy like that? Like the fact that you have one who every time he goes out there should be better than pretty much everybody he sees, up to and including the Juan Sotos of the world. Like, that makes it even worse.
A couple of other annoying things to me is that going into the offseason, at first we kind of joked about the Terry Francona thing. You know, there were people that would call and text and say, well, you know, he's not going to manage the Pirates. Who knows if he even wants to manage anymore? That was the early pushback that we got. Yeah. A guy that's in their own backyard, well, you know, he probably just wants to retire. And if that was the case, so be it. Then a team in your own division hires him, and I would guarantee that team has a better managerial job and a better performance from that position than what the Pirates have this season. And on another note, it feels like they have been saying for years, pretty much since this new regime took over, hey, 2025 is really the year we're going to target. That'll be the year that we get back into the postseason.
I agree with that.
This is how they went about their offseason, by doing next to nothing.
I think that's a great point. I agree with that completely. It's supposed to be 2025, and now that just keeps nudging back. Text line here at the Fan is 412-928-9370, and it is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right. Now, you guys know we're live at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. If you are out and about, you come and see us here. You see our buddy Seth. He's got pairs of tickets because it's a free event, so you don't have to pay anything to Seth. It's a free event, but you do need tickets to get in. He's got a pair of tickets or multiple pairs of tickets if you come out to the Fan 15th anniversary party here right now till 6 o'clock at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet, Monroeville. So you can do that and try to get tickets. If you can't do that, you have a chance to win 2 tickets to the 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino, February 26th, by playing Pirates Name That Tune. We did this yesterday. The correct answer was Garrett Jones. Donnie and I have collaborated on another edition of it. The number is 412-928-9370. Listen carefully to the following clip. You need to correctly identify the player whose name is bleeped out to win these tickets. Hit it, Don.
Hammers one. Deep. Hammers one. Deep to left field. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
One more time.
And hammers one. Deep to left field. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All right. So you've got some context clues there. 412-928-9370. That was our buddy, old pal, Tim Neverett, yet again on that call. Who is the player whose name fills in that bleep? 412-928-9370. Get lined up right now for a game of Pirates Name That Tune with 2 tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party on the line. Here's Donnie with a headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at SMU tonight at 9. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame starts at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. A choice cabinet is what I want to tell you about right now. Because think about like a kitchen specifically. If you're a homeowner looking to actually get your kitchen remodeled, what is the very first thing that people notice probably in your kitchen? Maybe your countertops, but it's a good chance that the first thing is actually your cabinets, one way or another, good or bad, right? If you got old cabinets, if you want to remodel, it's probably because your old cabinets don't look so good. Choice cabinet right now is something you need to know about, because If you're remodeling, if you're a DIY person, if you're a contractor and you're doing a lot of these remodels and renovations, you probably know that cabinets are the biggest holdup. The average wait time is around 8 to 12 weeks. Choice Cabinet can help. They've got over 65,000 cabinets in stock, Amish designed, all wood, 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. You just heard me say 8 to 12 weeks is the average wait time. With Choice Cabinet, delivery available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While Luka Doncic's debut with the Los Angeles Lakers was far from sensational, it's a reminder of his incredible gifts and the steal the Lakers pulled off when they got him from the Dallas Mavericks. Yes, Doncic was inefficient and hadn't played since Christmas Day, and the rust was apparent. But the connection with LeBron and the oh my God, is this real moment when he walked out on the floor in that Lakers jersey told us all again, this is the trade of the century for LA. I'm Bill Ryder.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Cloudy with snow tonight, the low 28.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Midwood Lane in Carrick. Southbound side, you'll see backups to Warrington Avenue. Northbound is backed up to Stewart Avenue. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Chris Muller, solo PM team today. We got a Donnie football debrief at the bottom of the hour. I think Donnie has something that's going to... if he was telling me before the show, if he's going to go with something like this, I think it might be something that agitates people a little bit. Just in about an hour, 30 minutes time, excuse me. I think there's one more thing we can learn from the reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. I'll tell you what that is, 30 minutes. Right now, though, Pirates Name That Tune is the game. We've got our fan 15th anniversary party, Rivers Casino, February 26th. It goes from 6 until 9 p.m. Couple things here. If you get out to Bowser Chevrolet right now here in Monroeville, where I am, our guy Seth, resplendent in a bunch of Eagles gear again. He's an Eagles troll. He brought an Eagles flag to work yesterday and just put it in the back of our fan lounge where we hang out and get ready for the show, our little clubhouse area. He just sat there. He didn't even work yesterday. He just wanted to rub it in. None of us are even mean to him about it. He just wanted to come in and gloat. He didn't have a flagpole to climb somewhere. You'll meet Seth, though, and then he's giving away pairs of tickets. You don't have to do anything other than show your smiling face and say, hello, Seth. I would like a pair of tickets to the fan anniversary 15th anniversary party. If you say something like, and Jalen Carter is the best player in the NFL, he might give you 2 extra ones. He's out there laughing. He can hear me say this right now. However, failing that, you can simply win our game of Pirates Name That Tune. You have to fill in correctly the name that is occupied by bleeps in this clip, Donnie.
And hammers one deep to left field. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All right. Not a ton of context clues there. There's one major one. It's just a welcome to Pittsburgh. Could mean a lot of different things. I feel like my sleuthing helped you guys yesterday eventually come around to Garrett Jones. Let's see how we do today. Noah is first up. Donnie, you have to put Noah on while I try to get my screen working again.
Of course you gave me first, man. I have no idea. This is a terrible guess. Don't hate on me too much. I'm going to go Russell Martin. Tell me I'm wrong.
Noah? You're wrong. Sorry. Goodbye. I was too obvious there. He's like, yeah, I'm wrong.
I will say this too, Chris. For anybody who is texting in, there were like 4 or 5 people that texted in the same name. One of them even included the comment, "Too easy. It's this guy." It is not that guy.
So they got it wrong.
Yes.
I love it when people say, what was our guy in the big game trivia or whatever who was like, obviously the answer is, and then got it horribly wrong. Papunu was the name. All right, that was during conference title week. Let's go with Tim on Pirates Name That Tune. Tim, who's the name in that clip that's bleeped out, buddy?
As a joke, I wanted to say Justin Morneau, but I'm going to guess Marlon Byrd.
Tim, I like the Justin Morneau joke because he very famously did not hit a single home run with the Pirates after they traded for him. Your guess of Marlon Byrd is wrong.
That is the name. That is the name that a lot of people have texted in, seemingly very confident. So it is not Marlon Byrd.
All right, I'm pretty pleased with myself then right now because I think I picked a good one. And now, you know what? It's given me a lot of confidence, Donnie, that you were right to say the second name I gave you for a potential one that I think we could have found it too. I think would have completely obliterated people's brains today. If this one is proving somewhat difficult. Play it one more time here before we go to our next contestant, Donnie.
And hammers one deep to left field. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
I like to imagine that he's swearing right after he says welcome to Pittsburgh. All right, not a lot of context clues there. We had that S sound yesterday that I kind of sussed out for people. Let's go to Patrick. Patrick, who do you think the name is that we bleeped out in that clip?
Well, my original guess was Marlon Byrd, and I currently have no idea.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
I'll give you a 5-second warning here to try to gin up any name you can think of. 5.
Yeah, I'm not going to think of anything in 5 seconds.
Wow. All right. Donnie, what kind of an answer is that?
What did he end up saying there? I was getting a few more calls in. He just said,
I'm not going to think of anything in 5 seconds and hung up. You got it. That's like laying down without a punch. That's the finger poke of doom. Don is on the fan. Hi, Don. Who's the name that got bleeped out there?
Hello, this is me, right?
Yeah, what name did we bleep out of that clip?
Boy, that's a tough one. I was Derek Bell.
Derek Bell? Derek Bell? That was in 2001 he played for the Pirates. Tim Nevert's on the call there. Derek Bell? Oh, what are we doing? Josh, you're on 93.7 The Fan. Josh, you think you know whose name we bleeped out of that call?
So the first thing that I thought of was a player we got who hit, I think, 2 homers in his first game with the Pirates, and I'm guessing Derek Lee.
Josh? Guess what, buddy?
Is that right?
You're going to the Fan 15th anniversary celebration. That is exactly correct, my friend. Derek Lee. Josh, stay on hold. Donnie's going to get your information. It was, in fact, Derek Lee who did your work twice in his Pirates debut. They got him from the Orioles. He bombed 2 out of the park. Both of them consequential home runs. They were down 4-1 when he hit his second one. The one we played there is his first one. And they happened against the Cubs, Donnie, which was his longtime employer in Major League Baseball. Very good by Josh. You know what I thought I was doing there, Don? When we had a Derek Bell, I think our guy there might have had it but said the wrong last name. I tried to throw a little misdirection, a little oil slick at the rest of the callers by saying, what a ridiculous guess. That was good. I'm impressed.
Good for Josh.
Yeah. Josh, congratulations, brother. 2 tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party, Rivers Casino, February 26th, 6 to 9 p.m. Pirates name that tune. Very impressive work there. We're going to do it again tomorrow. And I think, Donnie, now I feel bold about Friday. I think we need to carve out like a full 10 minutes of the show and really put the one that we had as our alternate for today in there on Friday.
I like that move.
The chaff when it comes to Pirates fans, the one on Friday. I think that's going to be a sickos only one if we can convince Pony to go along with it. You still have a chance, by the way, to get a pair of tickets to our 15th anniversary party. It's a free party, but you do need a ticket to get into this free party. You can stop by here, Bowser Chevrolet, till 6 o'clock tonight. Our guy Seth from Promotions is here. He is giving away tickets, pairs of them. You don't have to do anything. You just, Seth, can I have 2 tickets? Are you Seth the MILF Hunter? Yes, I am. Seth, can I have 2 tickets? Yes, you can. That's how it works. And then you too can join a gentleman of leisure like our guy Josh there who just won his way in. Coming up next, Donnie Football Debrief. Before that, though, the football guy's got a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Four Nations face-off gets started tomorrow night. Sidney Crosby and Team Canada will play Sweden tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. The Pens are back in action on the 22nd of February, hosting the Capitals at 3. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers. The baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up Oscar.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Before we get to the debrief, we are celebrating 15 years at The Fan on February 26th at Rivers Casino. All of us are going to be on site. We're going to be telling stories over the past 15 years. We'll have videos from former hosts and guests, vendor booths, and, of course, meeting and mingling. We'll be doing that with all you guys out there. The event's free, but you need a ticket to get in, so check out 937thefan.com on locations where you can get tickets. The 15th Faniversary is brought to you by Guardian Protection, IC Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point, North Fayette. Hey, that's like my kind of local Firehouse Subs. I think the closest one to me, where I am. Donnie, I bet you if you asked people who've been listening to the station since day one who the day one employee was that was least likely to make it to year 15, I think they would say me. I was on the latest shift in the station, the most disposable one. If you're going to make cuts, figuring out what works and what doesn't work, you'll cut the overnight guy first. But here I am, Donnie. Who was it, Elton John, that sang I'm Still Standing?
Yep.
Well, I am, pal. They haven't... Who else was it? Jesse the Body Ventura that says Mulsey's out there dug in like an Alabama tick? Well, I am. Anyway, it's time for the debrief. Take it away.
The debrief, February 11, 2025. By the way, Chris, I kind of miss the old 24-hour days. I like the opportunity that is there with the old 24-hour format.
So
but
I was telling... listen, man, it was an opportunity. It was also like... that was the Wild West, dude. I have no other way to put it. Like, that was the Wild West.
I think I would have had a lot of fun having...
You would have thrived. You would have thrived. Like, if that was your first shift and you were actually doing 2 to 6 a.m., like, I've always told people, if money was no object and the goal wasn't always to try to get to a drive time slot, which it is. I mean, I'm not telling anybody things they don't know about our business. If you could just say, like, Chris, can you tolerate working those hours? The hours would be tough with a family. But, like, for a guy in his early 20s who just wants to be in the business, unmatched. You could be as dumb as you want. Here's a brief sampling of some things I did back then. I wanted to give away prizes to the texters. We had, like, florist shop gift cards, and they didn't care. It's just like now. You know this well because you have to take these calls. People just want to win something, right? Yep. They just want to say, I won something from the radio station. I would give away florist gift cards. Do you know what I would do? In the 3 a.m. hour, I would say the word meow one time in replace of the word now. And the first person to text in the word meow that they had heard it won the gift card. That's it. We called it the 3 a.m. meow game.
I love it.
It was a Super Troopers bit.
Yeah.
It was the Wild West, man. And then when I got to 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., I would play The Undertaker's music to start the last hour of the show. I play Ric Flair's music to end the show. We did wrestling music. Oh, you were like a teenager back then. I can't even describe it to you. Prony probably can't either, and he never worked the true graveyard, but like the absolute Wild West, man. I'll tell more stories like that on the 26th.
Yeah, I think I would feast a little bit in the graveyard shift.
Oh, you'd have been here. You want to know what the tandem is, honestly, on the Fan that I would have put, like, if say we were programming this station. I was like, Donnie, you're going to be making solid money. Your hours are going to suck, but otherwise it is what it is. I'd put you and Callis on that shift. I put you hosting and Callis producing, and I think you would be like Earthquake and Typhoon. It would be incredible radio. Cal, I don't know what you're talking about.
There'd be an over-under on bathroom breaks every show.
There'd be almost a built-in feature of the show where Callis takes an ill-timed bathroom break and you're just left filibuster till he gets back. That happened to me once. Anyway, I'll keep some of these stories for the 26th. I have many stories. If you come up to me that night, I will tell many of these stories on the air. Anyway.
So, Chris, there is a report out there, and this is from one of Pony's buddies at FanDuel, Zach Cohen. He put out there on social media that a couple of teams will be getting alternate helmets going into next season. Two of them are the Browns and the Steelers. So that immediately popped into my mind. The helmet that they wore with their 75th anniversary uniforms, that gold helmet with the Steelers logo on the side. I love that one. It makes me think of some that we haven't seen that could be possibilities. Like, hey, maybe they go with an all-white color rush look with a white helmet. We had a segment like this, Chris, maybe a year or two ago, where we suggested a couple of uniform combinations, and somebody out there listening actually mocked them up, and they didn't look all that bad. But if you had your pick, your ideal selection, if they said, Malsey, we're going to let you choose what the Steelers' alternate helmet looks like, what would you go with?
Red. I'd go with, I have told you guys many times, somebody did this mock-up for us when we did this.
Yes.
I've said many times that if you want a truly, standout, it's gonna make people hate it, but I think, a younger audience is probably going to love it. Blue is too weird. Red, at least, sort of is in the, yellowish, yellow, black, red, classic colors, whatever. I would take the red from the Hypocycloids, and I would, at bare minimum, do a red helmet around them, right? So you have just a red helmet with maybe, gold and black striping on the top and still the regular logo. But if you want to go, all out crazy for a color rush, I would do a red Steelers uniform with probably gold numbers. So, I guess I'm inching towards, USC territory, maybe. And it would have to be block numbers. But I would bring red prominently into the equation. I don't think you can do red with black numbers. I just feel like that would be kind of hard to look at. But if you gave me red with gold numbers or something like that, or you turn black and gold into more the accent colors, to me, that's the definition of what a true color rush actually is doing something wild and maybe out of left field for people.
Here's something else I thought I would never really say. I kind of miss the color rush phenomenon that was on Thursday Night Football. I kind of miss the fact that was the time that was designated for, hey, you can wear, whether it's a silly-looking one or actually a cool-looking one, you can wear that for your Thursday Night Football game.
Do you remember when
plays in one?
Do you remember when they did, I think, Jets Bills, and it was all green Jets and all red Bills, and they realized that for red-green colorblind people, it just looked like one team playing the same team was playing.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Is that a reason why it got axed?
Well, I know that combo got axed because if you are red-green colorblind, how they show you that little picture of dots and there's a green 7 in the middle, and if you're red-green colorblind, it just looks like all the same dot.
Mm-hmm.
That happened. They said, somebody put a filter over it and said, if you have red-green color blindness, this is what this game looks like. and the only way you could tell which players are on which team was to look very closely at the helmets. I think you're right, though. I think Thursdays should be back in the color rush days. I actually like that take. Also, I was thinking about this. What alternate helmet are the Browns going to have? I'm looking through their team website, maybe because of this kind of thing.
Right, I feel like they already have a good bit.
So their team website has the history of the helmets. It's orange helmets, like, leather or whatever. Like, it's just kind of the same orange. And then the first changes, 57 through 59, they have the numbers painted on the sides. So it's like Jim Brown wearing 32. Then there's a flanked stripe. Like, they had a white stripe for most of it. Then they, flanked the white stripe with, I want to say brown. Yeah, it was brown stripes. Then, 15-year stretch, they took the numbers off. Then they changed their face masks from 75 to 95 to white because previously, Donnie, they had been that classic gray that everyone loves so much.
Mm-hmm.
So then they go white face masks. Then they just bring back basically the same helmet that they left the NFL with when they came back. Add the numbers again on there. I'm looking. Face masks went back to gray. That's it. If I were the Browns, I would basically, you ever see the old Bengal helmets before they went with the tiger striping?
Where it just had the name on the side?
Yeah, I would do that if I were the Browns. Just write the name in block lettering. Like, there's a specific style that they use it for the Browns, too. Like, write your name, like, in an arc, like a curved arc on one side, both sides of the helmet. I think that would be cool.
Have that little troll in there somehow.
Yeah, or do the elf. Or do the stupid-looking elf. The Prince of Losing Seasons. Very interesting here. Note from our pal, the sports judge, Rob in North Versailles. He said, "I cannot believe you actually made it 15 years. I am glad you did it. Today is the anniversary of you debuting on afternoons." He's right. February 11th, 2013, Don. 12 years ago today, it was Mulsey's big day.
Man, he had that down more than you.
I think I had it like on one of those Facebook memories. That's how I was getting it, and I just kind of ignored it. I remember like sharing the thing about when I tried out with those guys. I also remember ticking Joe by calling him former Steelers punter when I would like reintroduce the show from break. He'd be like, "They all know I'm a punter, dude. They all know that I played for the Steelers. You have to say that." Which is very Josh Miller of him if you knew Josh at all in those days. Josh might be listening right now, by the way. What would you like? You said you gave me the floor. You want all white, all red. Does that like pass the Donnie smell test, or is it lame?
Well, I remember when we did this before, and you brought it up. To me, in my mind, I was thinking, man, how would that look? That sounds a little bit disgusting. But then a guy like we had somebody mock it up,
and you liked it,
and it actually looked way cooler when put into practice.
It would. I think you wouldn't even have to actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, you could do gold striping on the pants or something, red actual primary color, and then just keep white numbers, and I think it would be fine too. They should let me do this. Let me cook a little bit here, folks. Let Mulsey take care of business. Anyway, I like that. I like a fun Donnie football debrief every once in a while. We're so serious on this show all the time. By the way, Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Very funny development here. Remember how I said if people said to Seth that Jalen Carter is the best because Seth's a huge Eagles fan, he would give away an extra pair of tickets? A couple people, I think, came in and did exactly that, Donnie. And they said...
And did he follow through?
Well, yeah, he said he gave away because it was a lady who I think needed 4, but like the other person she would have otherwise brought like couldn't make it. But she said Jalen Carter is the best, and I think Seth was a man of... Is he a man of his word or a man of my word? He's really taking what I said and validating it, I think.
I think credit should go to him there, too, for actually backing it up.
Yeah, I agree with that. So he did a good job. We've had a bunch of people come on through. You can do that till 6 o'clock here at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. I'm at Studio B. Fan 15th anniversary party, February 26th, Rivers Casino. You stop here between now and 6 o'clock. Get yourself a pair of tickets. Maybe you say something about Jalen Carter being the best to Seth. He might even find 2 more in his heart to give you. That's the kind of guy he is, sitting there with his Eagles toque on, ski hat on indoors, smirking at me as I say. He's riding way too high on the horse here. He's There's way too much Seth gloating going on for my liking. Coming up, we can't avoid it, though. The Philadelphia Eagles, they are the king you-know-what of the NFL. And I do think there's one other thing that they are doing that the Steelers are definitively not doing that has me feeling bad about the Steelers' chances, maybe more than anything else, has me feeling worse than about the Steelers' chances to, like, become the Eagles, which we know they would love to do, than anything else. I will tell you what that is. It's also a trend that the Steelers are way behind on in the modern NFL. That's coming up next. First, I want to tell you guys right now a little poem. Roses are red. Blue Chew is blue. Get yourself a pack. Or maybe even two. You guys know by now that Blue Chew is an online service. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra. And it can be a performance enhancement for the bedroom. Help you get that extra confidence, guys, when it's time to perform. Best thing about Blue Chew, it's an online prescription service. So you don't have a visit to the doctor's office in your future. You don't have to deal with an awkward conversation. Nothing like that. Ships right to your door in discreet packaging. It does. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA. They prepare them and ship them direct. It is cheaper than pharmacy. And Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Valentine's Day's coming up, fellas, okay? We could all stand to use a little extra confidence in the bedroom, especially this time of year. And if you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. And then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. Pull up a seat at our hospitality bar for an unparalleled shopping experience in a relaxed, comfortable environment. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met? Yet?
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use that promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or Call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Elantra 36 monthly is 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee title plates and dealer fee. All buyers are qualifying. Stock units only. 1%. 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe. Both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Chris Muller here with Paul, who dropped 45 pounds thanks to Awaken 180. Was losing weight hard with Awaken 180?
Program at the beginning, like anything else, is tricky because, you live a certain way and then you change it. But again, the support they gave me, the way it was explained to me, it was doable. It was amazing. Anybody can do this if you set your mind to it, but with the help you receive from the folks at Awaken 180, you can do this. My mental health is better. My energy is better. My relationship with my coworkers is better. My relationship with my wife and my family, my driving. There's not anything in my life that isn't better. Everything was affected by what I was eating. Awaken 180 gave me the ability to see life through a whole different lens.
Thanks, Paul. Awaken 180 isn't hard. It's an adjustment with how you approach foods. It sounds simple because it is, with the solution for weight loss. See for yourself. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Attention lovebirds. Valentine's Day is almost here, and Diamonds Direct has the gifts to wow your special someone. From dazzling diamonds and trending gold to vibrant gemstones, pearls, even timepieces. With hundreds of stunning styles under $1,000 and an exquisite collection of one-of-a-kind luxury pieces. Make your moment unforgettable. The best selection, value, and service are waiting for you. Make this Valentine's unforgettable with fine jewelry for every budget. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of 28 at